Song Yunxian puts fingers on the pocket on Song Yan's chest, and she feels a little chilling. In fact, Song family's property means nothing for the Gu's family, but it can help Gu Changge turn the tables. It's a nonsense that getting something for nothing. You can change nothing without capital. For example, she wants to revenge. But she can't overthrow Xiaotian if she doesn't have enough money. Xiaotianzi spends more than 10 years gaining a firm foothold in Gu's family by virtue of the privilege of Gu Changge and her 2 children. Song Yunxian has no choice but to strengthen herself in order to pull him down. She doesn't move her fingers. Song Yan's hands holding her wrist becomes feeble. When Song Yan closes his eyes, Song Yunxian looks at him calmly. Her heart seems to be jabbed by an invisible needle. She holds Song Yan's hand and says, "Dad." Song Yan has no response. She grabs Song Yan's fingers and bursts into tears. "Dad, wake up." She wants to wake up Song Yan. But her fingers that hold Song Yan's shoulder are held by one hand that suddenly stretches out. "Stop shaking. Life and death are fatal." Song Yunxian turns around with tears in her big eyes. "Call the doctor." She becomes very agitated. Gu Changge grasps her fingers and holds her waist when she wants to rush over. "Calm down. The doctor will come right away." Song Yunxian wants to catch Song Yan's hand. A doctor comes in. Gu Changge pulls Song Yunxian out and takes the will from Song Yan's chest pocket. The doctor rescues Song Yan. Song Yunxian wants to wait outside. Gu Changge reminds her, "It's almost 9 o'clock. Maybe my father just passes out. Anyway, I suggest you contact your father's lawyer first and announce the will in your hand." Standing in the corridor of the hospital, Song Yunxian closes her eyes and many confused scenes flash through her mind. Xiaotianzi married her. She gave birth to Gu Yi. Miao Miao was in her infancy. Xiaotianzi held Gu Changge in arms. A speeding truck rushed over. She woke up from the hospital bed and couldn't touch her legs. It was the deadly anesthetic needle. There was an operating lamp without shadow. Doctors wearing masks plucked her heart out of her chest.
"I'm sorry, Dad."
She raises her hand and touches her forehead. As her fingers brush her eyes, the tear in her eyes fades away. She can't cry. Crying can't solve any problem. She suffered so much. She was hopeless, but Xiaotianzi still refused to give her a life. She doesn't hurt anybody. There will always be someone to hurt her. If she doesn't get the Song family, someone else will get it. It would be better that Gu Changge gets it rather than Xiaotianzi. She will help Song Yin manage the Song family well. Better than Song Yuncheng, Song Yunjia and Song Yuning. Looking at the cold white light in the corridor, she takes a breath, calms herself down and turns to Gu Changge. "Give me my father's will. I'll go with you. It's family business. You'd better not interfere. I'll go myself." She takes the folded will in Gu Change's hand. She turns around and leaves. She has planned to win the Song family for a long time. Although Song Yan's attitude changes in the end, it's the most difficult to deal with Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia. If she wants to stand firm in the Song family, she has to face the challenging life in the future. It is cold and solemn in the Song's house. Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng both stare at the 9 o'clock position of the clock. As soon as it's 9 o'clock, the will of the Song family can be announced immediately. At that time, it will be clear to the public who will take charge of the Song family. Song Yuncheng has rubbed his fingers several times, and the wristwatch is covered under his sleeve. The sun shines through the windows and falls on the smooth floor. Song Yunjia looks up at her watch and suddenly says, "Yuning has been out all night. Why hasn't she come back yet?" Song Yuncheng meant to leave her alone, but since Song Yunjia mentions her, he has to ask about Song Yuning's situation. He picks up his cell phone and calls the Shui family. "I wonder how the Shui family is doing now. Is Yuning so busy that she cannot make it when the will is issued?" There is another meaning in his words. Song Yunjia can understand it. Song Yuning was the first one who disagreed with the new inheritance. If Song Yuning doesn't come here to see the new will now, maybe she will make trouble later. If Shui Tao conspires with her and says that they changed the will, it will be investigated deeply. The further investigation will be bad for them both. Song Yunjia knows what is in the real testament and how the property is divided. Obviously Song Yuncheng's words have implication. She instantly concludes that Song Yuncheng really wants to usurp the Song family and change the will. Otherwise he would not want Yunying to listen to the will, so as to suppress the Yingying's disapproval. However, she has already known what he is thinking about. It is not a bad thing to ask Song Yunying to come and listen to the will. Anyway, the will is true. She will get the whole Song family. She calmly watches what will happen next. The phone call couldn't get through. Song Yunjia looks at him. He hands over the phone. Song Yunjia picks up eyebrows slightly and takes the phone. There is no response. Song Yunjia frowns and looks at Song Yuncheng. She expresses her dissatisfaction. Yunying really can't set the priorities. Xue Tao's mother is her mother. Isn't our father her father? How could she put all her heart and soul into the Xue? Song Yunjia gives the phone to Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng nods. Dad has said that the married daughter is like the water splashed out. She will put all her mind on her husband. Song Yunjia, as the daughter of the Song family, feels uncomfortable about his words. Song Yuncheng looks up. It's 9 o'clock. The lawyer may come before her. Song Yunjia stands up. She takes the phone and presses the button. I'll call Xue's family. Even if Xue Tao's mother dies, she has to come back in case that she looks for trouble in the future because of the will. Song Yuncheng nods to show approval. Just as she dials, a voice suddenly comes from outside. You don't need to call younger sister. She can't come back. With the words, someone in a pair of lambskin shoes steps in. The shoes are exquisite and elegant, wrapping around the girl's beautiful feet. Up the ankles the lines of her calves are very beautiful. And when Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia look up from her feet to her face, they are surprised. Are you back, Yunxian? The two ask her with doubt. Song Yunxian steps into the living room with a scornful sneer on her face. Brother and elder sister, are you just waiting for younger sister, not me? Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia don't expect Song Yunxian to show up unharmed, let alone to wait for her to witness the announcement of the will. Song Yuncheng frowns and looks at Song Yunjia. He asks, Yunxian, since you're back, is Dad back? If Song Yan comes back at this time, it will take some time for him to take over the Song family. What's more, the old man's mind is so complex that he may not give him his legacy if he thinks about it carefully. Moreover, the old man can be brought back with a ransom. But he and Song Yunjia have ignored the news about him, let alone to collect ransom for him. The look on Song Yunjia's face changes slightly, and she immediately understands. She hurries forward 2 steps, grabs Song Yunchuan's hand, and looks at the door behind her. Now that you're back, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Do you worry about Dad? Song Yunxian looks down and looks at Song Yunjia's hands holding her fingers. She asks her thoughtfully. Song Yunjia looks up and says, I'm Dad's daughter. Why don't I worry about Dad? Where on earth does Dad go? Neither Song Yunjia nor Song Yuncheng sees Song Yan coming after Song Yunxian, and they are somewhat surprised. If the old man is kidnapped with Song Yunxian, he would be rescued with Yunxian. Why doesn't the old man come back? Does it mean that the old man has died? Although both Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia are waiting for 9 o'clock, they both think that the old man probably has died. But they don't say it. If they say that, they will be considered to be waiting for the old man to die. It doesn't sound good. Song Yuncheng shifts the topic. Yunxian, where on earth have you gone for 3 days? Song Yunxian looks at Song Yuncheng. Brother, I was kidnapped. The money that the kidnapper asks for is the ransom of me and Dad. Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia feel awkward. If the little sister asked why they don't pay the ransom, they would make the Song family restless. Song Yunjia wants to hold the situation. Yunxian, where is Dad? The most urgent thing is to see father. Otherwise the lawyer should come to announce the contents of the inheritance. Song Yunchuan's voice is faint. The lawyer has come. Now that you're back and Dad is back, there's no need to read the will. Let the lawyer go back. Song Yunjia feels it is not suitable to announce the will today. Song Yunxian says, Sister, today lawyer is here not only to read his will, but to testify. Both Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia are stunned. Song Yuncheng feels bad. What do you mean by that? Song Yunxian bends her lips and a cold light glitters in her eyes. The will is in my hand. Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia are unconsciously stunned when they hear her words. Song Yunjia releases her hand. What do you mean, Yunxian? Song Yuncheng is more anxious. How does the will come to you? Dad gave it to the lawyer. Where have you been these 3 days? Song Yunxian looks up at the clock. It's exactly 9 o'clock. She takes out the papers in the bag and turns to the lawyer who comes quickly behind her. Lawyer Sue, will you read it? No need to read it. It's not the will written by my father at all. It's not the lawyer in our family. You're young. Don't fool me and your elder sister. Song Yunxian looks at him calmly. Brother, he is our family lawyer, but he's a newcomer. Song Yuncheng looks stern. Seeing that the lawyer behind her is a woman, he is very impatient. Yunxian, why does our family affairs become your responsibility after you disappear for 3 days? Song Yunjia also looks at her coldly. Yunxian, you are the youngest in the Song family. There is no place for you to speak. Song Yunxian smiles and walks into the living room. I really couldn't manage these household affairs before. But once I was kidnapped, Father lets me not only manage the affairs of the Song family, but also. She turns head and her smile is more complacent. He lets me take care of Song's enterprise. Song Yuncheng is shocked by the news. Song Yunjia looks at Song Yunxian. She feels that her heart is beating heavily when her eyes are on her. This feeling makes her very uncomfortable. She takes the document from the lawyer and takes a look at the will. What you are going to do today? Song Yuncheng also gives her a look, showing an angry expression. Yunxian, although father is seriously ill, but changing the lawyer and testamentary cannot be joked. What you have done today makes me feel bad. Brother, I changed the lawyer because he has problems. You know it. Song Yunchuan's ingenious words stiffened Song Yunxiang's expression. Indeed, that lawyer is really problematic. However, Song Yunxian was kidnapped for 3 days. How did she know there was a problem with the lawyer? Song Yuncheng looks up at her gravely. Song Yunxian looks at him calmly, but the smile on her face converges. For a lawyer who tampers with the will of the Song family, he has violated the law when he plans to obey other people's instructions to tamper with and reveal the will. Since he knows the law and violates it, can't the Song family dismiss him? Song Yunxian is so clear about the lawyer's problems that his expression suddenly changes. Yunxian. Song Yunxian raises her hand to stop what he wants to say. Brother, you don't have to wait for the 9 o'clock, and you don't need to find out our father. The will is in the Song's new lawyer's hand. You can check whether it's Dad's handwriting. If you have no opinion, we will inherit our property according to this will. The words in Song Yunxiang's throat seem to be blocked by blood. Without saying a word, he reaches out to Song Yunjia to hand him the will. Song Yunjia becomes very bad after she reads the will. Her long eyebrows wrinkle up, and she looks at Song Yunxian strangely. She wants to express her anger, but she doesn't know how to do it. Looking at her expression, Song Yunxian takes the initiative to ask her, Sister, is there anything wrong with the will? Song Yunjia opens her mouth and her voice is dry and dumb. I want to see Dad. Sister, that is to say, there is no problem with the will, is there? Song Yunjia's eyes are full of tears. She looks up and refuses to let the tears come out but insists, Where is Dad? I want to see him. She turns to go, but Song Yunxian calls her. Sister, don't you doubt that this will is false? Song Yunjia suddenly stops. This is indeed Papa's handwriting, but he never writes it in such a thick pen. It is written with fingers and with blood. Her words make Song Yunjia stunned. Their Song Yuncheng quickly interfaces. He points at her and shouts, Song Yunxian, you evil girl. You should hurt Dad in order to seize the family property. Dad is kidnapped by you, and you force him to write the will. He scolds her so firmly. But Song Yunxian frowns slightly and smiles through his words. So you admit that this is Dad's handwriting. Song Yuncheng is shocked. Suddenly he feels like falling into a trap. Song Yunjia questions her. You must ask someone to imitate Dad's handwriting. It's not the real one. The one that Dad wrote before is not this one at all. She is a little agitated. She speaks without consideration, and her mind is in a state of chaos. If she could not inherit the Song family, and Song Yan dies, the Song family would change ownership. Xiao Tianzi would only think about her when he goes to the hospital to see doctor. He would never see her at any other time. She does not want to be so good-natured to save Gu's life. She wants to get the whole Song family. Then she collaborates with Gu's company to become Xiao Tianzi's business partner. Then she will have other reasons to contact him. But why does it become the way it is now? Song Yuncheng stares at the contents of the will, and even looks through it fiercely. At the end of the last sentence, he throws the will on the ground in a huff of anger. The generous brotherhood is torn apart at once. He is so angry that he raises his hand and points at Song Yunchuan's nose. Song Yunxian, Dad is kind enough to take you from the broken place in Yuncheng. Why do you want to satisfy your ambition with such a way? Song Yuncheng's words are always in line with his identity even when he is angry. As the oldest son of the Song family, he is so magnificent at any time. What means does she use? What ambition does she want to satisfy? She is amused to think about these. Her eyes bend gently and looks at the ground. It's okay for you to throw this wills because the real will is left behind by me. I only bring a copy to you. If this one is damaged, I could ask the lawyer to copy and show it to you. Song Yunjia is a little excited. Song Yunxian, what did you do to father? Song Yunxian says lightly, you shouldn't ask me about this. I almost die there. I can come back thanks to the help of noble people. Both Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia remain silent. Neither of them could be sure whether the other sent someone to kidnap their sister and father. They are even suspicious of each other. Song Yunxian looks at Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia and says, the former lawyer has been dismissed at father's command. Henceforth, this lawyer Su will be our lawyer. Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng are reluctant to see Song Yunxian as the master of the family. Song Yuncheng is more angrily. In the testament, 99% of the shares of Song family are given to you. What does this mean? That means all the Song family is in the charge of me. Song Yunxian waves and points to the big house of the Song family. She turns to Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia. Dad escapes from death. He is still lying in the hospital. 1% is left to you because you are his children. I and Dad have experienced the death together. So I deserve the Song family. Song Yunjia couldn't believe the result. She steps back and runs straight out. I'm going to see Dad. I don't believe that the will is real. The old one wasn't written like this. I'm going to see Dad. Song Yunxian watches Song Yunjia run out of the house and lightly reminds her. Sister, Dad is not in the People's Hospital, but in Nanding Hospital. Song Yunjia's footsteps suddenly pause, and then she rushes out with her lips biting. Song Yuncheng feels his both hands begin to tremble. After looking at the Song house, Song Yunxian looks at her room on the second floor. But her voice is cold and ordinary without pride. She tells Song Yuncheng like chatting with him. Brother, when I was driven out of the Song family, I told you that I would come back. Song Yunchuan's trembling. His face becomes blue with the sudden change, and he stares at her with horrible death. Song Yunxian, I don't believe my father give you both the Song family and the Song's company. He has lived in the Song family for more than 30 years. He is the only son of Song Yan. Since ancient times, all sons have inherited the family business. So it is impossible for father to choose an illegitimate daughter who has lived in Yuncheng town for more than 10 years to inherit the business. He doesn't think that things should be like this. But the testament in Song Yunchuan's hand is indeed Song Yan's handwriting. Song Yunxian looks at the furious eldest brother, smiles disdainfully, and then touches the retro British-style phone on the table as if there was dust on the phone. She uses his fingers to smear the dust. Her voice is full of deep meaning. Brother, Dad has given you a chance. He waited for you to save him with my elder sister. The whole Song family is yours. Why don't you take out half of it to save Dad? Song Yuncheng, you don't have to tell me this. I was wrong about you. I didn't expect you to have such ambition. Song Yuncheng's eyes are covered with blood. Dad must have been forced to write this suicide note. I'm going to look for Dad. Song Yuncheng nods. Well, you go. I'll be waiting for you in the Song family. Song Yan takes a hard look at her before turning out. The servants of the whole Song family are silent, and they are even more at a loss in the face of the replacement of power in the family. Song Yuncheng does not give any advice to any place in the Song's house. She just sits on the sofa and looks out of the living room window at the sky. She has already gotten the Song family. Next, it's the best time to get rid of those who have harmed her step by step. Although Song Yuncheng has not yet revealed his weakness, the Song changes ownership. Her eldest brother is sure not to bow down. She really doesn't know what he will do. Song Yunjia goes to Nanding Hospital first. Then Song Yuncheng arrives. Song Yan hasn't come to his senses yet. Out of duty, the nurses of Nanding Hospital stop Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng from bothering Song Yan. Miss Song, Mr. Song, the patients haven't come to his senses yet. You can't come in. Let me go. I want to see my father. Song Yunjia wants to rush inside. A nurse couldn't stop her. 2 other nurses come to help. Song Yuncheng is also stopped and can't enter the ward. He is so angry that he shouts out, "Get away!" 3 young nurses are pushed away from the door of the ward. Song Yuncheng pushes the door and bursts in. Song Yunjia pushes away the nurse that blocks her way. The nurse doesn't stand up well and is pushed to the ground. The other 2 nurses come to help her. Are you okay? I'm all right. You inform Dean and Miss Song as soon as possible. Who is Miss Song? A nurse is stunned. The one falling on the ground gets up. Song Yunxian, Child Chu said that when Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia come, if we couldn't stop them, we should inform Miss Song Yunxian. The other 2 nurses understand and quickly go to inform Song Yunxian and Dean. Song Yunchuan's eyes narrow when she receives the call from the hospital. The light in her eyes is cold. She knows what Song Yuncheng would do. Song Yuncheng is going to shake Song Yan up and force him to overturn the will. But she must beat Song Yuncheng. She wants to revenge and no one can stand in her way. If heaven gets in her way, she will destroy the heaven. If earth gets in her way, she will split the earth. Song Yuncheng cannot get in her way. Song Yan has given them the chance, but as children they don't care about their father's life at all. Now why are they dissatisfactory about the result? She gets to the hospital by car and walks into it quickly. When she arrives at the ward, Song Yuncheng is grabbing Song Yan's collar and dragging him up from the bed. Song Yunjia is pushed away by him. Song Yunxian feels sink at heart and her eyes sharpen a little. Pushing the door open, she goes over, grabs Song Yuncheng's collar and slaps him with strength. The slap shocks the people in the ward. Song Yunjia and the doctors and nurses who follow her are also shocked. Song Yuncheng does not expect that someone would give him such a big palm in public, and he unconsciously loosens his fingers. Song Yan falls on the sickbed, panting, and his face begins to pale horribly. His eyes are wide opened, looking at the furious elder son and the powerful youngest daughter, and their figures gradually blur in his diffused pupils. A tear oozes from his eyes. The tear, like a snail, slowly slides down the corner of the eye into the black and white temples. Song Yunxian feels angry. After such a slap, her thin lips are still cold. Hearing Song Yan's rapid breathing, she bends down to check Song Yan's condition. "Dad, are you okay?" Song Yan breathes quickly. His throat sounds suffocating and painful, and his face is covered with a horrible air of death. Her heart has cooled down, and the tremor of her fingertips has been stiffened by her. "Doctor, come and see my father." Doctors and nurses come over quickly. "The patient needs rescue. You go out first. Please, 3 of you go out first." Doctors are busy rescuing the patient and nurses get the people out the ward. There is a flush on his cheek, but his eyes are fierce. After going out the ward, Song Yuncheng stares at Song Yunxian fiercely. "You must have forced Dad to rewrite the will." Song Yunxian raises her eyes and looks solemn and cold. Who is dragging Dad's collar and shouting at him just now, brother? Song Yuncheng clenches his hands into fists and puts them tightly on both sides of his body. He looks at Song Yunchuan's calm and indifferent expression and wants to tear her alive. But he can't do that. Even if he wants to tear her apart to vent his anger, he couldn't do that. Song Yan has admitted that he has voluntarily given 99% of the Song family's inheritance to Song Yunxian. The remaining 1% is just a little as soybean. That's no difference from giving them nothing. They can only live in the Song family until they die. Song Yuncheng begins to hate Song Yan. He doesn't understand why Song Yan does like this. However, when they are in the tense fighting, the doctors in the ward give up the electric shock decadently. The door is opened. The doctor comes out and he shows regret to Song Yunxian. "I'm sorry, but the patient is dead. Please accept my condolences." Song Yunjia squats on the ground powerlessly as if her backbone was pulled out. Her father dies suddenly and her last hope is extinct. Song Yuncheng is still in a rage. His father's death shocks him for a moment. Then he turns around and leaves the hospital quickly. Song Yunchuan's heart seems to have been gouged out by a razor blade. It is painful, but she can breathe. She steps backwards. She slowly leans her shoulders against the wall.
Song Yan dies.
The old man who has always favored his elder daughter dies. She succeeds in getting the Song family. However, she feels a little uncomfortable. Suddenly she remembers the tear from the corners of his eyes before the pupils spread. Song Yan must be very sad. His daughter and son please him just for his inheritance, but they don't really respect and care him. But this is what the world is like. Humanity is killed for the sake of benefit. How much of the affection between parent and children can be retained? She remains still. After leaving the hospital, Song Yuncheng goes to several places before finally getting a telephone number. He dials the number and slowly opens his mouth with a grim look after he hears the voice. "As long as you help me prove that Song Yunxian is the behind-the-scenes person who kidnaps my father, I will help you escape from prison." The person over there is stunned. He hasn't spoken for a long time. The play of the Song family's fighting for property comes to an end with the death of Song Yan. At 11 a.m., the death of Song Yan is announced. The whole Yuncheng city is shocked. The reason for the shock is not the death of Song Yan, but the fact that Song Yan leaves all his property to Song Yunxian at the end of his death. The little girl who is rumored to inherit the Song family succeeds in getting it after rumors and kidnappings. Next come all kinds of trouble and speculation of public. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the news of Song Yan's death and the handover of power are transported across the sea to the United States. Song Yuning, who gets the news abroad, is almost dumb. Her father, Song Yan, is dead. All she does is in vain, and she flees away on charges of kidnapping her father and killing her younger sister. The power of the Song family unexpectedly falls in Song Yunchuan's hand. She feels unbelievable, murmuring, "Isn't Song Yunxian supposed to die? Why is she still alive? Isn't Song Yunxian supposed to be buried for a long time? Why can she inherit the Song family in real life?" She doesn't know the reason. Shuetao is swearing at her and asks her indignantly, "Didn't you say that Song Yunxian has died? How does she inherit the whole Song family? And what are you used for as daughter of Song Yan and Song Yunchuan's second sister?" The letter faxed to her by her people in Yuncheng falls to the ground. Song Yuning says 2 words, "Go back." Shuetao looks at her as if she was a neurologist. "Are you mentally ill? Your sister knows it's you who kidnapped the old man. It's you who want to kill her. She's in the ascendant now, and she's bound to get revenge. Let's go back. If she calls the police, we're all done. If she wants to call the police, it's already reported, but there's no report of Song Yuning kidnapping the old man yet. That means that she doesn't call the police. She's waiting for me to go back. I'm going back." Song Yuning immediately gets up to pack her luggage. Since Song Yunxian does not die and inherits the whole Song family, then she has to go back. Song Yunxian knows so many secrets about her. If she wants her life, she can crush her with one finger. Not to mention the kidnapping, the real identity of the child in her abdomen can make her lose all her reputation. She has to go back to Song Yunxian no matter what plot Song Yunxian has to wait for her. Even if Song Yunxian has not dealt with us now, the Chu family will never let us go. Only Song Yunxian can stop Chu Machin. If you don't want Shue's family to go broke so soon, you should go back immediately and congratulate her on inheriting the Song family. Song Yuning makes the analysis of the situation very clear. We can only stand on the same line with Song Yunxian. Otherwise we will perish very quickly. If you want to live, you must listen to others. Xue Tao does not think so. Gu Changge has been linked with your elder sister Song Yunjia. Why don't we rely on Gu family? But you have planned to depend on the Chu family before. She clearly remembers that Xue Tao wants to depend on the Chu family at the beginning of the struggle for property. Xue Tao and Song Yunchuan's hatred is deeply rooted. Having heard Song Yuning's words, he becomes angry. I have the final say in Xue family. I have decided that Xue will cooperate with Gu, and then that is. It is not your turn to interrupt. Song Yuning looks at him angrily. Xue Tao is upset. Don't look at me like that. You're pregnant. I don't want to beat you all the time. Song Yuning turns around and covers the suitcase severely. Then she drags the suitcase out of the hotel room. Xue Tao scolds her in the back. Her eyes are filled with tears, but she feels frightened. Even if she returns home, she is not sure that Song Yunxian would not deal with her. But if she does not return home, domestic assets would be taken away by Song Yunxian and the Chu family little by little, and even the whole Xue family would collapse. Her child can't lose all before he is born. She must help her child get Xue's family. Song Yunxian appears at the funeral in plain clothes. The media are shut out. People who cooperated with the Song family, made good friends with Song Yan before his death, and are ready to have some contact with the Song family successor arrive in time for the funeral. Song Yuncheng's eyes are covered with red blood. Song Yunjia's face is pale and her eyes are red and swollen with crying. She is unprepared for the sudden death of Song Yan. He left behind a will that really can't be true anymore. The real will that Xiao Tianze has shown to Song Yunjia before becomes meaningless after the appearance of Song Yunchuan's. The old lawyer refuses to interfere in the affairs of the Song family regardless of Song Yuncheng's persuasion. Song Yunjia is disheartened, but Song Yuncheng is unwilling to submit. The funeral hall is quiet, and the melancholy music slowly echoes in the hall. Song Yunxian wears a black knee-length skirt. It deliberately hides her delicate curves and makes her pale and serious. When Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge come over, Song Yunxian looks up at Xiao Tianze's eyes. Xiao Tianze gently comforts her. Yunxian, don't be too sad. Song Yunxian nods and has a look at Changge without any trace. Even attending funerals, Gu Changge is always so beautiful and attractive in her eyes and eyebrows. Gu Changge begins to change after she survived with Gu Changge's heart. Her pure and harmless image fades away, and the enchanting charm hidden inward for decades emerges between the eyebrows. She no longer needs restraint and concealment. She wants to be a woman worthy of Xiao Tianze, even better than Gu Changge. Song Yunxian nods gently and watches Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge bow to Song Yan. In the depth of her eyes, there is a knife-edge-like coldness slipping slowly. Soon she'll send them both into the hell. People coming to mourn are acquaintances of Gu Changge, and many have no cooperation with the Song family, for example, Su Yoyu of the Su family. She hasn't seen Su Yoyu for several days, but Su Yoyu grins when he sees her. You suffer a lot these days. Song Yunxian shakes head and deliberately has a look at Chu Machin in the crowd. My fiancé is here. Is it good for you to come here? I'm here on business, not on private. I think Child Chu can distinguish the public and the private. Song Yunxian nods. Thank you for mourning my father. I gave him anonymous clues to investigate your second sister. Song Yunxian is stunned. Su Yoyu doesn't elaborate but nods. Then I'll go to mourn your father first. When Su Yoyu passes by her, Chu Machin's eyes fall on her. Song Yunxian is somewhat distracted. He glances at Su Yoyu sharply. However, Song Yunjia and Xiao Tianze have left the mourning hall when they are not noticed. Song Yunjia looks at Xiao Tianze with red and swollen eyes. She is sorry. I didn't think Dad would change his mind at the end of his life. I really bother you to do that for me. Xiao Tianzi smiles faintly, but his eyes cross the chrysanthemum wreath and fall on Song Yunxian, who is receiving guests outside. It seems that your sister is not easy to deal with. Song Yunjia has headache. When she hears what he says, she puts eyes on Song Yunxian. Yunxian was kidnapped with father, and they were sent back together. My brother and I suspect that the kidnapping incident is conducted by Song Yunxian herself. The purpose is to take away the legacy. Xiao Tianzi looks around the morning hall and sneers. Where are your young sister Song Yuning and Xue Tao? Song Yunjia frowns and looks somewhat dissatisfied. Yuning and Xue Tao have been busy from the night before. I hear of that Xue Tao's mother is seriously ill and falls into a coma. I and my brother can't contact with them. Xiao Tianzi steps out and says, they have fled. Song Yunjia is stunned. Then she quickly catches up with Xiao Tianzi. Do you mean that it's Yuning who kidnapped young Xuanan father? Xiao Tianzi nods. That's right. Song Yunjia grits her teeth and says, such a fool. Rarely Xiao Tianzi's tone is ironic. You and Song Yuncheng could have totally eliminated Song Yuning, but I can't imagine that you didn't pay the ransom. Song Yunjia's face is paler and more embarrassed. Xiao Tianzi returns to the crowd and stops talking, but his eyes fall on Song Yunxian. Surprisingly, in this Song family, Song Yuning, Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia are busy fighting for the heritage, but only the little sister is the last to gain from the struggle. It's ironic. Song Yuning kidnaps Song Yan, and Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia are reluctant to give up their money. The final result is that Song Yan feels heartbroken and gives the Song family to the little girl who has been suffering with him. But he doesn't think the little girl is so innocent. Song Yunjia feels that she has been set up, so she is indignant. After a few steps in the crowd, she wants to talk to Xiao Tianzi. Xiao Tianzi reminds her, you meet the guests with your little sister. Maybe things will turn around. Song Yunjia is dumb. What do you mean? Xiao Tianzi bends his lips and smiles coolly and softly. Your brother will not give up. There will be a good play today. Song Yunjia follows Xiao Tianzi's advice and goes to meet the guests beside Song Yunxian. But Gu Changge is jealous. Where did you go with Yunjia? We have a word behind the wreath over there. It's not appropriate for you to talk to her alone at her father's funeral. People will judge you. We were also judged when I walked around with you after your sister just died. Gu Changge frowns. She is somewhat annoyed. You are getting bad. She bits her lip and feels proud. She despises the affection between Gu Changge and Xiao Tianzi. After Gu Changge died, such a good man transferred his deep love to her. Song Yunxian has noticed Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changge when Song Yunjia comes over. She asks Song Yunjia strangely, Sister, why does the Miss Changge seem to be very friendly with her brother-in-law? Song Yunjia gives her a cold look and says, you think too much. It's impossible for them to be together. Song Yunjia thinks that Xiao Tianzi could not marry Gu Changge as long as she is sister of Gu Changge. It is not decent if a man marries his wife's sister. And even if it's common in the upper class in private, they will always be rejected by public. She thinks that Xiao Tianzi would not do such an irrational thing. However, Song Yunxian says intentionally, it's not always seen that a man walks around with his sister-in-law after the wife dies. Song Yunjia's fingers are clenched tightly. Song Yunxian turns head and bows to Rong 6, the representative of the Rong family, to mourn. Rong 6 does not speak much because Song Yunjia is here. He just says, Miss Song, don't be too sad. Take care of yourself. He goes over and bows to Song Yan. Then Child Xiao comes over. This young man, who has connection with Song Yunjia, comes to offer condolences. He just has a glance at Song Yunjia. Then he says to Song Yunxian, Miss Song, properly manage the Song family as your father wished. Song Yunxian nods and bows to him. I would appreciate your help. The Xiao family has a cooperative relationship with the Song family, but the Xiao family obviously made a mistake when they bet on Song Yunjia. Now Song Yunjia has been eliminated, and the whole power of the Song family falls into the hands of Song Yunxian. The Xiao family, of course, is going towards their favor, and makes friend with the youngest lady of the Song family. Song Yunjia is angry and her face looks blue. However, at this time Song Yuncheng, who doesn't receive guests, suddenly comes to Song Yunjia and Song Yunxian. Song Yuncheng looks at the doorway without others' notice. Song Yunxian catches his sight. Her expression changes slightly. She turns to go out and Song Yunjia calls her. Yunxian, where are you going? Song Yunxian says lightly, my stomach is a little uncomfortable. Song Yunxiang's face twitches, and there appears a vicious smile. Yunjia, you go with Yunxian and let her come back quickly. Now that she is the master of the Song family, we need her. Song Yunjia does not understand him. She remembers what Xiao Tianzi said just now. She nods and goes out with Song Yunxian. Song Yuncheng alone receives the guests who come to mourn. But at the third guest, the assistant next to him hands him the phone. Song Yuncheng, with a sad face, says sorry to the guests and answers the phone. The guests have to offer condolence first, but at that moment Song Yuncheng suddenly shouts, what are you talking about? All the guests around are shocked by Song Yuncheng, and they look at him. Song Yuncheng's expression changes dramatically. He seems to be surprised by something, and he immediately angrily scolds, who are you? Don't talk nonsense. Yunxian inherits the whole Song family with my father's will. How could she kidnap Dad and force him to write the will? If you talk nonsense again, I will sue you for libel. Yunxian is absolutely impossible to do this kind of treason. The mourners in the mourning hall are all in silence for a moment, and then they begin to talk to each other. Is the kidnapping conducted by the youngest girl of the Song family? It's disgraceful. Does not the Song family teach her something decent? It is so amazing that people in mourning hall keep speculating. The whispers of judging keep flowing into his ears. Song Yunxiang's expression is solemn and serious, and his face is full of anger. In the crowd, Rong 6 comes to Chu Machen. Brother, the waves of the Song family get higher. Chu Machen is calm, and he has a look at Xiao Tianzi standing in a row with him. Xiao Tianzi happens to turn his head and looks over. Xiao Tianzi gives a faint smile as they look at each other. The Song family is only a chess piece, and it has only two choices, relying on the Gu family or relying on the Chu family. Who is the successor of Song family directly determines the choice of this piece. In fact, the confrontation within the Song family is the confrontation between the Gu and Chu family. Song Yuncheng angrily scolds the people he is talking to through the phone, but at last he says, since you are sure that Yunxian kidnaps my father and forces my father to change his will, you have to prove it. There is a burst of booing among the people present. Song Yunxian will be put into prison with evidence. There is no way for her to inherit the Song family. Many people are looking for Song Yunxian, but they only find that Song Yunxian is not in the mourning hall. They wonder if Song Yunxian has left early because her crime is exposed. At this moment, a strong and indifferent voice comes over from the door of the mourning hall, which is not high but people in mourning hall can hear clearly. Brother, since he is sure that I kidnapped father, why don't you ask him to come to me face to face with evidence? It's the best way to find out the truth. As long as he is willing to come face to face with her, it will be clear who is lying. Everyone's eyes are focused on Song Yunchuan's face. Song Yunxian walks straight to Song Yuncheng. Brother, I'm my father's daughter. Father gave me the Song company before he died. I take it over and want to make things clear. I don't want others to question me and tell me what to do. Besides, if they spoil my reputation, they spoil Song's reputation. Let him come. If he can prove that I kidnapped my father and forced him to change his will today, I will throw the rest of my life in prison. If he can't prove it, I will ask him to take some responsibility for his mouth. Song Yunchuan's words are forceful. Song Yuncheng has a slightly embarrassed look on his face. But Yunxian, it will. Song Yunxian looks at Song Yuncheng's generous and hypocritical expression, and gives a cold smile. She says to the public, Brother, I am decent and not afraid of his libel. Everyone is startled. Song Yunxian looks at Song Yuncheng. Brother, ask him to come. I want to take over the Song company decently. Otherwise others will suspect that I have kidnapped father. Song Yuncheng is waiting for her to throw herself into the net. Having heard what Song Yunxian says, Song Yuncheng is very happy. Although Song Yuncheng looks embarrassed, he nods desperately. I will force him to come here. If he frames you, Elle won't forgive him. The role of brother created by Song Yuncheng is perfect. Everyone thinks that he is a good brother who loves his sister. Few people know that Song Yuncheng has planned it for a day and night. Song Yunxian and people in the morning hall are waiting for the person who testifies that Song Yunxian kidnapped her father and forced him to rewrite the will. The man does not break his promise and comes in half an hour, during which people are full with speculation. The man comes in with a bruised face. He walks slowly and looks at Song Yunxian with ferocious eyes as if he wants to eat up Song Yunxian. When Song Yunxian sees his face, she fixes her eyes. Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang bursts into laugh. After having a look at Song Yuncheng, he holds back the evil in his eyes and asks Song Yunxian, Miss Song, you didn't expect that you failed to kill me after stab me with the dagger, did you? There is uproar among the people. Xiao Tianzi and Gu Changge smile. Gu Changge pretends to be surprised. I can't believe that she is so brave though she is young. It's really a pity that she should kill people. People echo her. You may know a person's face but not her mind. She really wastes such a beautiful look. It's heard that she's only 18 years old. How could she do such thing? People seem to conclude that Song Yunxian really wants to kill people, so they begin to condemn her. Song Yunxian straightens up her body and asks Zhang Chang coldly, I did stab you, but did you forget why I stabbed you? Zhang Chang's face is full of anger. Pointing at her, he shouts, Miss Song, I commit a crime that I kidnapped Song Yan. I cannot let you, such a vicious person, get away with murder, though I am put into prison. You instructed me to kidnap Mr. Song. I felt guilty that I wanted to release the old gentleman, but you wanted to kill me. Song Yunxian takes a breath and shows a disdainful smile. Those who make mistakes are used to accusing others first. You have kidnapped people many times. Now you can't kill me, so you are bribed by others. I'm still wondering why the police haven't arrested you. You want to put me down before you are put to prison. Zhang Chang's eyes are fierce, but it soon converges. Song Yunxian looks at him and sighs. I'll show people how you set the black and white converse. Zhang Chang and Song Yuncheng are both in a daze. Song Yunxian asks her servant, Nurse Wang, there is a bag of documents about how my father was injured in my room. Please bring it for me. Well, okay. Nurse Wang obeys Song Yunchuan's orders and hurries away from the morning hall. Xiao Tianzi winks at Gu Changge. Gu Changge quietly leaves and finds her guards. At the same time, Su Youyu and Rong 6 also leave the crowd. Song Yunxian waits for about 3 minutes and takes a folder from a young maid nearby. When she gets the folder, she unconsciously sweeps Xiao Tianzi's face. Xiao Tianzi immediately feels a start in his heart. Song Yunxian opens it and takes out 16 open enlarged photos. This is the wound my father suffered after he was kidnapped. When he escaped from the detention place, he suffered a scar on his back, which was 15 centimeters long. It was scratched by a dagger knife, while Zhang Chang is the one did it. Zhang Chang's eyes become frightening, but his lips are stirred up with a sneer. It's slander. The wound was from you. Song Yunxian smiles and looks at Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang, the 15 centimeters wound is from someone who often uses knife. The forensic doctor has identified it as a cross-cutting skill that only those who has served in Vietnam would master. I am only 18 years old, so I could not have gone to Vietnam for military service. Song Yuncheng's face becomes pale. Song Yunxian hands the picture of the scar on the back of Song Yan to the young maid, and takes another picture. This is the scar on my father's neck. From this scar, it can be seen that someone wanted to strangle him with one hand. Can my hand strangle my father's neck so severely? Song Yunxian raises her small hands to show them to people. Her fingers are delicate and white, slender and weak, and it hardly looks like a hand with such strength. Song Yunxian turns to Zhang Chang and says, Zhang Chang, it's better for you to raise your hands and show them. Zhang Chang's fingers are clenched tightly, and the expression on his face is somber and terrible. At this moment, Rong 6, Su Yoyu and Gu Changge quietly return to the hall. Xiao Tianzi looks at Gu Changge. What's going on? Gu Changge has anger in her eyes. She asks Nurse Wang to get the documents. I send guards to stop her, but Nurse Wang takes the fashion magazine. We are fooled. Xiao Tianzi stares hard at Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian pretends not to see it. Rong 6 comes back to Chu Machen and says in a low voice, Yunxian is very smart. She knows that someone will stop Nurse Wang, so she takes a false document. The guards find they are fooled before we beat them. They are slapped by Gu Changge. Gu Changge's sister is also a vicious role.
Chu Machen's ne.
Rong 6 whispers, when I go out Su Yoyu goes too. Chu Machen's eyes suddenly grow gloomy. Rong 6 teases at him. Besides you, Su Yoyu is also very interested in her. Rong 6 laughs. Chu Machen gives him a cold look. He shuts up. Song Yunxian takes out the 2 pieces of evidence and asks Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang, if you don't want to raise your hands, then what else evidence do you have to prove that I kidnapped my father? Zhang Chang's face is blue. Although you have the ability to confuse black and white, you can deceive all the people present, not us. Song Yunxian guesses that there are other witnesses. Zhang Chang goes on. I have been working honestly. When have I gone to Vietnam? Then you find out the witnesses who can prove that you have been in China, have no criminal record, and have not been to Vietnam. Zhang Chang coldly mocks. Of course I have a witness. I have an old friend called Lu Wei. He is from my hometown. He has always been with me. He knows best whether I have ever been a mercenary soldier. Then invite him to come. Zhang Chang chokes. He's out of town now. He can't come over. Song Yunxian sneer. Then how do you prove yourself? I can call him to prove it. Song Yunxian nods and echoes. Yes, this is also a good way. Zhang Chang wants to dial the phone. Song Yunxian suddenly says, actually, before you dial the phone, I can give you some advice. In addition to your friends, your kid should also know your experience. So let's call your kid. When Zhang Chang hears this, his eyes suddenly change as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. Song Yunxian, however, does not give him a chance to respond, so she says loudly, Miss Zhang, your father testifies that I kidnapped my father and forced him to make a will. You know him better than I do. Why don't you tell me if what your father said is true? Zhang Chang, accompanied by Song Yunxuan's voice, turns his head violently and looks at the people in horror. Even Song Yunxiang, who plans all the things, looks at the crowd in panic. People begin to be quiet. In the silence, a thin 24-year-old girl comes out of the crowd. The girl has a ponytail with long hair. She wears a black women's suit skirt. Her big eyes are filled with hidden tear. When she sees Zhang Chang, she sniffs and cries, Dad! Zhang Chang's heart suddenly shrinks when he hears her, and he is dull and unable to say a word. Is this your daughter? Song Yuncheng asks him. Zhang Chang has a kind of horrible fear, and the eyes of looking at Song Yunxian and the girl become very strange. There is something, but he cannot speak out. Song Yuncheng asks him again. Zhang Chang, is this your daughter? The daughter says, Dad, I'm Amin. Zhang Chang shakes his body for a moment and immediately denies. No, she's not my daughter. Zhang Amin bursts into tears and opens her residence booklet to show around. This is my residence booklet. Zhang Chang stiffens up and shakes his head. No, Amin is not my daughter. Amin is your daughter, Chang. A heavy sigh comes from the door. Following the sighing voice, people see a 40-year-old man standing at the door. The man has dark circles. Zhang Chang's eyelids jump. He could not help shouting, Lu Wei. People instantly confirm that the girl in front of them is indeed Zhang Chang's daughter. Zhang Chang has said that he has a good friend named Lu Wei. Now that Lu Wei has showed up and proved that the girl is indeed his daughter. Naturally, this girl is Zhang Chang's daughter. Liu Wei feels sad. Zhang Chang, we all agreed to stop. How can you be bought up and frame Song Yunxian? Do you still want to kill her? Zhang Chang looks pale. He shakes head and asks him. Lu Wei, we had a deal. You shouldn't say that. Lu Wei persuades him. Yuncheng, we kidnapped Song Yan and wanted to blackmail the Song family. But now Song Yan is dead. Why are you still trapped yourself in muddy water of the Song family? Now we are all going to jail for the rest of our lives. Yuncheng did not expect that things would suddenly change. He turns around and looks at the young girl. Stop taking the nonsense. Zhang Yimin wipes the tears and says, Dad, Mom has died. I refused to use your money for many years because your money is dirty and you have done enough bad things. Now shall you stop and surrender to the police station? Yuncheng feels incredible. How can you say that? Dad, you surrender. Zhang Yimin persuades him. Yuncheng suddenly looks at Song Yunxian and scolds her. You little bitch. You frame me. You let them betray me, don't you? Song Yunxian walks towards him. Yuncheng, this is not my fault. I did not interfere with it. It is the truth. Your friend and your daughter will never lie. You are a bitch. I kill you. Yuncheng suddenly goes mad and pulls out a dagger from his waist. The 20-centimeter-long dagger is shining and dazzling. A sharp arc in the air suddenly cuts off Song Yunchuan's hair. Behind him comes a bang. The skilled knife-waving technique makes the audience present dumbfounded. The bang of a gunshot completely ends Yuncheng's persistence in killing Song Yunxian. A policeman remains in the posture after firing from a distance. Yuncheng falls at Song Yunchuan's feet. Song Yuncheng is too shocked to move. Gu Changge and the female guests are even dumber. Only a few male guests feel chilling when they see Song Yunchuan's cold eyes and Yuncheng lying on the ground. She's only 18. How could she escape from such a perfect but poisonous trap safely? She can also ask the daughter of the criminal to help her. It's not easy. Yuncheng's body at the foot is bleeding with gunshot wounds. Zhang Yimin and Lu Wei are all scared. However, Song Yunxian just stands and squints coldly. He only gets shot when he stops her. How does this shot compare with her deep hatred? She bled a lot more than he did in her previous life. Chu Machen steps out of the crowd. Knowing that she could not be so calm, she steps back weakly, intending to show that she is frightened. However, a pair of powerful hands immediately put her in her arms. Chu Machen's voice comes from her head, and his slender 5 fingers cover her eyes. You have blood phobia, so don't look at it. It's very steady and concerned. It makes Song Yunxian calm down. She embraces his waist with both hands and buries her face in his chest. Her father, Gu Changge, used to cover her eyes in order not to let her see the blood. They all think that she is afraid of blood, so when they cover her eyes, they find the excuse of blood phobia. But in fact, she doesn't have blood phobia. When Gu Changge's legs were cut off, she was already not afraid. When she touched the empty bed where her legs should be, she had nothing to fear. What she feared was that she had no life for revenge. She was silent in Chu Machen's chest. She watches coldly at the end of the play. The thrilling end of this funeral is unique in the whole Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng turns pale. Song Yunjia's heart seems to stop beating. Song Yunxian quietly goes home to rest with Chu Machen. Lu Wei and Zhang Yimin are taken back to do the transcripts. All the follow-up will be done by Song Yuncheng alone. The whole farce is made by him, and of course it could only end with him. Song Yunxian holds forehead on the Bentley, and does not care about the scenery outside the window. Chu Emochan sits with her in the back seat. He holds her in arms, raises hand and gently rubs her forehead. Do you have a headache? It hurts terribly. She whispers. Chu Machen puts the cool thin lips on her forehead. Now that it pains, why not do something relaxing? Song Yunxian smiles melancholy. People have no foresight. There must be immediate worries. Too easy life in Song family is fatal. You don't know which day is your funeral. You have me. Chu Machen's voice is steady and magnetic, just like the most beautiful song Gu Changge has heard in her girlhood. His words quietly crash into her chest and touch her heart. Song Yunxian lies in his arms and gently says, I believe you can support me. However, she never believes that life with Xiao Tianze would make her feel peaceful. There is only death between her and Xiao Tianze. She's alive and she's going to win. Xiao Tianze, on the other hand, is doomed to die and be defeated. She can't stop. It's a good way to be Gu Changge's wife, but it may not be easy as she wants. The Song family is in your hands. Song Yuncheng closes her eyes and seems to obey him. You can rest assured that I will relax for a while. She's going to live a seemingly safe life. The troubles in the Song family will not disappear in such an easy way. Her eldest brother is not easy to deal with. She nestles in Gu Changge's arms. Gu Changge, feeling her tiredness, kisses her hair gently and says, "Come back to our house tonight." Can I refuse? No, he says nothing. Song Yuncheng has no choice but to let the car drive to the house of the Gu family. The old house of the Gu family is silent in the afternoon sunshine. When she gets out of the car, she feels a little dizzy. Gu Changge holds her back. Today my father is at home. Song Yuncheng is somewhat annoyed. You should have told me earlier. I don't have time to prepare gifts. It's okay. Gu Changge holds her shoulder, and his eyes fall on her delicate facial features. But he seems to think of something, so he says again, "If you want to give me a meaningful gift, I have an idea." What is it? She wonders. Gu Changge leans over and puts his lips close to her ears softly. My child. Song Yuncheng feels itchy in ears and thinks that it might not be appropriate to live in Chu's home today. Immediately she turns back. I suddenly think of something's undone. I have to go back. Do it tomorrow. We have got my home. He carries her in his arms and walks to Chu's mansion. Song Yunchuan's body is unstable, so she has to hold his neck with both hands. I really have something to do. After meeting my father, I'll accompany you back. Song Yuncheng doesn't know what to do. She wrinkles two thin eyebrows angrily. But. No but. He carries her into the door, and the servants are stunned to see Gu Changge come back with a girl in his arms. One of them recognizes Song Yuncheng and says, Child Chu and Madam are back. A tender and charming female voice comes over. Amma Chun, don't you want to fool me again? Ma Chun is not married yet. Where is the young lady from? When Song Yuncheng hears it, the soft look in her eyes is gone, and she becomes a little indifferent. It sounds like, not Aunt Chu's voice. The woman's voice comes before her figure. Those who like watching movies will be too familiar with her, because the golden ratio of her 9 heads is well known, and she has been named Film Goddess with her excellent acting skills and Beauty the Entertainment Circle. She appeared on the screen at the early 13 years old. She took off at 14 years old across the country. At the age of 16, he won the laurel of the Film Queen. She marched into Hollywood at 17 years old. At the 18 years old, she became an international star, shining all over the East at the Academy Awards ceremony. When she was 19, she disappeared from the big screen. 7 years later, she entered the business circle. With the savings, she lived a good life in New York. She's 26 years old this year, and she's a God's favorite with talent and appearance. Such a favorite son of God should appear in Gu Changge's family. It really impresses Song Yuncheng. The cold look between Song Yunchuan's eyebrows soon dissipates like a melting fog, and she comes down from Gu Changge with a sigh and retreats her finger. It seems that I shouldn't come today. Gu Changge holds her hand, smiling. No, it's just the right time. Let me introduce. He pulls her a few steps forwards, which surprises the woman. She is Hu Jiahui, the eldest daughter of the Hua family, which is the best friend of the Chu family. Although Song Yuncheng does not look very happy, she nods. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Hu Jiahui frowns at Gu Changge and puts her eyes on Song Yuncheng. She is obviously puzzled. When did you get married, Ma Chun? Gu Changge bends his lips, clasping Song Yunchuan's hand that she wants to take back. This is my fiancée, the little daughter of the Song family, Song Yuncheng. Hu Jiahui probably knows what happened in the Song family. She wants to say something, but she grows up in such a high-class family, and always remembers to keep her demeanor. She has to hold back her words and smiles. Hello, Miss Song. Although they are love enemy, it is not intense as imagined. Hu Jiahui is an elegant and intelligent lady. She is surprised at the first sight of Song Yuncheng. She feels a little empty at the second look. She feels that there is something wrong with the woman's expression at the third look. She makes fragrant butter cookie in the kitchen. The fragrance is overflowing in the air, and she greets Song Yuncheng warmly. Yuncheng Machen, have a taste of my cookies. Song Yuncheng is a little queasy. She hates sweetest thing like butter cookies, but she remains normal and holds back her disgust. It tastes good. She praises it with a little bite. Chu Machen, however, picks a hole in her deliberately. Don't you hate butter cookies the most? Song Yuncheng puts down the cookies and drinks black tea. Recently my taste has changed a little. I don't know what's going on. Chu Machen says. Will a woman's appetite change when she is pregnant? Gu Changge, who is drinking the tea, chokes. Song Yuncheng glares at him. Chu Machen pretends to be natural. Gu Changge puts down her teacup and looks at Song Yuncheng with a pair of peach blossoms eyes full of autumn water. She asks suspiciously, Miss Song, are you pregnant? Song Yuncheng shakes head and says, No. Gu Changge nods with a smile and looks at Chu Machen thoughtfully. We have been friends for many years. I'm busy with my career. We spent a period of time when we were in the United States. I haven't seen him for a long time, and I miss him a lot. What she says is quite meaningful. Song Yuncheng gets that Gu Changge implicitly means that she has dated with Chu Machen in the United States, and was Chu Machen's girlfriend. She smiles as if she couldn't get the meaning of the words. Machen has been popular in women. A few days ago a girl in the entertainment circle was close to Machen, whose name is Yao Mimi. Gu Changge's expression changes slightly when she hears the name. Such a fearless child she is. Song Yuncheng tells her the name of another rival, and turns head to the second floor. Is Uncle Chu at home? Uncle has the habit of taking a lunch break. I don't disturb him. Gu Changge seems to know the Chu family very well. Song Yuncheng lowers her eyelids and nods with a smile. Well, I have to leave. There are still some things at home that I haven't finished. I'll visit Uncle after I finish it. She gets up. Gu Changge pretends to retain her. No, Miss Song, stay longer. Song Yuncheng's eyebrows bend. Thank you for your hospitality. See you next time. She gets up and leaves, and Chu Machen sees her off. Gu Changge also follows her. Chu Machen opens the door for her, and then goes to the driver's seat. Gu Changge looks at the leaving car. Her eyelids jump, and she presses her eyebrows with her fingers painted with bright red nail polish. It's ridiculous that such an insignificant girl wants to fly on a branch to be a phoenix. Gu Changge, who has started her plan since she was 19 years old, has not been able to marry into the Chu family successfully for 7 years. How can such a young girl of the Song family win Chu Machen's heart? It must be joking. Her charming peach blossom eyes narrow, with a malicious needle-like jealousy in them. Song Yuncheng does not speak on the road. She is always silent when she is unhappy. Chu Machen parks by the roadside, reaches out to hold her chin, and turns her face to him. Are you not happy? Song Yuncheng gives him a cold look and pushes his hand away. He leans over. She blocks him with hands in time and coldly warns, Don't touch me. I don't want you to touch me today. Are you jealous? Song Yuncheng takes a breath and turns her head to look out of the window. It's just a little troublesome. Chu Machen spent 10 years in the United States. It's 10 years, the best days of vigor and vitality. How could he be asked to have no interest in women abroad? How could he be harshly demanded that his love history was blank in the past? Even she married Xiao Tianzi. She could not be so harsh to Chu Machen but feels a little sad. Chu Machen grabs her hand with fingers crossed. You don't wear anything I bought for you, rings, bracelets, and... Song Yuncheng takes out the little golden pendant around her neck. I have this. A smile appears on Chu Machen's face. He could not help laughing. I will be always with you. What are you worried about? She sighs and hates herself. Time goes by and things change. You can say that today and tomorrow, but maybe in a few years you will be tired of me. No, Chu Machen's thumb gently rubs the back of her delicate hand. He assures her, I have liked a woman for more than 10 years. Until now it hasn't changed. Song Yuncheng takes back her hand immediately, but Chu Machen catches it. Don't be capricious. The woman you like is not me, but Gu Changge. Aren't you Gu Changge? Song Yuncheng stares at Gu Changge with wide eyes. Her heart seems to jump out from her body. Gu Changge looks at her with a smile. After being shocked, Song Yuncheng drops her eyelids. You are always looking for that unrealistic feeling. I suggest you go to see a psychologist. Gu Changge disagrees. Not necessary. She looks up at him. He moves forward. His lips press against her lips, gently clinging to her lips, and murmurs, I'm addicted to this unrealistic feeling. Her chest jumps. But she has no time to struggle and is overwhelmed by him in the seat. Song Yunchuan's fingers support his chest, but with his gentle kiss they fall. He used to kiss her as hard as he could, as if he was going to eat up her. But now he's very gentle. It's like she falls into a soft dream. His lips are a little chilly. She feels a little uncomfortable when his lips touch her. Her body is gently trying to shrink. He whispers to her, Relax, relax, honey. She relaxes herself with his voice. Looking at his face and hair, she begins to dizzy. Her fingers gently cling to his back. Gu Changge pauses for a moment, and the kiss on her earlobe stops. He supports up his body and looks down at her softly with unprotected expression. Her eyes seem to contain a soft water. She looks at him a little confused, but there is nothing but him in her eyes. He leans over and says in her ear, Say you love me. Song Yuncheng looks at him strangely. He continues to guide her. Well, say you love me. His voice is soft and hoarse. Song Yuncheng bites her lower lip. Once upon a time, Xiao Tianzi has said he loved her. He also said that he would love her wholeheartedly, but he betrayed her relentlessly. So she thinks that the love spoken out is so frivolous and powerless. However, many people fall in love with each other's words like her and Gu Changge. She puts her arms on her eyes, covering the tears that are about to come out of her eyes. She murmurs, I love you. I love you. I hope you can help me, Gu Changge. Forgive me for saying this with a purpose. I want revenge. Gu Changge breathes a sigh of relief after hearing the 3 words. He gently covers her wrist, removes her arm covering her eyes, and kisses her tears at the corners of her eyes. He laughs at her. Just a word. Don't cry, dear. He must have no idea why she cries, she thinks. In Gu Changge's heart, saying I love you is casual for Song Yuncheng. However, he does not know how important it is to her. She wants pure love. But it costs so much. She would never give up revenge for one person. Xiao Tianzi makes her so painful. As long as Xiao Tianzi is still in the Gu's office building, her heart will ache as if a cat was scratching it. The pain that is not fatal but can make people suffer for a lifetime will always annoy her. She cannot fall asleep every day. So as long as she's alive, there's no other way to go than revenge. Gu Changge does not know what to do, so he has to pull her up and wipe little her tear. Her cell phone in her bag suddenly rings. She is startled and opens her eyes. Gu Changge takes out the mobile phone in her bag and looks at the caller display. He hands it to her unpleasantly. Your second sister is back. Song Yuncheng immediately wipes away her tears and reaches for her cell phone. Gu Changge does not pass the mobile phone to her hands, but pulls his hand back and looks at her gravely. Are you still unwilling to give up your second sister? She quickly regains her composure. The Shui family is also a good place to take use of. Gu Changge's eyes are dark. Is it really so interesting to destroy others? You know better than I do. She reaches out and snatches the cell phone from him. Gu Changge indeed has more interests in the annexation of enterprises than Song Yuncheng. Otherwise, the Chu family would not have such a big business. In the business circle, the renewal is so fast that every enterprise is not easy to stand on in such a dangerous situation, not to mention the business groups that can merge other enterprises. Chu family and Gu family, Gu and Yuncheng, are 2 pearls in the business sea. Crises fail to destroy the 2 families. On the contrary, they become stronger. In the final analysis, they are the masters. Gu Changge disapproves of her clear means and goals. She begins to wonder. Don't you want me to grow up? Chu Machen avoids the topic and reminds her, "Answer the phone first." She comes back to the ring and presses the phone's answer button. She does not speak first. Neither does person over there speak. Maybe Song Yuning thinks for a while before she calls her. Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng glances at Chu Machen slightly and finds that he does not look at her. She looks out of the window and answers, "It's me. Thank you for not calling the police."
I'm sorry.
Song Yuning's heart is trembling and her words are unstable. Song Yunxian looks out of the window at the trees and greening plants coldly. "You should say sorry to father. He has passed away. Thank you for looking after the Song family. It's really hard. Song Yunxian frowns and waits for her to speak. She thinks that Song Yuning would want to meet her. Song Yuning asks her uneasily, "Yunxian, there are some things that are not clear on the phone. Can I talk to you face to face?" Yes. Indeed, the Song family has many troubles this time. And it is not only Song Yunxian who needs to clean up the mess. If Song Yuning wants to protect herself, she must go home. As for what to say and how to say when she goes home, it must be sorted out in advance. Otherwise, it will be a real disaster. Song Yunxian nods. Song Yuning immediately says the time and place. Song Yunxian promises she will make the appointment, and Song Yuning is relieved to end the conversation with her. Chu Machen looks at her and takes her cell phone. "Your second sister is not a good woman. If she can kill you for the first time, there might be a second time." Song Yunxian nodded. "I know what you said. Besides, if you do not take the initiative to send her to the police at this time, Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia will say that you conspired with your second sister." She looks at herself at the window and lowers her eyelids. "I'm afraid my brother and sister are not as fast as I am. Sometimes a quick start can turn things around. Compared with the means of Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng, Gu Changge is always better." Chu Machen looks at her reserved and silent expression and shakes his head gently with a smile. "It's so similar that I'm addicted to it." Chu Machen drives her back to the Song family. He accompanies her into the house. The living room of the Song family is silent. Song Yandis. The half of the living person seems to disappear with him. Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia are sitting on the sofa in the living room. They are dressed in plain clothes. After returning home, Song Yunxian says a few words to Chu Machen, and Chu Machen would leave. Song Yuncheng, as usual, politely sends Chu Machen out. Song Yunjia, on the other hand, has been sitting on the sofa in the living room without moving. She hates Chu Machen. Without Chu Machen, how could Song Yunxian occupy the family and the Song enterprise? As long as Song Yunxian is separated from Chu Machen, she will become an isolated waste. She clenches fingers. The servant knows that she must be in a bad mood through her expression. She turns on the TV for her, turns the volume of the LCD TV very low, and puts the remote control on the table in front of her. "Miss, do you watch TV?" The servant disturbs her meditation. She raises her eyes and stares fiercely at the advocating servant. However, when the eyes fall on the LCD TV screen, she is stunned. Subtitles appear on the TV screen. Although the host's voice is very low because of the volume problem, she can hear it clearly. At present, a reporter has accidentally taken a photo of movie queen Hu Jiehui, who has stopped acting, at Yuncheng International Airport. Although Hu Jiehui has disappeared from the public eyes for 7 years, she is still tall and graceful. Her appearance has aroused heated discussion among many netizens on the internet, and even some netizens have burst the news that Hu Jiehui is living in Chu's home in Yuncheng, which arises people's speculations. Speculations? Song Yunjia sneers and suddenly feels much better. Since Hu Jiehui can live in Chu's family, she must have relationships with Chu Machen. Such a beautiful and influential woman is 10 times better than Song Yunxian. How long can Song Yunxian stay beside Chu Machen? She looks at the TV screen with calm look in her eyes. All the bad news for Song Yunxian is good news for her. Maybe she should have an appointment with Hu Jiehui. In case Hu Jiehui doesn't know her little sister and loses the battle, that's not good for her. The report appears in the evening entertainment programs of major TV stations in Yuncheng, and in 3 hours, it wins the first place of online repost. Major internet headlines are photos of Gu Changge returning home. After receiving this news, Song Yuncheng thinks that Gu Changge's influence should not be underestimated. Fancheng magazine has not contacted Song Yuncheng for many days. After Song Yuncheng inherits the Song family, they dare not call Song Yuncheng without permission for fear of causing any trouble. Xiao Hong keeps sending emails to Song Yuncheng's private mailbox, and Xiao Shui also sends more than a dozen. She checks the emails and replies some patiently, and then she calls Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui turns down her volume when she answers the phone. Yuncheng, are you all right? I'm scared to death these days. Song Yuncheng thanks her for caring so much about her, and answers her in a relaxed tone. Don't worry. I'm back safe and sound. Today, when Xiao Tianze and Gu Changge come back, their faces are very ugly. Do you have any trouble on your father's funeral? My eldest brother plays small tricks. Gu Changge says someone dies. Song Yuncheng thinks about it. I should be the one who dies. Xiao Shui stops over there and feels a little chill all over her. Did the man want to kill you on the funeral? That should be his last move, but unfortunately it does not succeed. The whole matter of the thing. You can go to prison with me tomorrow. Although Lu Wei is in prison, I should see him again. Xiao Shui agrees and says something about the magazine before she finishes talking to her. She then dials Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong answers the phone immediately as if she were waiting for it. Miss Song? Miss Yuncheng? Are you all right? She asks her nervously. Song Yuncheng feels warm in her heart, smiles and answers. Mrs. Xiao. I'm fine. Don't worry.
Xiao Hong fil relieved.
That's fine. Song Yuncheng nods. I have read all the mails you sent and I answers all the questions. You read the mail carefully. Recently, the magazine is in the charge of you. I'll take time to read it. I'm happy that you are good. I'll take a good look at the magazine business. Song Yuncheng believes in Xiao Hong, but she says, Thank you. You are welcome, Xiao Hong says with thoughts. I am very happy that Miss Song can become the successor of the Song family. Miss Song just focuses on the business in the Song family. I can handle the affairs of Fancheng magazine. Miss Song can rest assured. Song Yuncheng's eyes bend slightly. She says good night to Xiao Hong before hanging up the phone. Although she gets the Song family, she is still unfamiliar with the internal shareholders of the Song family. Song Yuncheng was in power in the Song company. She is unable to unify all the staff as a newcomer. If she wants to come to power, she has to win over Song Yuncheng's people. Gu Changge doesn't leave when Chu Machen returns home. His father has finished his lunch break and is having afternoon tea. Father Chu is a quiet man. Gu Changge caters his pleasure and makes him refreshments for afternoon tea. She accompanies him and chats with him from time to time. Chu's father likes Gu Changge very much. However, it seems that Chu Machen doesn't like this beautiful and influential woman very much. Chu's father asks about Gu Changge's experience in the United States in recent years. Gu Changge replies him with a quiet smile. When Machen was in the US, it was quite interesting. I was full of motivation for everything, but after Machen left, I lost my mind and wanted to go home as soon as possible. She stops her sight on Chu Machen. Chu's father laughs and turns to look at Chu Machen. Machen, you and Changge have known each other for so many years. You should take her for a good stroll in Yuncheng this time. Gu Changge follows his words, sweetly smiles and says, Although Machen is busy, I still selfishly want him to accompany me for a few days. Chu's father nods and tells his son, You should take good care of Changge while your mother is away from home. Chu Machen should say, Okay, Dad. Gu Changge hears Chu Machen's promise, and the corners of her lips bend beautifully. She is relieved to continue drinking tea. The whole afternoon tea time is warm and easy until Chu's father finishes his tea and goes upstairs. Only Gu Changge and Chu Machen remain at the rattan table. Chu Machen sighs and asks her, Why do you suddenly want to come back? Gu Changge reaches over and holds Chu Machen's back of hand gently. Her eyes are gentle, as if there was a half-life of tenderness hidden in it. When you came back that day, you didn't say you wanted to stay in Yuncheng. I waited for you in the US with all my heart. I thought you would go back after you mourned Gu Changge, but you didn't go back. Can you tell me why? Gu Changge moves her hand away and says in a light tone, "It's just suddenly I don't want to go back." Why? She insists on asking the reason. Gu Changge puts his finger on the imported exquisite bone china teacup. I met a person. Who is she? Hu Jiahui questions. Gu Changge does not speak, but Hu Jiahui suddenly understands. The person you said is Song Yunxian. Gu Changge raises his eyes, a pair of black pupils as dark as an ancient well. Hu Jiahui feels unable to understand. Machen, why do you want to stay for her? Fall in love at the first sight? No, that's ridiculous. I don't believe it. She has known Gu Changge from the early age. She absolutely does not believe that such a cold-hearted person as Gu Changge could fall in love with any woman at the first sight. Except for Gu Changge. When she thinks of Gu Changge, her eyebrows jump and suddenly she remembers the girl's eyes. When she looked at the girl's eyes just now, she felt something wrong. They were full of something as if they had been acquainted with. However, she cannot remember which one has such a look in eyes. Now she suddenly remembers. Gu Changge. She turns to Gu Changge in surprise. You stay because her eyes are like Gu Changge. Gu Changge looks at the expression of surprise on her face and smiles shallowly. Do you also think so? Hu Jiahui realizes she has been being trapped. She always knows that Gu Changge is interested in Gu Changge, but she also knows that Gu Changge could not get Gu Changge all his life. Now there is a girl who looks like Gu Changge. If everyone thinks that the girl's eyes are like Gu Changge's, with the characteristics of Gu Changge, Gu Changge will surely transfer the affection for Gu Changge to this girl. Song Yunchuan's eyes resemble Gu Changge's, so it is not difficult to understand why Gu Changge stays for her. She shakes her head and disapproves of what he says. Although it looks like at the first glance, it's not like at all if you look at it carefully. Machen, you probably miss too much, so you make a mistake. Gu Changge does not argue with her on this issue and nods lightly. Maybe. Hu Jiahui looks at him nodding to identify with her, and relaxes her tight fingers a little. Anyway, Song Yunxian is a special existence for Gu Changge. It would be better to kick the girl away from Gu Changge at once. Otherwise, she can't imagine how deeply Gu Change's mind would be planted on her later. Hu Jiahui calls her home in Harbor City overnight, and entrusts her families to inquire about the detailed information of Song Yunxian. The information is sent to her cell phone, which she holds for half a night without falling asleep. Suddenly it occurs to her that there is also an elder daughter in the Song family, named Song Yunjia. It seems that she has met her several times and has some relations with her. Hu Jiang, the twin sister who advises her, hears of that Gu Changge has an 18-year-old unmarried wife. Her voice becomes sharper, complaining loudly. Sister, what have you done in the US? In the 7 years of not acting, are you not trying to get close to Gu Changge? Why haven't you made it? Machen did not give up on Gu Changge in the 7 years in the US. Not gave up. Hu Jiang screams. When Changge only died a few months later, he fell in love with another girl when he returned home. Do you think he didn't give up Gu Changge? Hu Jiahui frowns and lowers her voice. You don't know. The girl's eyes are almost same as Gu Changge's when looking at people, and what? Hu Jiang asks. Hu Jiahui hesitates for a moment before she opens her lips. In dealing with people and things, she is very similar to Gu Changge, and she does not like what Gu Changge did not like to eat. Hu Jiang feels a little creepy as she listens. What you said is weird. However, Hu Jiang frustrates her and says, in fact, you are not able to get Gu Changge by yourself, so you find such an excuse to cover up your low EQ. Right? A stuffy breath blocks in her chest. The twin sister, whose character is exactly opposite to her calm personality, opens her mouth livelily. Sister, you can ask brother to help you. He has a good relationship with Gu Changge. Huting and I are not in tune. Although he is called brother, Huting and they are half-blooded. He has taken good care of her lively youngest sister for many years, but he is indifferent to her. Hu Jiang persuades her. Sister, you think too much. You have been abroad for a long time, so you feel alienated with brother. Brother has never refused to help with things that are good for Hua family. You marry Chu Machen, which is good for our Hua family. I will talk to him and ask him to fly to see Chu Machen in a few days. Before Hua Jiahui says something, Hua Jiang has hung up the phone. Hua Jiahui stares at the phone in thought. Hua Ting indeed is a good helper. Although they are half-blooded siblings, he is a man of the means. If he comes, it will help her. For better or for worse, they are members of Hua family. He'll take her side. Song Yunxian was going to rest at home for 3 days. However, things are changing rapidly, and in the business field it is also necessary to seize the opportunity to insight into human nature. She has a deep sense of this truth. The next morning, Song Yunxian unexpectedly enters the headquarters of the Song family and lets Song Yuncheng by surprise. Employees in Song's enterprises know that the Song family has changed, and they have previewed the photos of the members of the Song family. They recognize Song Yunxian as soon as she enters the Song's enterprises. A clerk greets her awkwardly. Song. Hello, Miss Song. Well. She smiles and nods. Along the way, she is not strange for the office building of the Songs. Someone calls to inform the company's top managements. Immediately, a middle-aged man with glasses takes the elevator down to pick her up. She smiles at the man, and then he immediately goes up and shakes hands with her briefly. Hello, Miss Song. I am the manager of the personnel department, and my name is Chan Song. Hello, Manager Chan. She nods and steps into the elevator when Chan Song invites her into it. The inner wall of the elevator is as smooth as a mirror. She indeed does not look mature enough, but because of the identity of the little daughter of the Song family, she has thought she would be valued by the Song enterprise. Unexpectedly, the person who is sent to meet the next successor of the Song enterprise from the Song management is nobody with an empty title. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian are Song Yan's right-hand men. It seems that they have made a smooth transition to become right-hand men of Song Yuncheng. These two old guys are really snobbish after having struggled for years in the business field. They think that Song Yunxian is on thin ice, so they don't take her seriously. They're all on Song Yuncheng's side. The elevator reaches the 16th floor and opens with a tinkling sound. She asks Chan Song, "Has my brother come to work today?" "You mean Mr. Song? He is in a meeting right now. He knows you're coming and asks me to pick you up." Song Yunxian nods. "Thank you." A drop of cold sweat comes out on Chan Song's forehead. He feels that Miss Song's words are creepy. He squeezes a smile and says, "You are welcome." Song Yunxian looks around and says, "Since they are in a meeting, where is the conference room?" "Miss Song, it's in the east. Take me to visit." She steps forward. With an embarrassing expression, Chan Song hurries forward and wants to stop her. "Miss Song, this is..." "What?" Her voice is cold and she knows naturally that Chan Song does not want her to go into the conference room. Strictly speaking, although the will has begun to work, the new president is not as valued as the present manager. Song Yuncheng still has no intention of handing over his position in Song's enterprise. That is to say, Song Yuncheng does not want Song Yunxian to enter Song's, nor does he want to leave now. The later Song Yunxian enters the Song enterprise, the easier he will control the Song enterprise. Even if Song Yunxian is president of Song's at that time, it will be easy to override her power. Song Yunxian doesn't want to be a figurehead in Song's whose power being overridden in a foolish way. Although she comes earlier today, the meeting is just in time. She will tell them all who has the final say in Song enterprise. She strides forward. Chan Song urges her anxiously and cautiously. "Miss Song, Mr. Song doesn't like to be disturbed by outsiders when he is in a meeting. Miss Song, can you wait for a while?" Song Yunxian pushes the door of the conference room open and says softly, "Am I still an outsider of the Song enterprise?" Her tone is very cold. Chan Song following her is stunned when asked, and then realizes that he has said something wrong. But it's impossible to remedy it. He just wants to slap himself. There is an instant of silence in the whole conference room. Because of the sudden arrival of Song Yunxian, people sitting on both sides of the oval conference table look straight at the door. They include Song Yuncheng sitting on the seat of the host, and Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian sitting next to Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng does not expect Song Yunxian to come here at this time, looking at Song Yunxian with some surprise and displeasure. Yunxian, why do you come? Oh, I'm just free today, so I come and see. Are you in a meeting? She is coming in as she says. Song Yuncheng gives Chen Song a harsh look. Chen Song immediately steps forward and blocks Song Yunchuan's entry. Miss Song, let's go out first and wait. My brother hasn't driven me out yet. Would you stop me like this, Manager Chen? She speaks innocently. Chen Song's face is immediately covered with an extremely embarrassed look. He turns to look at Song Yuncheng without knowing what to do. Other senior executives present are also looking at Song Yuncheng. It is well known that Song Yunxian inherits the Song enterprise. If he personally drives her out, it would sound ridiculous. Most of them would say that Song Yuncheng wants to rob his sister's power to inherit the Song enterprise. Maybe they will think the accident at the funeral was Song Yuncheng's trick to frame his sister up. People are also afraid of gossips in business circles. Song Yuncheng hesitates for a moment. Zhao Yang with glasses sitting next to Song Yuncheng says gently to remind Song Yuncheng. Yuncheng, let Yunxian come in first. With the door open, the meet cannot continue. Zhou Jian on the other side nods. Yeah. The two elders of the Song enterprise speak like this, so Song Yuncheng would not drive Song Yunxian out. He tells Chen Song, make arrangements for Yunxian to sit down and listen beside. Song Yunxian sweeps the people in the conference room with her eyes and looks at the conference materials on the table. Can I read your conference materials? Song Yuncheng just wants to ask Chen Song to bring another one. Before that, Song Yunxian says, Dad said that if I have a meeting, I should sit between Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhou. Brother, where should I sit? The people present are shocked when they hear what Song Yunxian says. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian have accompanied the Song enterprise for decades, and they have anticipated that the succession of the Song family would be somewhat difficult. However, it is unexpected that the little daughter of the Song family would be so difficult to deal with. Song Yuncheng is holding a meeting on the first day of her arrival. What's more, it is impossible to send her away easily and casually. She knows where she should sit, and she is determined to take her position. Between Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian is Song Yunxiang's seat. But only one person can sit on the seat of the host. Song Yunxian is clearly driving Song Yuncheng away. Song Yuncheng turns livid with rage. All the people present dare not speak a word. Chen Song does not know whether to take the chair at this time. Song Yunxian naturally picks up the conference materials in front of Song Yuncheng. Can I have a look at them, brother? Song Yuncheng doesn't answer, but she has picked it up. Next to them, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian feel that something will go wrong if it continues. They too exchange a glance, and with decades of tacit understanding, they immediately understand each other. Zhao Yang is going to get up and finish the meeting. Although Song Yunxian seems to be absorbed in looking at the conference materials, she knows exactly what Zhao Yang wants to say. Zhao Yang closes the conference materials and is about to open his mouth. Song Yunxian says lightly, Everyone, the meeting has only been held for 1/3. Don't you go on. Zhao Yang adjusts his glasses on the bridge of his nose and says, Yunxian, this meeting can be put off for another day. You come to the company on the first day. I will show you around. Song Yunxian smiles and puts the conference materials in front of Song Yuncheng. Uncle Zhao, you are joking. The company's meeting is more important than showing me around. Besides, if you delay one day, other companies' new products will come to the market one day earlier than ours. With the same function, if our advertisement is not as powerful as others, and the time to market is later, isn't our sale going to be worse? Her remark is sharp and gets the point. It's a real blow. Staff of the propaganda department and the sales department feel that the new successor pierces the cold knife on their head on the first day of her arrival, so their expressions change dramatically. Cunning Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian stops their smile after pretending to be mild. Song Yunxian automatically makes a compromise. It's my first time to attend the meeting. I am still green. Please forgive for my mistakes. I will sit in the empty seat behind and listen. You continue the meeting. Her compromise slightly softens the atmosphere. However, there is still a tense sense of seriousness hanging over the whole meeting. Song Yuncheng has a cold face. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian are no longer as mild as they pretend to be in the beginning. Several executives are speculating which one is more likely to grasp the real power of the Song enterprise, and which one is more likely to be overridden. After all, this girl doesn't look like impolitic. Although Song Yunxian does not say a word anymore. People are nervous and more tired. Only Song Yunxian is clear and relaxed and goes to the company's canteen for lunch after the meeting. The chef in the canteen develops a sharp eye for discovering people. He gives Song Yunxian more pieces of braised pork ribs. Song Yunxian politely thanks him and leaves. Many people in the company canteen whisper about Song Yunxian. Several staff members greet Song Yunxian. Song Yuncheng does not come, but Zhou Jian comes late. When she is almost full, he brings dishes and says, "Can I sit next to you, Yunxian?" "Uncle Zhou, please sit down." Song Yunxian is polite and peaceful. When Song Yan was ill at home, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian often visited him, but they never talked in depth, and each time Song Yuncheng greeted them. Song Yunxian knows exactly what Zhou Jian is going to do. Anyway, she comes to inherit the Song enterprise with a formal will. Although she is not be favored by the staff of the Song enterprise, they still need to send someone here to show respect. She is supposed to be accompanied by her brother, Song Yuncheng, when she has dinner in the canteen. It's likely that Song Yuncheng is furious in the president's office at the moment, and Zhao Yang is there to calm him down. Zhou Jian comes here to see how much she is capable of. She has no intention of letting go of the Song enterprise. Since that she has managed to get the Song enterprise, she would have to remain imperturbable here. "Uncle Zhou, why doesn't my brother come over?" "Your brother and Uncle Zhao are working overtime. I take a little time to accompany you," Zhou Jian says kindly. Song Yunxian is also willing to coordinate with his acting. "My brother has helped my father manage the Song enterprise in recent years. Now my father handed the Song enterprise over to me, so I have to work as hard as my brother." She appears very unpleasant. Zhou Jian is not deceived. He says, "I think you are quite talented. Only taking a glance at the report, you can analyze the situation of the company. I believe in you." Song Yunxian seems to be complacent. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." "Yunxian, I heard of that you had a beauty company before." "Oh, is Uncle Zhou talking about Venus Plastic Surgery Hospital?" Zhou Jian nods. "I can't remember the name clearly." "Right, the Venus." Song Yunxian puts her chopsticks on the table. "In fact, although Venus has always been under my name, the senior managers are on Chu's side. I do not often go there. Now I would like to know more about the Song enterprise." Zhou Jian knows that she doesn't want to give up the Song enterprise. He smiles kindly. "You should learn more from your brother about the Song enterprise." "Of course, Uncle Zhao, and I will also help you." "I will." She nods confidently. Then she has a casual chat with Zhou Jian and has a good time. Song Yunxian does not want to stay in the company in the afternoon. After listening to the whole meeting, she has known well the internal structure and basic core members of the Song enterprise. She also knows clearly where to start. She leaves in the afternoon. Zhou Jian sends her away. As soon as she leaves, his smile disappears at once and he expressionlessly says, "This little daughter is also holding on to the enterprise, but she is too sharp and aggressive. She will make a big mistake, no better than Yuncheng." He takes out his handkerchief to cover his mouth and coughs before entering the office building. As soon as he gets out of the elevator, he goes straight to Song Yuncheng's office. Song Yuncheng is talking to Zhao Yang. "Uncle Zhao, you watch me grow up. It's hard to understand that my father made such a decision before he died, but the Song enterprise can't be destroyed by my sister." Zhao Yang comforts him. "Yuncheng, take it easy." Song Yuncheng also knows that they are cunning and crafty. If there is no profit, they will not help him. He says, "Although my sister might marry Chu family, it is still in the faraway future. Chu Machen is very strange recently. When my father was seriously ill, he intended to swallow up some of the side businesses of the Song enterprise. I really don't know if Chu Machen has ulterior motives in marrying my sister. Zhao Yang frowns and says in a deep voice, "It's true. Gu Changge has died now. The Gu family has just replaced its successor. People are of different minds. The only son of the Chu family has come to Yuncheng to develop. It's sooner or later that the two powers compete." Zhou Jian continues subtly. "Do you mean when Song Yunxian marries to the Chu family, she will make the Song enterprise as a dowry and merge it into the Chu family?" Zhao Yang nods with gloom. "It's not impossible. After all, she's a girl." Zhou Jian retorts. "That's not necessarily without an exception. Gu Changge managed the Gu enterprise well, even she gets married." Zhao Yang looked at him with some regret. "But she died early, and the Gu enterprise will belong to the Shao family sooner or later." Song Yuncheng has succeeded in raising doubts of the two elders. He loses no time to say some words that sway the mind of men. If Song Yunxian really merges the Song enterprise into the Chu enterprise, Chu Machen would certainly replace the old blood of the Song enterprise with his people. A new chief brings in new aides. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian both understand this truth. It does make them doubtful. It is also one of the reasons why they have to help Song Yunxiang. Song Yunxian makes an appointment with Xiao Shui in the afternoon, and they go to Yuncheng prison by car to visit a prisoner. Although the driver is trusted, Xiao Shui still lowers her voice. "Yunxian, you have known things well. Isn't it troublesome to visit a prisoner?" Song Yunxian smiles slightly and answers her with certainty. "It's not. It's true. After all, she has to see what else Lu Wei can tell her." Xiao Shui has heard of the whole thing that happened at the funeral. "How can you see that Zhang Chang's knife-using skills are professionally trained?" she asks with a little fright. Song Yunxian recalls that when she was a teenager, Gu Changge took her to Vietnam to talk about business. They happened to talk about military business and visited their barracks. Coincidentally, she saw them practicing knife-using skills. Nevertheless, she couldn't tell Xiao Shui that she revives in a new guise, so she deceives Xiao Shui. "I have read the books about it before. It should help me today." Xiao Shui claps her chest and says thankfully, "You are lucky. It's a life-saving book. If you didn't expose his real identity at that time, it would be you who are in the prison today." Song Yunxian laughs amusingly. "You're right. If she didn't have a timely response at the funeral, she couldn't wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River." Song Yunxiang's plan is good. Unfortunately, his opponent is not the little girl he sees, but Gu Changge, who has died not long ago. Although Gu Changge is a little younger than Song Yunxiang, she has a wider horizon and more means than him. Xiao Shui could not help but to ask her as they approached the prison, "Yunxian, how did you persuade Zhang Chang's friend and daughter to testify him?" Song Yunxian glances at the driver and says lightly, "Most people tend to be just." Xiao Shui looks at the driver following her eyes. She thinks that Song Yunxian is just talking about the superficial fact. The fact must be much more complicated than that. As long as they see Zhang Chang, they will surely know the truth. Song Yunxian gets off at the gate of the prison, and then enters the prison according to the procedure of visiting prisoners. Xiao Shui keeps Song Yunxian company. When they see Lu Wei looks at Xiao Shui and squints doubtfully. "Who is she?" "Her name is Xiao Shui." "Xiao Shui." Lu Wei immediately calls out, somewhat surprised. "Is she the biological daughter of Xiao Tianzi's foster parents?" Song Yunxian nods. Xiao Shui is surprised. "Yunxian, how does he know? How could this person know the resentment between her and Xiao Tianzi?" Song Yunxian raises her eyelids slightly. "I know that later. Is Zhang Yimin your college classmate?" Xiao Shui nods. Song Yunxian then says, "Zhang Yimin is Zhang Chang's daughter. Zhang Chang wants to kill me." Xiao Shui frowns. "Why does he know me?" Lu Wei sees her finger pointing at him and considers it carefully before he says uneasily, "Zhang Chang has been in prison for 10 years, but I wasn't. I am not a blackmailer but a fighter." Xiao Shui frowns and asks, "Do you know me?" Song Yunxian looks at Lu Wei. Lu Wei's expression and his eyes are complicated. "Xiao Tianzi once asked me to look for you that year." "Look for me." Xiao Shui does not know the reason. Why did he want to find me? Lu Wei says. He asked me to find out if you knew the real cause of your father's death. If you did, I would kill you to close your mouth. Xiao Shui seems to be stunned by his words at once, and opens her mouth slightly. The color fades away from her face. Song Yunchuan's expression is clam. Xiao Tianze is afraid of your revenge. You should be careful, and don't say anything wrong. Or else you are in danger. Xiao Shui's face is pale, and after a while she can react a little. She nods and whispers, I know it. Xiao Shui knows enough about what Xiao Tianze is. Although knowing a lot, some people will give up their guard because of their long-term comfort. However, those who seem to be gentle will seize the opportunity when you give up your guard and give you the last hit. If they indeed do, you will not have the second chance to survive. Xiao Shui may have not been neglected by Xiao Tianze in the Gu family, but she just does not notice it by herself. Gu Changge and Xiao Tianze have been couples for more than 10 years, and they have 2 children. She has always thought that he is a jade without sharp thorns. Later she knows that actually he is a sharp knife. He hides himself well. Because of the limited time for visiting, Lu Wei comes to the point. The reason why I helped you is that I hope to clean myself from crimes. You can rest assured. After you get out of prison, I can give you a job which can afford the rest of your life. Thank you, but Emin. Zhang Emin went to Australia to study a month ago. She may settle down there. I have told Child Chu about that. Lu Wei nods. Please never tell Emin about her father. Although Emin lives with her mother from an early age, Zhang Chang is her father after all. If Emin knew that Zhang Chang is shot dead because of you, she might resent you. Song Yunxian nods and promises him. Xiao Shui notices something wrong. Didn't Zhang Emin appear at the funeral yesterday? That's just a girl who looks like Zhang Emin. Xiao Shui looks at Song Yunxian in surprise. Did you find her in advance? The police didn't found Zhang Chang, so I knew that Zhang Chang might turn back to kill me. I had to find a lifesaver in my hand, but I didn't expect him to appear on the day of the funeral. How about Lu Wei? Zhang Chang has not been arrested, so I privately offered a reward for looking for them. However, I only found Lu Wei, not Zhang Chang. All she did helped her in the end. Otherwise, she wouldn't stand here today. Xiao Shui admires Song Yunchuan's meticulousness. On the way back, she is worried. Yunxian, it has been difficult for you to keep a foothold in the Song family. If you want to fight against Xiao Tianze, there's bound to be more dangerous. Maybe I will get hurt. Xiao Shui turns her head to look at her. Will you help me then? Xiao Shui, I am helping you but also helping myself. Some people, even if you don't harm him, will always come to harm you. Do you understand? Xiao Shui looks at Song Yunchuan's eyes and nods. I understand. Song Yunxian rests her back on the back of the leather chair. Xiao Shui says, Why do you hate Xiao Tianze? He owns me a life. Her tone is full of intense resentment. Xiao Shui does not go on asking. He owns her 2 lives. Xiao Tianze's viciousness is always wrapped in the deepest part of his heart, and can't be seen on the surface. When Song Yunxian first contacted Lu Wei, she did not know that Lu Wei knew Xiao Shui. When Song Yunxian forced Lu Wei to confess if there was anyone else who gave him instructions besides Song Yuning, she mentioned Xiao Tianze. Lu Wei remembered the only entrustment Xiao Tianze had given him and told Song Yunxian. He did not commit any homicide. The most severe crime he committed was kidnapping Song Yunxian and Song Yan. He was cheated by Song Yunxian and spoke out all the truth. Song Yunxian has no intention of instilling hatred into Xiao Shui. She just wants Xiao Shui to have a sober self-protection in the Gu family. Gu Changge and Xiao Tianze are both heartless and vicious, but they pretend to be innocent. If Xiao Shui is cheated by their appearance, it will be a big trouble. She has proved it with blood. Gu Changge and Xiao Tianze are ruthless and greedy. When she returns home in the afternoon, Song Yunjia is packing and moving out all her belongings. Those she cannot move are left in the mansion of the Song family. The workers from the moving company are helping her to move things outside. Song Yunxian is puzzled and asks, Sister, what are you doing? Song Yunjia raises her eyebrows coldly and says indifferently, Father's will is well known. 99% of the property is yours. I can only sleep in the corridor with the 1% shared with Yuncheng and Yuncheng. Sister, I don't mean to drive you out. Song Yunjia glances at her proudly. You don't have to drive me out. I'm not interested in living here. Song Yunxian frowns and looks at the workers of the moving company who are moving things downstairs from the second floor. Sister, you can stay here all your life. I will never drive you out. Really? Song Yunjia disagrees. Song Yunxian says, you are daddy's daughter, so am I. If I can live in this mansion, so can you. It doesn't matter that Song Yunjia moves out, but she just pretends to persuade her to stay. In case Song Yunjia changes her mind in the future and would like to move back, it would make troubles for her. Song Yunjia does not know what Song Yunxian is thinking, but she has her own plan. If she stayed in the mansion of the Song family, she could not hide anything from Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian is able to know what she wants to do just with a few sighs. Just like Yuncheng's plan at the funeral, they could have overthrown Song Yunxian at one stroke, but she noticed the danger first and removed those who are dangerous to her in turn. She moves away from the Song family only to stay away from Song Yunxian, but it does not mean that she will stop fighting with her. Anyway, Song Yuncheng is still at this home. She can know exactly Song Yunchuan's situation just with one call. With the same enemy and for the sake of their common interests, even if they are not born of one mother, they can be united together. Now you are in charge of our family. I still have a job. I don't want to live under others' roof, so you don't have to keep me. Song Yunjia pulls the rod of the packed suitcase and wants to go out. However, just at this moment, a cold and sharp light slides from Song Yunchuan's eyes, and her voice suddenly becomes forceful. Sister, others' roof means that you don't take the mansion of the Song family as your home. In this case, if you go out of this mansion today, then you shall never come back. Yes, she's just going to drive her out of here forever. She blocks her way back. She remembers the deep hatred of taking her heart very well. Song Yunchuan's voice is powerful. Although Song Yunjia has figured out all the ways to deal with her, they are just for the situations in which Song Yunxian keeps her. She never expects that her young sister would mercilessly push her out of the house when she insists on leaving. What's more, Song Yunxian is so ruthless that she couldn't change her attitude. Song Yunjia's face is pale. She puckers up her long eyebrows and blinks her eyes with a little bit fear. Song Yunxian looks at her hopeless appearance and smiles. Sister, if you don't have the determination to leave and never come back, you shouldn't make decisions casually. People should be responsible for their decisions. If you always act in a pretentious manner, even if you are not tired, the spectators will lose their interests on you. Song Yunjia raises her eyes to look at Song Yunxian. She stares at her as if she was going to kill her with eyes. Song Yunxian doesn't care about it. She was really killed in her previous life. Now, how can she be afraid of such eyes that will not cause substantial harm? She bends her soft lips and turns to her room on the second floor. We are still family, sister. Don't be childish. Move it back quickly. I won't laugh at you. On hearing her words, Song Yunjia immediately pulls the suitcase and goes away. Listening to the sound of the suitcase being pulled out, Song Yunxian pauses on the luxurious red carpet and withdraws her smile. Song Yunjia is really spoiled in the Song family. Others just infuriate her on purpose and she leaves away. However, she won't have a good time if she stays. Of course, it would be worse if she left. She doesn't look back, just raising her eyelashes and going to her room. Song Yunjia will not be allowed to step into the gate of the Song family until she dies. Her enemies are about to be removed one by one. It makes her cheerful. Song Yunjia's good life will be over soon. When Song Yunjia pulls the suitcase out, she happens to see Song Yuncheng, who just comes home. Song Yuncheng has seen the workers of the moving company going back and forth before he enters the door. He has thought that Song Yunxian is ordering them to move things in the Song's mansion, but to his surprise, he meets Song Yunjia, who comes out with the suitcase. Song Yuncheng stops the car and gets out of the car quickly. Yunjia, where are you going? Song Yunjia pulls the suitcase forward. She feels so angry that everything in front of her can't be printed in her mind. She just moves forward blindly. Song Yuncheng's appearance and shouting make her subconsciously stop and look back. Seeing that she stops, Song Yuncheng runs quickly towards her and takes a glance at the things in her hands. He says angrily, "What are you doing, moving?" "Brother." Song Yunja calls him almost in tears. Song Yuncheng frowns. "What's going on? Does Yunxian drive you out?" Song Yuncheng clearly remembers that when Song Yan was seriously ill, he and Song Yuning drove Song Yunxian out of the mansion mercilessly. Now every dog has its day. He will get his just desserts very soon. He has thought that after Song Yunxian takes charge of the Song family, she will clean up the people who have hurt her. He even thought that Song Yunxian would drive him out mercilessly. However, why is Song Yunjia the first to be kicked out? Song Yuncheng is confused. When asked, Song Yunjia covers her mouth with hand and cries. She is very sad. Her long black hair falls from her ears. Her white cheeks are transparent and delicate against the sun. Song Yuncheng is a little worried. "Tell me what happened." Song Yunjia raises her eyes and says, "Song Yunxian gets the legacy now and looks down upon us. Such a bitch." Song Yuncheng hears this and immediately concludes that Song Yunxian has driven Song Yunjia out of the mansion. He immediately takes her by the wrist and walks into the mansion. Even if she inherits the Song family, she couldn't drive us out right away. "Come with me. I want to see what she wants to do." Song Yuncheng can clearly analyze the situation. If Song Yunxian can drive Song Yunjia out, he will surely be driven out as well. Song Yunjia can't leave. She must stay in the Song family. Why does the little girl take over the whole Song family? As long as he and Song Yunjia stay at the mansion of the Song family, they can push her down gradually and step on her. Song Yunjia is dragged for 2 steps, but she breaks away from Song Yuncheng. "Brother, I can't go back." Song Yuncheng turns back with eyebrows puckering up and says sternly, "You can only be bullied by Song Yunxian if you give up fighting. This damned girl has gone mad." Seeing that Song Yuncheng is raging, Song Yunjia answers him embarrassedly with her eyebrows folded. "I propose to leave the Song family by myself." Song Yunxian just makes use of the opportunity. "Are you crazy?" Song Yuncheng shouts at her. Song Yunjia is not willing to be scolded by Song Yuncheng like this. She retorts, "What else can I do? If I don't move out, what's the use of staying at home like you? You still have a position in the Song enterprise. How about me? I always work in the hospital. What's the meaning of living in the mansion of the Song family, so far from where I work? Song Yunxian can only suspect that I live here on purpose to spy on her." In fact, Song Yuncheng also wants Song Yunjia to live in the mansion and spy on Song Yunxian. Nowadays, Song Yunjia actually becomes so foolish that she wants to leave. It's not Song Yunxuan's fault to make use of this opportunity to kick her out. It's Song Yunjia who says what she shouldn't say and does what she shouldn't do. Song Yunjia is the one should be to blame. Song Yunjia clenches the suitcase's rod, lowers her eyelashes and sheds a drop of tear. "Brother, hold on. I've decided to leave. I will be laughed at if I go back." "Are you going to live in the apartment?" Song Yuncheng thinks of the apartment that Song Yan gave Song Yunjia before. He nods. "It is good that Dad gave you a house. Otherwise, the situation would be worse now." Song Yunjia raises her eyelids and says, "Brother, I will help you even if I am out of the home." Song Yuncheng is slightly stunned. His eyes meet Song Yunjia's eyes. "You have to drive Song Yunxian out. I don't believe Dad would be willing to give her everything. Dad was just angry with us and did it out of impulse." Song Yunjia grits her teeth and her hatred toward Song Yunxian reaches the extreme. She has been the pearl in Song Yan's palm. When Song Yan was alive, she had never been bullied. Moreover, the person who bullies her is the youngest unimpressive sister. She is furious as if her teeth would be bit to pieces. Song Yuncheng nods. "Don't worry." After getting Song Yuncheng's promise, she has a deep look at the home and turns away. She was born in this mansion and has lived here for decades. She has affection for it, but she has to leave here now. Song Yunxian says that she is acting and she is capricious, so she has no way back. If she goes back, it will become true that she is just conducting a farce and she is capricious. She'll be laughed at to death by others. The only way for her is to leave the Song family. Song Yuncheng watches Song Yunjia get on the car and leave at a distance. The car drives out of the iron door in his view. Suddenly, he feels that the whole family becomes completely strange for him after Song Yunxian comes to power. The development of the situation is moving towards the direction that is unfavorable to him, and Song Yunjia's departure is not a good omen either. He turns back and walks into the home. The furniture in the living room is the same as before. Song Yunxian has no intention of redecorating. In Yuncheng, many successors of rich families in business circles will redecorate the mansion once after the death of the predecessors, according to their preferences. Song Yunxian doesn't have such intention. She even doesn't change the servants at home. Suddenly he wonders what conspiracy his sister has for the Song family. Song Yunxian goes downstairs to have dinner with Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng pulls out the chair for her. Song Yunxian sits down after saying thanks. She still keeps her politeness. Song Yuncheng casually chats with her. How do you feel about the company today? After hearing his question, Song Yunxian can be sure that Song Yuncheng cares much about it. She takes a sip of soup and then raises her head and says, Dad told me to take over the Song enterprise as soon as possible. The quicker I can get to work, the better. Song Yuncheng nods as if he agreed with their father. He was right. You have no working experience in the Song enterprise and know nothing about business management, so you have much to learn. I think so too. She lowers her head to drink soup. The dinner is healthy and the atmosphere is relaxing. After thinking for a while, Song Yuncheng says, Yunxian, why don't you go to business school to study? You can gradually take over the Song enterprise. It's good for you to manage the company with the course guidance of business school. It makes sense. But if I go to business school, I may have less time to go to the company. In this way, when is the best time for me to take over the work? She pretends to have no experience at all. After hearing her words, Song Yuncheng has a plan in mind. Yunxian, you are young and have no experience. Someone may be dissatisfied if you suddenly enter the Song enterprise. You'd better. But I can't start as a small clerk. I should take charge of the Song enterprise according to our dad's will. If our dad were alive, he would think that I'm useless. Song Yuncheng knows that the proposal of starting from the bottom would be rejected by Song Yunxian, so he is unhappy. He pretends to carefully think about it. Yunxian, it is too early for you to enter the enterprise. Our dad just died. Dad said that I must take office as soon as possible after his death, or else there may be trouble. Song Yuncheng should know what she means. Song Yuncheng pauses and says reluctantly, I'll discuss with Uncle Zhao and Uncle Zhou and let you take office. Song Yuncheng may be just fooling her for saying that he would let her take office as soon as possible. Whatever, as long as he says that, she will make him achieve his words. If he doesn't, she will force him to do it. She can force him to resign in numerous ways. She doesn't go to the company in the next few days. Song Yuncheng arranges for her with complaisance to study in the business school in Yuncheng, and he personally takes her to attend several classes. Besides, he brings a large number of materials back to her. She knows that it is just a way of holding her back. She only reads them when she is bored. She has learned these things 10 years ago, and now she doesn't need to learn them. The practical experience from the business is much more useful than books. She is bored, so she finds an excuse to fire Nurse Zhang, who has helped to kick her out. After that, the servants of the Song family get into a panic. Song Yunxian doesn't pick holes in their work anymore. Although she was the head when she was in the Gu family, she didn't have the habit of finding fault with servants. She doesn't have the habit now in the Song family either. But she doesn't want to keep people who make her uncomfortable by her side. Song Yunjia heard of it. Song Yunjia was taken care of by Nurse Zhang from an early age. Nurse Zhang has brought up Song Yunjia and Song Yuncheng, so she is important among all the servants in the Song family. Song Yunxian dismisses her for trivial things. Obviously, she doesn't like her brother and sister. Song Yunjia calls Song Yuncheng and asks him about it. I heard of that Nurse Zhang was fired. What happened? At that time, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian are in his office. They will discuss how to deal with Song Yunxian. Song Yunjia happens to call him. Song Yuncheng wants to show them how vicious his youngest sister is. He motions to Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian to wait for a while, and then tells Song Yunjia about it. Nurse Zhang just broke a glass. Yunxian dismissed her. It's just a glass. Our dad gave her so much money. Can't she afford it? Song Yuncheng sighs. Yunxian said that the glass belonged to Dad. She's lying. Dad's glasses are all thrown away. After Song Yin died, all his tableware was thrown away. Since he had cancer, even after the servants disinfected his tableware, they still felt worried. So they threw away the tableware according to the rules of the Song family before. Song Yuncheng pretends to be helpless. You know Yunchuan's changeable temper now. Whatever she says will always be right. Brother, why didn't you stop her? Nurse Zhang is so old. Where will she live? Song Yuncheng takes the opportunity and says, I also felt sorry for her, so I rented her a house. She can leave after she contacts her son. This is a good expression of his kindness, and through this incident, Song Yunchuan's hypercritical character also impresses Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian say nothing with a look at each other. Song Yuncheng blesses Song Yunjiao in the end. Although Yunxian doesn't allow you to live in the mansion, you should take good care of yourself. I will come to see you when I'm free. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian's expressions change a little. They didn't expect that Song Yunxian would drive Song Yunjia out of the house of the Song family. This little girl is really vicious. Their father just died not long ago, but she drives out her eldest sister. Song Yuncheng knows that reputation is very important to the new successor of an enterprise, so he takes every opportunity to say something bad of Song Yunxian. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian wait for him to put the phone down before looking at him. Song Yuncheng is a little distressed. I'm sorry for my restless family affairs. Zhao Yang sighs and adjusts the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Your youngest sister is difficult to deal with. Song Yuncheng pretends to be tolerant. She is still young, so she is a little bit capricious. However, from what Yunxian said at the company meeting, she's not just capricious, says Zhao Yang. Song Yuncheng also knows that Song Yunchuan's opinions are sharp and to the point. It is not the speech of a wayward girl who has no idea. He is speechless. Zhou Jian continues. Zhao, I had a meal with Yunxian. Although she is a girl with insight, I think she is still young and aggressive. It's a big drawback to be greedy and rash. Especially in the development of a commercial enterprise, if you make sharp and aggressive decisions in all kinds of programs, after considerable achievements at first, the shortcomings will emerge very soon. And it will hurt the whole enterprise. You make up the loss of the 10 years in the next 20 years. The development is still slower than that of other enterprises. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian have followed Song Yin for decades. The enterprise has always developed stably. Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian get old now, so they decide to support a successor who is honest and not so bold. They don't want a rash young successor to destroy the enterprise after decades of stable development. Zhou Jian's meaning is clear to Zhao Yang and also to Song Yuncheng. He pretends to be embarrassed and says, although Yunxian does something inappropriate, my father's will is left to Yunxian, and the Song family is also left to Yunxian. She is the successor of the Song enterprise, so I have no right to say anything. Although the position of the chairman of the board is temporarily vacant and she is incapable to take this position, the position of the president. Zhou Jian suggests, Yuncheng, the chairman can be elected after your father's term of office is over. Anyway, there is still half a year to go. Your uncle Zhao and I can control the situation in this half a year. There will not be any trouble. However, the candidate for the chairman should be determined quickly during this time. Song Yuncheng frowns. It is naturally Yunxian. She said to me the other night that she would like to enter the Song enterprise as soon as possible and wanted a high position. Zhao Yang is not happy. Does she think the high position is so easy to get? Your father became the chairman after fighting for many years. Gu Changge became the chairman at a young age, but she was the president of Gu's enterprise at first at 15 years old. You mean? Song Yuncheng looks at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang adjusts the glasses on the bridge of his nose again, and then says, Your sister is the legal successor. Even if we are willing to help you, we can't do it too obviously. But Yunchuan's character is not suitable for the position. Song Yuncheng still doesn't want Song Yunxian to enter the Song enterprise. He wants them to come up with an idea to keep Song Yunxian away from the gate of the Song enterprise. Zhou Jian, however, earnestly advises him, Yuncheng, although your sister is not suitable to replace your father, the will is written very clearly. If we don't let her take the position, it is usurpation. Do you understand? Song Yuncheng nods. I will quit tomorrow and give the position to Yunxian. Calm down, Yuncheng, Zhao Yang says after having a look at Zhou Jian. You make a compromise and give the position of president to Yunxian, and then you will be the vice president. But Song Yuncheng wants to talk. Zhou Jian explains, when Yunxian came here that day, I had a meal with her. She would not give up easily with the will. If you didn't let her in, she would make the Song enterprise restless and make others laugh at us. So, you have to let her in and make her as the president. Okowo. Song Yuncheng shows his trust in Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian nods, being pleased, and explains to him, Yunxian has no experience and speaks daggers. She must want to make some achievements to prove herself and want us to accept her. However, she can't make any achievement without experience. If you let her in, she will probably make a big mistake in full management. Then you can take back the Song enterprise. In that way, others can only say that she is incapable and doesn't deserve to take over the Song enterprise, don't you think so? Zhou Jian asks him. Song Yuncheng shows a modest smile. Yes, you are right. Old ginger is still hotter than new. It's still possible to kick Song Yunxian out of the Song enterprise. As long as Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian are on his side, there is always a way to drive Song Yunxian out of the Song enterprise. She is having a daydream that she can inherit the Song enterprise. Song Yuncheng is in a good mood after listening to Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian's advice. After chatting with them for a while, Song Yuncheng suddenly says, by the way, there is something wrong in the contract with the Hua enterprise. We need a representative to correct it. Who will go, me or you? Zhao Yang thinks for a moment and says, the Hua enterprise and the Song enterprise have been partners for more than 10 years. There wasn't any problem in the contract before. No matter who goes there, we must be careful in case of the pitfalls in the contract. Song Yuncheng is still worried. So we need a representative of a higher position. It can show our respect for the Hua enterprise, and we can find out the pitfalls of the contract. Zhou Jian nods. You are right. Every time the president or the major shareholder of the Hua enterprise personally sign contract with us. Therefore, only we three can go there. However, Yuncheng, it's not appropriate for you to do it at this moment. He hesitates a little and doesn't know whether he should go on. Zhao Yang goes on. You first find out who will sign the contract with us, the president or the shareholder. If it is a shareholder, either your Uncle Zhou or I can go there. If it is the president, you can ask Yunxian to sign it. Song Yuncheng frowns. Being aware of Zhao Yang's vicious intention, he says, even if I ask Yunxian to take office tomorrow, she is just a rookie without any experience. If there is a trap in the contract, we will suffer much loss and make a big mistake. Zhao Yang interrupts him with a sinister tone. Then we will have a reason to expel her from the Song enterprise. Song Yuncheng has had a general plan. He tells Song Yunjia through the phone who is on her way to an appointment. Song Yuncheng feels strange. Do you go to meet Xiao Tianze again? He is against the relationship between Xiao Tianze and Song Yunjia. If they are still close, even if Xiao Tianze helps him remove Song Yunxian now, someday he will help Song Yunjia get rid of him after all. The Song enterprise can only have one master. If this person is not Song Yunxian, it can only be Song Yuncheng. He doesn't want any accident, and then hands over the Song enterprise to Song Yunjia. Although they have a common enemy, Song Yunxian now, after Song Yunxian is removed, they will fight each other. Song Yuncheng has predicted something, and plans to prevent Song Yunjia from meeting Xiao Tianze. Song Yunjia reassures him, brother, I'm going to see a girlfriend. Gu Changge. Song Yuncheng guesses. Song Yunjia has been obsessed with academic study these years. She only has few friends. If it's not Xiao Tianze, then it's only Gu Changge. Gu Changge has a close relationship with Xiao Tianze. Meeting Gu Changge is an indirect way to meet Xiao Tianze. Song Yunjie says, "It's Hu Jiehui." Song Yuncheng is so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. His brain runs fast and he can roughly get her purpose. Song Yunjie doesn't tell him in detail. She arrives at the coffee shop and finishes the call. "I'm here. I'll talk to you when I am free. Bye." Song Yunjie ends the conversation. Song Yuncheng feels that Song Yunjie can resort to extreme measures so as to remove Song Yunxian. He has heard that Hu Jiehui has returned to China, but he never thinks about that he could make use of her to make Song Yunxian lose her supporters. Hu Jiehui and Chu Machen. If they become a couple, Song Yunxian will naturally be kicked out. When Song Yunjie enters the cafe, Hu Jiehui hasn't arrived yet. Hu Jiehui arrives about 5 minutes later. Celebrities are like this. In order to show that they are noble, busy and their time is valued, they always come late. However, if Song Yunjie thinks the same about Hu Jiehui, she is wrong. Hu Jiehui was thinking about how to find Song Yunjie when she received the call from Song Yunjie. The person whom she is looking for miraculously finds her first, which makes her happy. However, she can't be too obvious. She knows that Song Yunjie must have something to ask for, but she doesn't know what it is. Therefore, she has to inquire about Song Yunxian unintentionally. She has to show that she doesn't value the appointment very much. Being late is just a head-on blow, so that Song Yunjie can exchange everything she knows with her. Although Hu Jiehui is late, Song Yunjie is still friendly. "Hello, Miss Hu." She gets up and reaches out to her. Hu Jiehui smiles gracefully. "Hello." After a brief handshake, Hu Jiehui sits down. A waiter comes here to service them. Hu Jiehui orders a cup of caramel macchiato, and then asks Song Yunjie to order a drink. Song Yunjie says, "A glass of milk, please." Hu Jiehui feels strange. "Do you only want a glass of milk? Recently I have a light diet. After my father died, I have a bad appetite. Too much coffee will hurt my stomach." Song Yunjie's answer makes Hu Jiehui find a sign to extend the topic to Song Yunxian. "Please don't be too sad. Take care of yourself. Thank you for your concern." At first they are very polite. After the waiter severs the drinks, Hu Jiehui asks, "Why do you suddenly want to see me? A few days ago, when I read news about your return to China, I suddenly thought it was a long time since I saw you last time. I want to ask you out for some coffee. Do you remember me, Miss Hu? We met a few times in our childhood. In fact, there are many people who have met several times, but if one of them intends to contact the other, then only a few times of meeting will be the reason for the appointment. For example, Song Yunjie's appointment with Hu Jiehui. Hu Jiehui thinks for a while and suddenly remembers, "It seems that we have met several times, but we seldom meet each other after I go abroad. It's before I was 13 years old." Song Yunjie nods. "You have a good memory. It's my honor that you still remember me after so many years abroad. You can call me Yunjie." Hu Jiehui smiles softly. "You are several years older than me. I remember you as old as Gu Changge. I should call you sister." At the mention of Gu Changge, Song Yunjie's expression suddenly changes. Hu Jiehui pretends not to notice it. Song Yunjie takes a sad look on her face and takes the initiative to grasp the topic. "I still feel a little sad when you mention Changge." Hu Jiehui also restrains her smile and says, "Just call me Jiehui. Jiehui, you seem to have a deep impression on Changge." Song Yunjie looks at Hu Jiehui and wants to see the look in her eyes. Hu Jiehui smiles with a little bitter. "She is an acquaintance of the man I like." Acquaintance is very intriguing. Mostly he likes Gu Changge or secretly likes Gu Changge. And this man, is it Child Chu who makes you fall in love? Song Yunjie asks her tentatively. Hu Jiehui doesn't leave this topic aside but nods. She seems lonely. "Unfortunately, I am not the most important person in Machen's heart." "Are you not the most important?" Song Yunjie feels it strange. She thinks about it and says, "Miss Hu, have you known that my little sister and Child Chu are dating?" Hu Jiehui raises her eyes. "All people in Yuncheng know that." Song Yunjie nods but she says, In fact, not everyone in Yuncheng knows it. Moreover, my sister is not always with him. Sometimes I'm not sure whether they have broken up. Gu Changge's eyes flash with a slight light. Although there is a place for Song Yunxian in Chu Machen's heart, Chu Machen is not necessarily to marry her. Seeing the change in her eyes, Song Yunjia smiles and comforts her. In fact, there is a gap of age between my sister and Child Chu. Besides, my sister is very headstrong and not sensible. Child Chu may not like her for a long time. I think that only you can match Child Chu with such a noble identity and conditions. Gu Changge modestly smiles. Yunjia, you are really joking. I'm not joking. My sister is full of flaws. Only when Child Chu is with her, she shows him the good side, and Child Chu can barely maintain his love for her. Song Yunjia can't help talking about Song Yunxuan's shortcomings. She seems to know Song Yunxian very well, and can't stand her hypocrisy. Gu Changge does not interrupt her. Song Yunjia suddenly feels she says too much and covers her mouth. I'm really sorry. I have been complaining in front of you. You must be bored. No, Gu Changge covers her excitement and drinks coffee. Song Yunxian has so many shortcomings. She is also hypocritical. Except that the expression in her eyes is almost the same as that of Gu Changge. How can she deserve Chu Machen with her shortcomings? As long as Chu Machen knows her true face and her shortcomings, he will definitely hate her. She lowers her head to drink coffee, but Song Yunjia sighs. In fact, we all hope Yunxian can marry Chu Machen, but the Chu family is not an ordinary family. It's an honor for Yunxian to marry Child Chu. Moreover, Yunxian used to live in a small city, and she didn't get much education. Gu Changge is still gentle and peaceful. It is not a fatal shortcoming. She can learn later. Changge, it seems simple. The deep-rooted inferiority in her bones can't be erased. It's not easy to change her nature. I'm afraid that she will make our family shamed. Child Chu likes her. Naturally, he has his reason. Gu Changge is generous and considerate, as if she was not envious at all. Song Yunjia doesn't agree. I think it's better for her not to marry Child Chu in the first place than to divorce him after she gets married. Or else they would be more painful. Gu Changge smiles and doesn't speak again. Finally, Song Yunjia drinks all the milk. She suddenly thinks of something and takes out a notebook from her bag. I've been complaining and almost forget my mission. My colleague and I are your fans. Although you haven't acted for many years, my colleague still wants your autograph, so I ask you out. I can't believe you can come. Could you please give me your autograph? Gu Changge doesn't expect that Song Yunjia asks her out just for an autograph, but she would like to come to this appointment because she gets so much information about Song Yunxian. She takes over the pen, gives Song Yunjia a beautiful autograph and then returns the notebook to her. Song Yunjia leaves first because her cell phone just rings. Gu Changge doesn't leave immediately. After drinking up the cup of coffee in the cafe, she smiles and whispers, Song Yunjia is not a very intelligent person. She says so many things about her family like a madman. And she also tells me everything about her young sister. Then she gets up and leaves. Her slim figure disappears at the entrance of the cafe. However, just behind her seat, Song Yuning has had 3 cups of black coffee. She turns to look at Gu Changge's car out of her view. She says lightly, my elder seems smarter than you. She acts much better than you. Gu Changge met Song Yunjia when they were children. But she doesn't know much about her, so she inevitably is cheated by Song Yunjia's big mouth. In fact, Song Yunjia is also ruthless. She is not an outspoken person. If she speaks without thinking, there must be a plot. Song Yunxian arrives at the appointed time, even 2 minutes earlier. Song Yuning orders grapefruit tea for her in advance. Song Yunxian is not particular about it, but there is no strong feeling in her eyes. Song Yuning feels uneasy and says, Yunxian, the past things. If you really think you are wrong, what you do is more meaningful than what you say. Song Yunxian takes a sip of grapefruit tea peacefully. No special expression. Others probably think that Song Yunxian is having an ordinary date. But no one knows that the woman sitting opposite to her once wanted to kill her. This woman is her own sister. Although they are half-sisters. Song Yuning is interrupted by her words. She is stunned with fingers on the table, head lowering, and her eyes covered by the bangs. No one can know her helpless situation. No one in the Shui family treats her sincerely. Her parents-in-law, her husband, and even the servants treat her with apparent harmony and maliciousness behind her. Her finger on the table curves up with the change of her mood. They scratch a misty trace on the smooth table. Seeing her small movements, Song Yunxian sighs softly and asks her, "Do you support me to take over the Song family?" Song Yuning raises head slightly. Her voice is a little muffled. "I follow father's will. Neither brother nor elder sister supports me." Song Yunxian looks at her disapprovingly. "It doesn't matter if you don't support me either. What if I support you?" Song Yuning raises her head and looks at her with a gambling meaning in her eyes. Song Yunxian smiles quietly. "I promise that you won't lose anything." Of course, as long as Song Yuning is on her side, she will make sure that Song Yuning doesn't lose anything. But if Song Yuning is not, she will get rid of her immediately. She will send Song Yuning to prison in 6 hours. Song Yuning has no other choice. However, Song Yunxian doesn't force her to make a choice. "Sister, I know you don't like me because I have your handle in my hand. What about this?" She takes out a document pouch from her satchel and presses it on the desktop with her thin fingers. "From today on, since that I have inherited the Song family, I don't need to hold your handle. I will give you the picture of your child's biological father, the recording of the conversation between you and Xuetao to frame Yunjia up, and all the evidence that you instructed others to kidnap our dad and want to murder me." Then she pushes it to her. She doesn't show any intention of conspiracy, and there is no any change in her expression. However, what she is thinking is inscrutable. Her expression and eyes won't tell others what she is thinking. The document pouch is slowly pushed to Song Yuning. Looking at it, Song Yuning is hesitating whether to take it. She controls herself so that she would not snatch the document pouch and destroy it immediately. Are all her evidences and weaknesses really in that pouch? She puts her hands under the table, her left hand grasping the right hand that is going to reach out for the document. It is silent all around. Song Yunxian sits opposite to her, looking at her calmly and waiting to see her reaction. Song Yuning presses her hand hard, and her back teeth can't help biting. Seeing her not getting the document, Song Yunxian smiles. "You still don't trust me. Why don't you make decision after you trust me? I don't want to work with someone with disloyalty." Song Yunxian gets up to leave. Song Yuning raises her eyes and stares at her. She doesn't understand why Song Yunxian leaves before she makes a choice. Song Yunxian feels that Song Yuning is looking at her. She stops and tells her in a very light voice, "You don't have to worry about the kidnapping. Zhang Chang and Lu Wei are your scapegoats. The police have stopped investigating who is the mastermind. It is just a simple case of kidnapping and blackmail." After saying that, Song Yunxian leaves. Song Yuning stays in her seat and doesn't move for a long time. The Song family seems calm on the surface, but the waves are still going on. Moreover, it is even more serious than that when Song Yan was alive. Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia think the same way. Song Yunxian gets on an ordinary black Mercedes-Benz SUV. The car doesn't look different from other luxury cars, but the thick tread of the tires and the imported one-way perspective film show that the car is actually valuable. Besides, it has bulletproof glass. She raises her finger, touches the glass on the passenger seat's window and says softly, "Do I still need to sit on the car with bulletproof glass even when I stay with you?" Chu Machin starts the car. His dark eyes look calm and indifferent. He says, "I seldom drive this car since it was bought. Recently I went out with Jiehui. Her identity is special, so I drive it out of the garage." Song Yunxian turns to look at him with a little smile in her eyes. "Really?" Chu Machin nods. "Yes." Song Yunxian fastens the seatbelt and goes to dinner with him. On the way to the restaurant, Chu Machin asks her, "How do you think Song Yuning will choose?" "I don't know. It's hard to predict." He laughs out. "If so, why do you give her the evidence? I've kept eyes on her. If she turns to Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia, I'm afraid that I can't let her go. You have given her all the evidence. What are you threatening her with? Song Yunxian turns her head and looks at him with a smile. I don't think you will believe me like Yuning does, do you? Chu Machen shakes head. I actually want you to be a person who looks the same outside and inside. Song Yunxian chuckles, lowers her eyelashes and says in a light voice, if everyone is like what you think, there will be no cheating. Then Gu Changge would not be killed by Xiao Tianzi. Are you going to send your sister to prison? After she knows that I have no handle to threaten her, if she resolutely chooses Yuncheng and Yunjia, I would not allow her to harm me again. You're waiting for her to come into the trap. Song Yunchuan's long, slender and beautiful eyebrows gently bend up. In fact, I think my sister will choose me. Song Yan is dead. Song Yuning has no one to rely on in the Song family. Song Yuncheng and Song Yunjia have their own plans. They are all busy fighting against Song Yunxian. How can they help Song Yuning stand firmly in the Shui family? Now the Song family belongs to Song Yunxian. Of course, some people may think it's possible to become Song Yuncheng's or Song Yunjia's, but she has only one chance for making a choice. Song Yuning won't be foolish enough to choose neutrality. She has to take the gamble. If she makes the right choice, she will have a place in the Shui family with the help from the Song family. If she is wrong, she will lose her place in the Shui family without the Song family's support. Song Yunxian is thinking about Song Yuning all the way. When they arrive at the dining room, Song Yunxian finds it is a hotel. She looks up at the Yuncheng Business Hotel and turns to look at Chu Machen. Do you want to sleep me when people make wild speculation at you in Huojiahui? Chu Machen gives the key of the car to the waiter and comes to hold her hand.
No.
In fact, I take you to see a man who has been waiting for you for a long time. Song Yunxian frowns slightly and begins to think whom Chu Machen will take her to see. After they enter the hotel, there is a low voice behind them. It's Child Chu with the daughter of the Song family. Will Child Chu sleep her? He has Miss Hor at home. It's inconvenient. He pushes her against the smooth wall of the elevator as soon as Song Yunxian gets into the VIP elevator. She presses her finger on his chest. Gossip is not welcomed at this sensitive moment. Chu Machen holds her slender waist, hooks up his lips and smiles naturally. I don't think so. You've been eccentric recently. She feels uncomfortable. Chu Machen presses her against the bright and clean elevator inner wall. The tip of his nose almost touches hers. He asks her with sexy voice. Are you jealous of Huojiahui? You are kidding me. As soon as she opens mouth, his lips presses against hers. She freezes. Chu Machen leaves her lips without a deep kiss. His eyes are like dark obsidians. He stares at her with a smile. Are you really not jealous? Really? He kisses her again. She grabs his clothes, almost wrinkling the good handmade suit. Chu Machen kisses her deeper this time. She is a little dazzled, leaning against the wall of the elevator. When she hears the tinkle, she suddenly comes back to her senses. Then she pushes him away. Chu Machen presses the button to close the elevator. He presses her against the inner wall of the elevator. Where are you going? It's here. Why not go out? She doesn't want to have anything with him in the elevator. He says, eat something first at the suite. Song Yunxian feels that it is not so simple, and there is something profound in his eyes. Her ears are red, and her white cheeks are flushed. She looks at him with a little angry. Don't you bring me here to see someone? You may not like to see that person. Who? She doesn't know whom she doesn't like to see. It seems that there is no one in the world whom she doesn't want to see. She wants to see Xiao Tianzi, Gu Changge, Song Yunjia, even Song Yuncheng. Although these people will harm her, she is not afraid of them and will not think she won't like to see them. Now, Chu Machen tells her that this person is someone she doesn't want to see. Who is this person? She frowns. Chu Machen holds her in his arms and covers her lips again. She reaches out and pushes him, but he grabs her wrist. She loses strength gradually. When the elevator tinkles and opens, Chu Machen does not want to let her go. His fingers move up from her waist, and the tall body covers her. After kissing her lips, his hot lips begin to move towards her chin and earlobes. The temperature begins to rise. Cough. An awkward cough suddenly comes from outside of the opened elevators. She is startled by the cough and suddenly opens her eyes. There is someone outside the elevator. Who is this person? She is startled by the cough and suddenly opens her eyes. Gu Changge is in panic. He straightens up and holds her to his arms, protecting her without trace. Yuncheng buries her face in his chest. When she was Gu Changge, she was always dignified and never kissed Xiao Tianzi outside her bed. But after being together with Gu Changge, she is no longer so conservative and indifferent to this kind of things as before. She lost her mind when Gu Changge kissed her. What's worse, it is seen by others. She buries her face in Gu Changge's arms and has no time to care who is outside. However, Gu Changge clearly sees the man. The man wears a dark suit with a black shirt inside. He doesn't wear a tie, so it indicates that he is not a prudish person. However, his appearance overturns this idea. He is handsome with profound facial features and calm temperament. When he sees Gu Changge, he jokes, "Long time no see, you seem happy." Gu Changge holds Yuncheng. He lowers eyelashes and sighs. "I thought your sister would pick up Jiehui, but I didn't expect you come here personally. I haven't seen you for a long time, so I want to have a drink with you." He looks at the beauty in his arms with a smile on his face. "She's not like my sister. It's my fiancée." The man nods. "Don't you make an introduction?" "It doesn't seem right now." Then another day. The man doesn't force him. They just say hello briefly and pass by. However, as he passes, Yuncheng raises her head a little, just in time to see the man's eyes. His expression in his eyes is cold as a sword. Yuncheng's heart is slightly shocked for no reason. Who is the man talking with you just now?" Yuncheng asks Gu Changge in a low voice. It's rare that she is so meek. Gu Changge takes her into the suite and explains. "Huating of the Hua family. Hua Jiehui's brother?" Gu Changge nods and asks her, "Do you want to take a bath?" It doesn't matter if you don't want to." He wants to hold her. She slips from his arms. "I would like to." She immediately goes into the bathroom. Gu Changge helplessly shakes head behind her. Yuncheng suddenly remembers that she has heard of the name of Huating before as she walks to the bathroom. However, she doesn't know much about him. Huating is the eldest son of the Hua family in Harbor City. His mother died after giving birth to him. The next year his father married his second wife, who was 6 months pregnant at the time. Then she gave birth to twin sisters, Hua Jiehui and Hua Jiang. Hua Jiehui left home early and entered the entertainment circle, while Hua Jiang has always been in Harbor City. She seems to get along well with Huating. The Gu family has been in Yuncheng for many years. It has cooperative relations with some enterprises in Harbor City, except the Hua family. So she feels unfamiliar to the Hua family. The Hua family has a big shipbuilding industry in Harbor City. Later, it develops shipping industry and buys the sea routes in Southeast Asia. It is one of the top 3 richest families in Harbor City. With such a background, Hua Jiehui is indeed the right match for Gu Changge. Huating should not just want to have a drink with Gu Changge. Maybe he will help his sister with her marriage. Now Huating should dislike her because of the scene in the elevator just now. His sister might marry into the Gu family without her. She thinks it is interesting. After shower, she goes out of the bathroom with a white bathrobe and a big towel wrapping her hair. Gu Changge is on the phone outside. He smiles at her when seeing her come out. Then he ends the conversation, unbuttons his shirt and walks towards her. She raises her hand and wraps her collars. She lowers eyes as he comes. "Why don't you look at me?" His breath is blowing on her cheek. Her heart begins to beat faster, and her fine eyebrows curve. Gu Changge raises his hand. She is a little uneasy and tries to step back. Gu Changge takes down the big towel from her head. Her hair falls down, messily covering her delicate white cheeks. "You!" His face is close to her. She huddles up, still uneasy. Gu Changge pinches her lower jaw and makes her raise head. "You should look at me now." Song Yuncheng looks at him, without that kind of charming affection in her eyes, but with some calmness. You have no such experience, don't you? Song Yunchuan's lips move, but she doesn't say anything. She has experience but not in this body. She used to be different from all women when she was in the Gu family. They look after their husbands and teach their children. In order to please their husbands, they have to keep beautiful and bright with so many skills. Gu Changge didn't take staying with her husband as the only thing in her world. She didn't take her husband as her sky. Her sky was the Gu Enterprise. It was left by Gu Changge. So when Xiao Tianzi betrayed her, she didn't feel the sky falling down. But when the Gu Enterprise was taken away by Xiao Tianzi, and she was killed, her world was really ruined. It was then that she got mad and angry. Now looking back, was she wrong at that time? Should she spend more time on her husband? She was slightly distracted. Chu Machen notices it sensitively. He grasps her wrist and pulls her to his arms. His body closely touches hers. What are you thinking? No. Are you thinking about other men? He is really sensitive. Song Yunxian raises her eyes, seeing Chu Machen staring at her like a hawk. She lowers her eyelashes. I just want to know if I'm not normal. Chu Machen is stunned and frowns. Why? Song Yunchuan's eyelashes tremble like the vibrating wings of a butterfly. She is tangled. Well, it seems that I put too much emphasis on work. Indeed, are you going to make a change? But I don't like anything more than work. Chu Machen looks at her and he squints painfully. Don't you like me? She looks up at him. How do you want me to answer you? I don't know. Chu Machen releases her wrist and turns back to the bathroom. I'll take a bath. Song Yunxian nods and looks at Chu Machen's figure. She thinks that maybe she makes him upset. Or maybe Chu Machen feels that she is bored. After all, man always wants woman to be submissive as a bird staying beside him. However, she has never been like this. The Gu family makes her strong. Then she becomes ruthless and cold like steel. Especially after Xiao Tianzi's betrayal, she feels that what she likes doesn't matter at all. However, Chu Machen asked her to say that she loves him. Maybe she should say that. Only he stands on her side and doesn't hurt her. What does it matter to say that she loves him? She cannot speak it out. She stands there letting the water drop from her hair, but doesn't move for a long time. She withdraws her fingers, form the lapel of the bathrobe and puts her hands on the knot in the belt. Then she unfastens it with a pull. The bathrobe is unfastened. She raises her eyelids with black eyelashes up, eyes as indifferent as ever. She goes to the bathroom. The bathrobe on her shoulders slips down with a flick. She opens the bathroom door. Then she walks in. Chu Machen is wearing bathrobe after shower. He is surprised seeing her come in. He frowns and strides to pick her up. He goes out and puts her on the big bed. She lies still, waiting for him to press on. However, after a long time, what she gets is that Chu Machen wraps her with a thin quilt. She turns to look at Chu Machen. Why? Don't you like it? I think it abnormal that you are so eager to throw yourself on me. I don't. Then what are you thinking about? Song Yunxian is a little weak. Nothing. He ties the waistband of his bathrobe, sits beside the bed and wipes the drops of water on her hair with a large towel. Do you have a fever or are you in the period? She lowers her eyelashes and says, I feel that if I lack a sense of romance, one day you will also hurt me. She will feel very sad. If Chu Machen becomes a man like Xiao Tianzi, no man will hurt a woman because of that. Chu Machen explains to her patiently. She turns to him and asks, what if someone really does? He thinks about it and replies, maybe he doesn't like her from the beginning, or what? Psychopaths. Poof. Song Yunxian bursts out laughing. Seeing her laugh, Chu Machen slightly bends lips. You are just good. I like what you are. Are you proving that you're not a psychopathic? No, he says, shaking his head and looking at her. It also proves that I am sincere and loyal to you. Maybe all the women in the world like men to say sweet words. After laughing, Song Yunxian looks at Chu Machen seriously. In fact, Chu Machen is very beautiful. But it's not that kind of effeminate beauty. His figure line is cold and sharp, so he looks steady and heroic. She used to like the elegant man like Xiao Tianzi. Chu Machen's deep and calm temperament cannot touch her. Now with more contact, she feels that Chu Machen is not always so cold. He can be gentle too. He can gently please her and gently kiss her. She takes her arms out of the quilt, leans forward slightly, and then puts her lips to his. Like a bird, she kisses him gently on the corner of his lips. Chu Machen slightly withdraws his smile and looks at her with a little surprise. But she moves forward and kisses his lips again. Chu Machen stretches out his hands. She reaches for his hands and clasps them. Can you feel that I like you? Chu Machen looks down at her fingers and says, if you continue to seduce me, I may do something that makes you cry. No, unless you hurt me on purpose. Her eyes are pure. Chu Machen moves forward and puts her gently on the soft bed. Sometimes I don't hurt you on purpose. I just can't help. It is 4 o'clock the next morning when Song Yunxian wakes up. She sleeps too much, so her mind is not very clear. She raises her hand and supports her forehead before she gets up. There is no one beside her. Chu Machen doesn't like oversleeping. She doesn't like sleeping till dawn either. She puts on the bathrobe to take a bath in the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Chu Machen is not there. She thinks he may have gone out early. But it's only 4 o'clock in the morning. It's too early. After taking a bath, she sits on the sofa for a while. There are 2 missed calls and 2 messages on her mobile phone. One is sent by people who spies on Song Yuning. The other is sent by Song Yuning herself. And those 2 calls, one is from Song Yuning, the other is from people spying on Song Yuning. It seems that both of them couldn't contact her, so they sent her messages. The content of the message is within her expectation. Song Yuning is willing to stand on her side. Turning off the mobile phone, she raises her lips. That's just right. She needs help, though Song Yuning once wanted to hurt her. Although there is a saying that disloyal for once, never use for 100 times, her experience over the years tells her that there is no permanent enemy or friend in the business circle. There is only the permanent interest. Since Song Yuning is useful to her, why doesn't she use her? She stretches her hands to hold the collar of her bathrobe together and turns to look at the night outside the window. Thoughts fly. Tick-tock. The night outside the window fades. The dark blue sky gradually turns into light blue, and then turns bright gradually. At 6 o'clock the door is opened. Chu Machen steps in quietly. Song Yunxian keeps eyes on him. He finds it when he closes the door and looks back. Oh, you have woken up. Yes. She answers. Although the quality of her sleep has been much better recently, it is still not the same as that of most normal people. She has the dream, the last tragic death. As long as she closes her eyes, the demon of mind would emerge. She is afraid that she would cry out when asleep, so she couldn't fall asleep. The quality of her sleep has also been poor. Chu Machen changes a suit, and it's still a dark suit as usual. The shirt is white without tie, and the 2 buttons on the neckline are untied. She sees his skin behind his collar, and even his collarbone when he leans down. Her cheeks are a little hot when she thinks about last night. Where have you been? Hua Ting also lives in this hotel. He asks me out for a drink at 2 o'clock. At a nightclub? Come on. How can I go there after you fall asleep? Song Yunxian reaches for his suit and puts apart the 2 sides. She gets close to his chest and smells it. What? Can you smell the perfume? Song Yunxian lies in the sofa lazily. She was a little bit more energetic just now, but now she is totally out of spirits again. Well, it's just the taste of vodka. Chu Machen holds her in arms. Today I will take you to see someone. The man you asked me to see yesterday? She thinks of what Chu Machen has told her yesterday. Chu Machen nods. We'll go after breakfast, or else he would go back today. Song Yunxian raises her head suspiciously. Who is he? He actually puts on airs like this. Chu Machen lightly shaves her cheek with his thumb. It seems that he likes her smooth and tender cheek very much. You will know after seeing him with me. Song Yunxian lowers her eyelashes. Her long eyelashes cover the look in her eyes. She seems to agree and nods gently. After having breakfast with Gu Changge, she goes to see the man in the hotel suit mentioned by Gu Changge. After entering the door, she finds he is an old man. He is thin, darker than the local people, and his eyes are muddy. He looks more than 70 years old. Yuncheng turns her head and looks at Gu Changge suspiciously. Who is this gentleman? Gu Changge embraces her to come over. A fortune teller from Thailand. Yuncheng's look in her eyes becomes cold and she stops. What does he come for? A few days ago my cousin gave birth to a son. I invited the old man here and tell fortune. When I was a child he once felt my bones. So I invited him to stay for a few days. In fact, Gu Changge has kept this old man for a period, and he specially invited him here for Yuncheng. Yuncheng stops and doesn't move forward, which makes Gu Changge feel strange. What's the matter? My Song family is not superstitious. Darling, let the old man have a look. He is very divine. He also saw the feng shui of the old house of the Chu family when I was a child. Of course, Yuncheng knows that the old man has seen Chu's house, and recognizes that the old man also touched her bones before, and he is indeed divine. Gu Changge followed the old man's advice, and repaired the swimming pool that circulates the living water 24 hours a day for Gu Changge in Gu's mansion. She doesn't want to be close to him. Gu Changge holds her shoulder and says, I heard that your father saw a ghost in the hospital and you were there. What do you suspect? Her eyes are sharp and cold. Seeing her become cold, Gu Changge smiles and comforts her gently. I'm just afraid that you are touched by the ghost and your luck will be ruined. Yuncheng looks at the fortune teller. She becomes a little calmer. She goes forward. The old man is very old, but he has a good ear. When he hears the sound of her steps, he puts his eyes on her. When she looks at the old man's eyes, he narrows his eyes. Yuncheng, accompanied by Gu Changge, sits opposite to the old man. It's really strange for her to borrow the corpse to return her soul, but she doesn't believe that the old man can really see something by his wonderful foresight. After all, it's supernatural. He says something. The translator standing next to the old man immediately says politely, Miss Song, please put your hand out. Yuncheng puts out her hand and looks at the old man coldly. The old man does not really touch her bones, but drops his eyes, looks carefully at the palms of her hand, and then turns to find something to wipe his eyes. The old man doesn't have any extra words in the whole process, and he doesn't show any surprise. Yuncheng is sure that the old man can't see anything. Gu Changge gently says, How about my fiancé's luck recently? The old man says something. The translator smiles and says, He says that Miss Song would be promoted step by step. Yuncheng narrows her eyes slightly. Of course she'll be promoted. She has gotten the Song Enterprise. Although Yuncheng refuses to hand over the position, she can manage to take office as soon as possible. The old man is right. But then the old man says something more. The smile on the translator's face disappears, and she also lowers her voice slightly. But he says that although Miss Song has good fortune recently, she should be careful that there are villains in the way. Yuncheng nods. The old man just says these, shakes his head and says nothing more. Seeing that the old man can't tell anything meaningful, Yuncheng gets up and leaves with Gu Changge. Yuncheng blames him. Why didn't you tell me last night that I come here just for this fortune teller? Gu Changge smiles. I am afraid that if I told you last night, you would be uneasy. There is nothing to be afraid of. Is Gu Changge suspecting that she is haunted by the ghost? She looks at Gu Changge with anxiety. Gu Changge looks at her and asks her, What? Do you believe in the rumor and doubt that I am a ghost? Gu Changge couldn't help laughing. There is no ghost in such a developed society. You think too much. Yuncheng yawns when she hears that. Gu Changge sees that she is a little tired and asks her with concern, You get up too early this morning. Do you want to go back and get some sleep? All right, she says naturally. After sending her back, Gu Changge returns to the old man's room with heavy look in his eyes. The old man hears the sound of his opening the door, and he struggles to get up from the sofa. Gu Changge comes to help him. Do not move. The translator's face is a little pale. She turns to look at Gu Changge. Child Chu, after you left, the old man asks me to call you, insisting on meeting you. What's the matter? Gu Changge feels something wrong. The translator translates Gu Changge's question to the old man, who says something in Thai that Gu Changge doesn't quite understand. The female translator carefully organizes the language and says, he says that the girl you just brought is not suitable for marriage. Gu Changge is stunned and frowns. The reason? The old man seems to understand what Gu Changge says and says a lot to Gu Changge. Gu Changge could only understand a few words. After listening to the old man patiently, the translator turns to Gu Changge. He says that from the girl's palm prints she has a good fortune, but her life is short and she is not able to stay with you for a long time. Gu Changge's eyes become more and more dark, and his lips becomes a straight line. For a long time Gu Changge does not speak. The old man is still talking, and the translator constantly translates it to him. The girl has manly heart and nature. She probably died with deep hatred in the last life, so now she keeps the hostility and combativeness. As long as the girl gets revenge, she will die immediately.
Gu Changge phèo sang.
After a long time he says, is there any way to tackle it? The old man then asks the translator to translate. He says 25 years ago, he has seen such a lucky person with short life, who was Gu Changge from Yuncheng. Although her father tried his best to save her, she still could not live to be 32 years old. This girl has the same fate as her. If I build a big pool for her. The old man said that Miss Song is different from Gu Changge. Gu Changge was just a girl of short life, but Miss Song was born to revenge. Her disaster is a big revenge, and this big revenge is about her life. As long as she revenges, she would die. This disaster can't be got rid of, unless she can't revenge all her life. Gu Changge feels what the old man says is mysterious, but he believes in it with uncertainty. Gu's big swimming pool was indeed built for Gu Changge, and Gu Changge did not live long. So, in order to make Song Yuncheng live long, is it necessary for him to listen to what the fortune teller says and prevent her from getting higher position and taking revenge? When Song Yuncheng wakes up, Gu Changge is watching her carefully with hands supporting his head. She is stunned. Being so close to Gu Changge's face makes her heart jump. Rubbing her eyes, she pretends not to wake up completely and asks, what time is it? Around 6 in the evening. Gu Changge calmly replies to her. She is shocked. Do I sleep so long? You've had a good sleep recently. You can fall asleep without psychotropic drugs. Congratulations. Gu Changge teases her, and at the same time raises his hand to touch her cheek, and then pushes the long hair hanging from her cheek to the back of her ear. He is very gentle, making her feel that she is deeply loved. However, just when Gu Changge looks at her so attentively, Xiao Tian's face appears before her eyes. Many years ago, when she was pregnant with Gu Yi, Xiao Tianzi was so gentle and focused, looking at her gently with warm light. The tenderness seems to melt people's heart. However, what happened then? She could not help but drop her eyelashes and raise corners of her lips with mock. What happened later was disgusting. Xiao Tianzi is a more skilled actor than the movie king. He can get out from the deep emotion easily as he wishes. However, she thinks it really funny when Xiao Tianzi looks at people with deep feeling. How on earth could he do that? He sees the curve of her lips and asks her, what are you laughing at? She raises her eyes. The beautiful eyes are as black as ink. The bright pupils in her eyes make Gu Changge look at her more attentively. All of a sudden, she falls in love with him, gently, cautiously and sincerely draws close to him, and then puts her lips on his lips. Her eyelashes are thick and black and they shiver a few times. The temperature of her lips reaches the bottom of Gu Changge's heart. She takes the initiative to kiss Gu Changge so abnormally, but he doesn't control the initiative right away. Instead, he gently holds her cheek and slowly inserts his slender fingers into her hair, which is as smooth as the best silk in the world. When he put his fingers in, he could comb her hair to the end. However, he gently holds the backside of her head and lets her press on his lips, unable to escape immediately. Song Yuncheng kisses his lips, tentatively and clumsily. Gu Changge tyrannically and patiently presses her lips, deepens the kiss and guides her. Gu Changge holds the back of her waist and pulls her to his arms. Song Yuncheng cannot breathe with the kiss. He releases her. She puts her chin on his shoulder, her arms around his neck, draws closer to him with an unprecedented intimacy, and whispers in his ear, "Don't hurt me at any time, will you?" Gu Changge hugs her waist and holds her tightly in his arms. "What if I hurt you by accident?" She chuckles lightly. "What kind of situation are you talking about?" Gu Changge kisses her earlobe. "You guess." She blinks. Her eyes are as bright and peaceful as numerous stars. Her long eyelashes hang down quietly, and a quiet and beautiful light is brewing in her eyes, like a still water under the moon. "If it is the case last night, I'll forgive you at my discretion. What if it's something else?" He puts his hand on her back and touches her butterfly bone, feeling that although she is cold in nature, she is so delicate. He holds her in his arms and wants to cherish her with all his heart. But nothing else could hurt me. Gu Changge smiles and lowers his eyes. Song Yuncheng is very strong like Gu Changge. Her body may be destroyed, but her mind will never be. "Which part of you is the strongest?" "Heart," she says without thinking. Maybe she thinks her answer is too brief, so she explains to him. But maybe heart is also the most fragile. She leaves his arms, raises her eyes and looks at him. The corner of her lips bend. "Why are you looking for my weakness and then you want to hurt me?" Gu Changge shakes his head, puts his forehead against her forehead and looks at her eyes seriously. "I want to avoid hurting you." Song Yuncheng couldn't help but smile with happiness. "If you hurt me, I will leave you." Gu Changge lowers his eyes and smiles softly, but he puts his hand on her waist. With a turnaround, he presses her under his body. There is a slightly bad smile in his eyes. He, so handsome, faces her and laughs. "I would like to see what you will do." Her beautiful eyebrows wrinkle, her cheeks turn red, and she reaches out to push him shamefully. "You." The kiss blocks all the refusals. Her hand pushing his chest is firmly grasped by him. His fingers are so good-looking that they make her feel at ease and indulged when they clasp. Her hair twists on the white sheet. The night becomes bewitching and intoxicating. When Xiao Shui arrives at Fanqing magazine, there is already a big shot waiting in the magazine. Of course, her appearance has made the male staff long for love. Looking at her side face at a distance, some people even begin to imagine how beautiful her eyes and nose are. And the female staff have come together to discuss which part of her face is made by plastic surgery. When Xiao Shui walks in, two female workers in the tea room are arguing about whether she has surgery in her canthus. Xiao Shui looks at the woman over there for a moment and suddenly cuts in. "The eyes are second, but I think her chin is very delicate, not the assembly line product of the cosmetic hospital." The two female workers who are discussing her eyes immediately stop and turn their heads to look at Xiao Shui in astonishment. Xiao Shui turns around and asks, "By the way, who is she waiting for?" "Oh, she's been waiting since we started work in the morning. She specially looks for our president." Xiao Shui feels strange. "Mrs. Xiao is here, right?" The two female workers lower their voices. "This is an expert. She is waiting for Miss Yuncheng." Xiao Shui's heart sinks slightly. Does she come here to make trouble? She doesn't speak anymore. She walks quickly and goes straight into the waiting room. When the woman in the waiting room hears the door open, she turns around and stands up excitedly. "Yun, who are you?" Xiao Shui is a little surprised to see her. "Miss Yao Mimi?" The woman standing opposite to Xiao Shui has big black wavy hair. Her eyes and nose are not very special, but her chin and face are rare in the entertainment circle, making people feel that she is very beautiful at a glance. She is wearing a military green windbreaker with a small white shirt inside. She has slender legs and wears a pair of black leather shoes. This dress is really not glamorous. It doesn't look like her usual style. Xiao Shui looks at her curiously from top to bottom and asks her suspiciously, "Miss Yao, what do you come for?" Yao Mimi immediately says with tears in her eyes, "Anyway, Please let Song Yunxian come to see me. I have something important to tell her face to face. Have you talked to Mrs. Xiao? Xiao Shui looks at her and asks. Yao Mimi nods. But Mrs. Xiao hasn't got in touch with Song Yunxian yet. Yunxian is my boss and we are also very good friends. Why don't you tell me? I will convey your words to her. Xiao Shui has no idea why Yao Mimi comes here. Yao Mimi's fingers curl up and she sits down on the chair beside her. It can't be told by others. I want to meet Song Yunxian personally. Please tell her. Yao Mimi is very stubborn. Xiao Shui shakes her head and says, Miss Xiao is going to call her. Please wait here for a while. After saying that, she wants to go out. Since Xiao Hong has seen Yao Mimi, she will tell Yunxian that Yao is looking for her. Yunxian decides whether she will see her or not. She would not interfere in it. Anyway, Yao Mimi and Song Yunxian have no relationship. There must be no good thing for her to come here. Seeing Xiao Shui is about to leave, Yao Mimi stands up and grabs her hand. Don't you call Song Yunxian? Are you not her best friend? Having a look at her hand holding her wrist, Xiao Shui raises her eyes and explains. Miss Yao, Yunxian doesn't come here often. If Xiao Hong can't contact her, I can't make it either. It's no use holding me. Then tell me Song Yunxuan's phone number. I'll call her by myself. Yao Mimi is very excited, as if she has made up her mind to see Song Yunxian today. Seeing that Yao Mimi is so persistent, Xiao Shui is already very suspicious. She is worried that Yao Mimi is coming to find fault. Yao Mimi had an affair with Chu Machen before. Does she want to make troubles with her love rival this time? However, the scandal between Yao Mimi and Chu Machen has been put down for a long time. Xiao Shui couldn't figure out Yao Mimi's intention and doesn't want to give her Song Yunxuan's number. So she throws away her hand and politely replies, Miss Yao, please wait here. If the phone call is through, Yunxian will come here naturally. After all, you are a big star who has been specially interviewed by our magazine. Yao Mimi's face is full of bitterness. I received the interview because I could take photos with Su Yoyu as lovers. How can it be misunderstood? She murmurs. Xiao Shui frowns. Miss Yao, what do you say? No, nothing. She asks anxiously Xiao Shui. When will Song Yunxian come? When she asks, the door suddenly opens. They look at it at the same time. It is Song Yunxian. Yao Mimi sees Song Yunxian, as if she saw a life-saving straw. Before Xiao Shui could go out, she quickly walks to grab Song Yunxuan's hands and knees on the ground. It is my fault. Please don't embarrass me for the reason of Child Chu, Miss Song. Nothing happened between us. Yao Mimi has surprised Song Yunxian and Xiao Shui as soon as she knelt down. Then what she suddenly said makes Song Yunxian more confused. Miss Yao, what do you mean? Yao Mimi, with tears in her almond-shaped eyes, looks up at her pitifully. There is a haggard look on her face that would appear in adversity. Miss Song, nothing happened between Child Chu and me. Someone has taken up his heart. I can't please him no matter what I do, let alone gaining his favor. Yao Mimi is sad when she says these. Xiao Shui is stunned to hear her words. Yunxian, what is Miss Yao talking about? Song Yunxuan's hand is grabbed by Yao Mimi and she frowns. Yao Mimi is good at observing others' expressions and she immediately releases Song Yunxuan's hand, but she continues kneeling on the ground and says quickly, I know Miss Song has a very stable and close relationship with Child Chu. I have never contacted him after that. Please spare me. Song Yunxian lowers her eyelashes slightly that cover her beautiful black, bright eyes. Shui, the columnist that you are in charge of is calling you. Someone comes into the waiting room and says, Oh yes, coming. Xiao Shui takes the initiative to go out. Yunxian, I'll answer the phone. Okowo. Before Xiao Shui leaves, she looks back at Yao Mimi, who is kneeling on the ground with tears. It seems that she has been unlucky recently. Did Yunxian punish this love rival? No. Yunxian has little connection with the entertainment circle. Xiao Shui is still puzzled. Yao Mimi sees Xiao Shui close the door and leave, and then she wants to hold Song Yunxuan's fingers again. Song Yunxian, however, coldly dodges. She calmly and distantly says, Miss Yao, you haven't sorted out the whole story for me. It's better to stand up and talk. Yao Mimi is stunned with tearful eyes. Song Yuncheng goes to the glass table and sees that there is a water cup on the table. She takes a glass of hot water from the water dispenser and puts it on the table. Miss Yao, please drink some water and tell me the whole thing slowly. You've been crying since you came in. I don't know what's going on. Hearing her words, Yao Mimi is even more confused, but still under the gaze of Song Yuncheng, she stands up and sits down on the sofa beside the table. She raises her hand to wipe her tears, has a look at Yuncheng, and then lowers her eyes with a complicated expression. I come here to ask you to say a good word for me, and release the order of forcing me out of the entertainment circle. Song Yuncheng frowns but doesn't speak right away. The order? She didn't do anything to force Yao Mimi out. Moreover, Yao has become very popular in the past couple of years. She is just a cash cow for entertainment companies. The top management of the company will block her only if they are full. However, they may consider blocking their artist if there is too much pressure from the outside world. Her eyes brighten for a while, and Hu Jiehui's face slowly appears in her mind. That woman's action is really fast. She just mentioned Yao Mimi's name in front of her. She has threatened the artisan company to cut down the money tree through her wide connections. Miss Song, now I know I shouldn't have tried to stir up myself through the scandal with Child Chu. But we are innocent. Nothing happened. Every time Child Chu asked me to go out with him, he would be drinking and I watching him. He didn't touch me at all. It seems that she feels hurt as she speaks. In fact, she doesn't understand why Chu Machen was willing to cooperate with her, even when he knew that she wanted to provoke gossip. What confuses her most is why Chu Machen was still untouched even though she was so obedient. Relationship with such a man, however weak, will be favorable to her. What makes her sad is that they have no relationship at all. After hearing Yao Mimi's hard explanation, Song Yuncheng raises her eyebrows slightly. I believe you are innocent. Although Chu Machen is attractive enough for any women, he could be very unpredictable, and from the very beginning, his taste for women is very high. She remembers that Chu Machen didn't come to her wedding. Some acquaintances knew that they had a good relationship when they were young. They joked to her that something might be wrong with Chu Machen's sexual orientation. She responded with a smile, thinking that he was just too particular to meet the right woman. If he did, he would get married. But Chu Machen didn't marry in the coming years, and the rumors in the business circle began to be fierce. In fact, Chu Machen had been in the United States for more than 10 years. People were not sure whether he had a girlfriend there. But nothing was wrong with his sexual preference. Now Yao Mimi comes to explain that nothing happened between her and Chu Machen. Song Yuncheng doesn't doubt that. Hearing her response, Yao Mimi's eyes immediately burst out a bright light. She looks at her full of hope. Could you lift the ban? My recent notices have been cancelled. The director, who is very satisfied with me, promised to let me play the heroine, but yesterday he told me I had been kicked out. I want to act in that film very much. Miss Song, please spare me. Song Yuncheng looks at her and asks lightly, which director are you talking about? Li Ling, who is going to make a new movie titled Xiao Qiao. Song Yuncheng nods. She is not surprised. But I'm not close with him. Hu Jiehui, the movie queen, is. She says it casually, but Yao Mimi seems to have been hit right on her nerve, and becomes stunned instantly. Song Yuncheng bends her lips and looks at her. Her slow voice is penetrating. I'm afraid you've been blindfolded. I have no friend among the important people in the entertainment circle, and there's no entertainment company among my partners. If you think it is I am forcing you out, you are flattering me. She smiles as she says it. Sounds like she is self-mocking. However, each of her words is luring Yao Mimi to identify Hu Jiehui as the mastermind to force her out of the entertainment circle. Indeed, only Hu Jiehui has the ability to do such a thing. Yao Mimi stands up all of a sudden with horror on her face. Then her expression turns to blank and fearful. She turns to Song Yuncheng and says, Miss Song, nothing happened between Child Chu and me. Please ask Child Chu to explain it to Hu Jiehui. She cannot ban me from acting. It will destroy me. Yao Mimi is not stupid. Although she wants to marry a rich man, She is sensible and has self-knowledge. Gu Changge didn't have feelings for her, so she didn't stick to Gu Changge with various tricks. Song Yunxian had doubts about her relationship with Gu, and the doubt lasted for a long time. But now she looks at Yao Mimi and thinks about what Hu Jiehui has done. Yao Mimi is much more acceptable than Hu Jiehui. She frowns and says with bitterness, "Miss Yao, think about it. She kicks you out immediately because of some gossips between you and Child Chu. I am Child Chu's fiancé who has been announced to the public. Do you think she will be nicer to me than to you?" It blocks the way of making Song Yunxian a messenger. Yao Mimi's fingers clench and her eyebrows seem to intertwine. If I go to meet Child Chu at this time and ask him to help me, it will only add fuel to the fire, and Senior Hua will be sure that I have relationship with Child Chu. Song Yunxian nods. That's right. It is reasonable that Yao Mimi took off so quickly. She is quite smart. When she thinks of this, she becomes depressed. I can only meet Hu Jiehui and ask for her mercy. Song Yunxian doesn't want to interfere with this, but she is unhappy that Hu Jiehui makes her a scapegoat. Miss Yao, which broker company are you in? Queen Entertainment Company of Shao. Song Yunxian nods. Yao Mimi thinks Song Yunxian is going to help her, so she says, "Do you know the senior management of Shao Enterprise?" "My second sister does." Yao Mimi thinks that she has found her savior. She is so excited and about to kneel down. "Please help me. I'll try my best. If I can't help you, don't hate me." "Miss Song, you must be joking. I'd appreciate it if you are willing to help me. If it doesn't work, it must be that I'm too unlucky, and I can't blame others except Miss Hua." Looking at her, Song Yunxian nods. A faint cold light slides over her eyes. Hu Jiehui seems to have deep feelings for Gu Changge. She even cannot stand the existence of gossips, let alone her. When Song Yunxian reaches home, she happens to see Song Yuncheng's car coming back. She enters the door first. Song Yuncheng follows her. He sees her and smiles. "Yunxian, come on. I have good news for you." Looking at the hypocritical smile on Song Yuncheng's face, Song Yunxian sneers at the bottom of her heart. Good news? Probably he, Zhou Jian and Zhao Yang finally have a plan to get her into the dilemma of the Song Enterprise. She pretends to be curious and walks towards Song Yuncheng. "Brother, what's the good news?" Song Yuncheng goes to the study and takes a fax out from the document bag. "This is the detail plan of your party. Have a look." Party plan. Well, you've been living in Yuncheng, so you may not know it. When a successor takes over a company in Yuncheng, celebrity banquets will be held. When you inherit the Song Enterprise, there will also be a banquet, on which you can know the elders of the industry and Song's partners. Song Yuncheng says happily. Song Yunxian pretends to be ignorant. In fact, it is also common in other cities. When she came into power in Gu's enterprise, Gu Changge held a luxury party in Gu's mansion for her. In other words, the party is a notice that a successor has taken office, and that their help may be needed. Song Yuncheng is so happy to explain these things for her, but she doesn't find it interesting. This party is a show. Song Yuncheng, Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian just want to show their attitude. Their real intention is sinister. She takes the plan after Song Yuncheng explains it. "We have announced the party to the public. Yunxian, check it to see if you need to change anything. Here is a backup plan," he says. Song Yuncheng reaches for another document in his bag. At this moment, a contract is taken out. Song Yunchuan's eyesight falls on it. "What is this, brother?" Song Yunxian reaches for the contract. Song Yuncheng doesn't stop her. He pats on his head, as if he suddenly remembers something good. He says, "Happiness blinds my mind, and I almost forget something important. Yunxian, before the party, you have to go to Harbor City." Harbor City? Song Yunxian doesn't understand. What's wrong with our branch company in Harbor City? After years of operation, the Song Enterprise has invested in many industries, especially in the export of electrical appliances. It cooperates with the Hua Enterprise in the export. If the branch company is all right, something must be wrong with the sea route. Seeing that Song Yunxian is confused, Song Yuncheng says, "Yunxian, it's nothing serious. Our contract with the Hua family needs to be renewed. You'll go and sign it. I'll go there. She hasn't officially taken over the Song enterprise, and does not even hold a position in it. She'll go sign the contract? Brother, is it okay that I go to sign the contract with such an identity? Yuncheng, you are the successor designated by our father. In addition to a title, you need to practice and do something helpful. Before you leave, we will announce that you are president of the Song enterprise. When you come back from Harbor City, people will be more familiar with you, the new owner of the Song enterprise, at the party. Song Yuncheng nods. I will do as you said. When do I start? 3 days later, okay? Song Yuncheng is seeking her advice. He's happy, as if the fish has taken the bait. Song Yuncheng doesn't retort. Okay. Song Yuncheng still holds the contract with the Hua enterprise, and raises her hand to show it to Song Yuncheng. Brother, can I take this back to have a look? Song Yuncheng nods. Sure. Take it back and have a good look. Tomorrow you will go to the company. Our successor of the Song enterprise has to go to work from 9 to 5. You can't be late, okay? Song Yuncheng's tone sounds warm and gentle, as if he's really taking care of his little sister after the death of their father. However, Song Yuncheng bends her eyes and looks at the material in her hands coldly. Sign a contract with the Hua enterprise? The Hua enterprise has set up a trap and asked the Song family to send her there? The Hua enterprise and the Song enterprise have been cooperating for many years. The contracts are always signed by the person in actual power, rather than by a person who only has a title. If the Hua enterprise really makes it that way, it can only indicate that the Hua enterprise has a plot. Moreover, those old foxes in Song enterprise must have their plan. Otherwise, how could she, a rookie in business, sign such an important contract? Last year, Song Yuncheng almost failed when he signed the contract in Harbor City. And it's said that the Hua enterprise doesn't like Song Yuncheng. The Hua enterprise only wanted to cooperate with Song Yan, but Song Yan was seriously ill and intended to have his son manage the Song enterprise. So the Hua enterprise reluctantly compromised. Song Yuncheng goes back to her room to read the material after supper. Gu Changge calls her. I hear you're going to take over the position of president of the Song enterprise tomorrow? Would you like to congratulate on me? It seems that Gu Changge is frowning on the other end of the phone, dissatisfied with what is about to happen. He says, don't you think it's a little early? Sooner or later. It's much better to happen earlier than later. Don't beat about the bush. He doesn't know what to say. Song Yuncheng smiles. Are you afraid that I won't have time for you after I take over the Song enterprise? That's impossible. Her tone becomes sarcastic. Oh, of course. Miss Hua is young and beautiful. You are a perfect match. Gu Changge sighs. You are talkative tonight. I am happy. She looks at the contract in her hand, and there is a shrewd light in her eyes, but it is quiet and introverted and unnoticeable. What is it? The power of the Song enterprise will be handed over to me. You have just joined the Song enterprise. It won't be that easy. Gu Changge reminds her. Recently, they may require you to make difficult decisions. If you make a wrong decision or make a big mistake, it will cause people of the Song enterprise to have a bad impression on you and affect your stability in it. Song Yuncheng nods humbly. Thank you for the advice. Yuncheng. Well, what's the matter? Get pregnant quickly. I'll marry you. These troublesome things are not suitable for you. The look in Song Yuncheng's eyes slightly changes, and a smile that he couldn't see appears on her lips. Do you want to protect me? Gu Changge's voice is calm and magnetic. When he hears her questions, he doesn't laugh, but answers her a little seriously. I don't want you to be hurt by anyone or anything. Song Yuncheng is slightly surprised and lowers her eyes. Thank you. Although they are too close to say thank you, she still wants to thank him. No one would treat her like this except his father. But even so, she would not enter Gu Changge's family immediately. In that way, Gu Changge would give her too much protection. She will indulge herself in it and forget the very hatred after she was reborn. Even though the scar heals, she is not used to forgetting the pain. They put down the phone after saying good night to each other. No one is allowed to enter his room, but Hu Jiahui is used to giving him a glass of milk before going to bed every night, as if she wants to take care of him for life. When she knocks at the door, Gu Changge has put on his pajamas. He opens the door and looks at her beautiful eyes and slightly red cheeks. He does not ask her to go in. These things can be done by servants. Hu Jiahui smiles lightly and looks up at him. Are you blaming me for disturbing you?
No.
May I come in? Gu Changge stands in the middle of the door. Suddenly I feel hungry. Shall we eat in the restaurant? Hu Jiahui is a little embarrassed because of his gentle refusal, but she adjusts her facial expression quickly. Sure. Then she puts the tray in front of him. Drink the milk first. It's still warm. Gu Changge picks up the milk and drinks it. Hu Jiahui has a big smile. On the way to the kitchen, she talks to him as they walk. I remember that when you first arrived in the United States, you was not used to it. At that time, you lost weight because of the unacclimatization. It was much better later. In fact, he didn't want to go to America. He wanted to stay in Yuncheng, but his father didn't allow him to stay there. Gu Changge wanted Gu Changge to inherit the Gu enterprise, so his daughter couldn't marry into another family. The Chu family, therefore, had to cancel their marriage plan with the Gu family. However, Gu Changge didn't give up. His father sent him to America. When she got married, he couldn't change anything. Unacclimatization was just an excuse for him to return home, but his father didn't allow it. Instead, he traveled all over the United States until he found a place where he was acclimatized. After she got married, he had no reason or intention to come back. However, after more than 10 years of marriage, she died. Her death, unexpectedly, brought him the idea that he must return to China. Hu Jiahui pulls the chair out and sits down in the dining room. Seeing the decoration of the dining room, she laughs. I remember when I was a child, I got lost every time I stepped out of the dining room. At that time, it was you who took me away. The location of the dining room is really strange. Hu Jiahui thinks for a moment and then says, in fact, the location of the dining room must follow some rules. I remember my brother and my father said that a feng shui master had been invited to decide the location of the dining room of the Chu family. But why is it here? Gu Changge takes a sandwich from the fridge and smiles lightly. It seems that this will help the Chu family have more descendants, and my wife's first child will also be a son. Hearing this answer, Hu Jiahui looks at his handsome and heroic face. The look in her eyes changes subtly. Then she lowers her eyes and smiles shyly. By the way, your brother came to Yuncheng a few days ago and asked me to take good care of you. Hu Jiahui raises her eyes in surprise. Why didn't he inform me? Maybe he was working on something urgent. He flew back to Harbor City the next day. But he cared about you very much and asked when you'd go back to your home. The look on Hu Jiahui's face immediately becomes bad. She thought Hu Ting would come to help her pursue Gu Changge, but she didn't expect that this half-brother would come with such a sentence. He would only hinder his families. What a jerk. He is so nice to Jiang but always fastidious to her. She doesn't understand. They are twins. She holds the cup tightly with her fingers and says, speaking of my brother, I really miss him. I'll call him first.
Gu Changge.
After she leaves, he takes back his sight. Why did Hu Ting come to Yuncheng? He thinks about the relationship between the Song enterprise and the Hua enterprise. However, the feedback sent by the person who had been sent to check Hu Ting's whereabouts was that Hu Ting didn't go to the Song family. Instead, Hu Ting went to the Gu family. Hu Ting couldn't have gone there to mourn Gu Changge. It was too late. Probably he went to visit Xiao Tianzi. However, there is no business relationship between the Gu family and the Hua family. What's with their contact? Hu Jiahui returns to her room and calls Hu's mansion in Harbor City. It is Hu Jiang who picks up the phone over there. Hu Jiang immediately says, Sister, what's going on? After spending days and nights with Gu Changge, did you see some romantic sparks? Hu Jiahui frowns. Jiang, is elder brother back? Hu Jiang nods. He has come back. What's wrong? What did he say? Gu Changge thinks for a moment and her tone is a little gloomy. He said that he was going to have a deep talk with Chu Machen, but something urgent happened in the Hua Enterprise, so he came back at dawn. He only stayed there for one afternoon and one night. It seems that Jiang sees Hu Ting, and then she says to Jiehui immediately, "Wait, he is coming. I'll ask him to talk to you." Jiehui cries angrily, "Jiang, wait. Jiang." However hard she tries, Jiang doesn't hear her. In a few seconds there comes Hu Ting's voice with a little cold impatience. "Jiehui, what's the matter?" When Jiehui hears Hu Ting's voice, there is an unspeakable sense of rejection in her heart. She has to bite the bullet and says, "Brother, did you come to Yuncheng?" Hu Ting replies, "Yes. There was something wrong with the business." Jiehui smiles softly. Her tone is soft with some blame and more intimacy. "Brother, when you came here, why didn't you tell me?" Hu Ting's voice is cold. "I stayed there less than a day. The schedule was a little tight, so I didn't go to the Chu family to see you. How are you getting along with Uncle Chu?"
Hu Ting deliberately avoids mentioning Chu Machen.
He asks her how she gets along with Uncle Chu, not with Chu Machen. Jiehui thinks that Hu Ting might have known something. "Did you meet Machen?" Hu Ting has a look at Hua and then sits on the sofa. "I hear that Chu Machen has a fiancé. It's a rumor. Machen has not been formally engaged, so he doesn't have a fiancé." Hu Ting sneers. "Anyway, that is a woman Chu Machen acknowledges." Jiehui has nothing to say, but Gu Changge, who is next to him, nuzzles her mouth to show her anger. She doesn't say anything, so Hu Ting says, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Remember to come back to Mother's birthday party. Well, go to bed early. Good night." Jiehui says good night. Hu Ting hangs up the phone without a response. Gu Changge swoops up, grabs his hand and looks at him. "Brother, she is your sister. You have to help her." "But Chu Machen has a fiancé. If we force your sister into Chu Machen's arms, it can only embarrass the Hua family." Gu Changge frowns, unwilling to compromise. "But if she marries into the Chu family, it would be good for us. Brother, I don't believe that there is any better girl than my elder sister in Yuncheng. Do you agree?" Hu Ting recalls Song Yunxian, whom he saw in Yuncheng Hotel. His eyes become dim. That was the first time Song Yunxian had met him. At first sight, he couldn't see if this girl had any advantage other than being young and beautiful. However, as Chu Machen is interested in her, naturally she has some abilities. Moreover, the Song family is not small. It is not easy for this youngest daughter to defeat her brothers and sisters to inherit the Song enterprise. He turns to look at Gu Changge with love of a brother to his younger sister. "I also want to help Jiehui. However, you should meet Chu Machen's fiancé first, and then decide whether to help her or not." Gu Changge and Hu Jiehui have deep sister love. She decides immediately, "No matter who his fiancé is, I will help sister beat her." Hu Ting can't help laughing at the way she wants to fight for her sister. Although they are twins, her character is much simpler than that of Hu Jiehui. Hu Jiehui is careful and cautious, and always likes to act secretly. Her sister is different. She is frank and lively, and always moves forward. He is their brother, but he doesn't feel so affectionate to them. Gu Changge has been staying at Hua's house. She is naturally more intimate with him after a long time spent together. That's all. Song Yunxian sets out to Harbor City 3 days later. Many financial magazines and newspapers in Yuncheng have made it headlines that Song Yunxian will take over the Song enterprise and will personally go to Harbor City to discuss the contract between Song Enterprise and its partner Hua Enterprise. Song Yunxian closes her eyes and has a rest on the plane, and she is accompanied by a young female lawyer. Her name is Subo. She is a young lawyer returning from overseas, 29 years old. She just got married a while ago, but it is said that her marriage is not very happy. But she doesn't mind talking about her marriage life, and when talking with Song Yunxian, she takes the initiative to say that although she and her husband had a flash marriage, their marriage relationship exists in name only. Song Yunxian thinks that this woman must be an able woman focusing on her career. Things may be more complicated, but it doesn't matter to her. After getting off the plane, Subo lists the commercial traps that usually appear in commercial contracts and asks if she has any other questions. She shakes her head, looking at the scenery outside Harbor Seaview Hotel, and replies with a smile. No. Subo nods dutifully and says to her, Miss Song, I'll stay in the room next to yours. You can call me if you need me. Song Yuncheng gives her a response showing agreement, and she goes out. Harbor City is a prosperous coastal city with a humid climate, which is a typical southern city. The new year is coming, and the streets are full of strong festive atmosphere. Looking at the dark sea outside the Seaview Hotel, she thinks that it might rain in the coming days. To her surprise, it rains at the night. The wind outside is so loud. She couldn't fall asleep, disturbed by the wind coming in through the wall and window. She turns on the light and opens the curtains to see the wind outside lifting the waves. The white waves surge upward. The scenery is totally different from that of Yuncheng. The next day, the Hua Enterprise sends someone to have an interview with her. However, it is not Hua Ting but a right-hand assistant of the Hua Enterprise. After meeting Song Yuncheng, he asks her to have afternoon tea. Song Yuncheng says with a smile when he is about to leave, although the afternoon tea is nice, I think the contract should be signed as soon as possible. I wonder if Mr. Hua thinks so. The man smiles, certainly. It's rainy these days. Our young master doesn't like to come out in rainy days. Song Yuncheng nods. Then I'll go to meet him. He is stunned immediately and stops her. It'll be too impolite to have you go find him. I think it will be sunny tomorrow. I will call you in the evening. Then Song Yuncheng lets him go. Subo used to deal with divorce cases. When she has dinner with Song Yuncheng, the young master of Hua's family is mentioned. She says, the men who are ill-tempered in rainy days always have some psychological problems. Miss Song, you need to be careful. Song Yuncheng nods and has some good feelings for Subo. Thank you for reminding me. Subo gives her a glass of hot coffee. I'm a new employee of the Song Enterprise. I feel extremely flattered and surprised that I can come here to help you sign such a big contract. Song Yuncheng laughs. You can't feel flattered. You are surprised, right? Supa raises her eyes and looks at the 18-year-old Miss Song. She does not nod or shake her head. Song Yuncheng seems to be able to see what is hidden in her eyes. She lowers her eyes to drink coffee, but there is a smile on her lips with ease. Subo, don't worry too much. You need to believe in your own ability and in me. In fact, rather than feeling flattered, it is better to say that Subo feels she was unlucky to be selected. Therefore, she can see people though. Naturally, it is a game of the Song Enterprise to get Song Yuncheng trapped. Unfortunately, she has become a chess piece in this game. Her general is Song Yuncheng. If Song Yuncheng makes mistakes, she'll be fired right away. Since she was chosen to follow Song Yuncheng to Harbor City, she has been destined to be a sacrificed chess piece. She didn't refuse it. She thought they might have a chance. Song Yuncheng and Subo take a walk with an umbrella after supper. It is just drizzling and has almost stopped completely. But Subo insists on holding the umbrella for her, as if she was caring for her little sister. Miss Song, it is better to hold the umbrella. Song Yuncheng smiles gratefully. Thank you for taking care of me. You are welcome. I just hope everything will go well. Song Yuncheng nods and Subo says, I just received a short message. The Song Enterprise will send 2 members of the middle-level management to help you sign the contract. If you sign it tomorrow, I may be blocked outside. Song Yuncheng frowns. Who are those 2 members? Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin. She repeats these 2 names in a low voice and suddenly laughs. Are Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin Zhao Yang's nephews? Subo is a little surprised. How do you know that? Song Yuncheng shakes her head and smiles. Uncle Zhao would be uneasy if someone else is sent here. If someone else is sent over, Zhao Yang will be afraid that they cannot kill her with one strike. Song Yunchuan's smile is mixed with irony. However, a premium Bentley is parked not far from the hotel. In the Bentley, Hua Jiang pouts and says to Hua Ting, I thought Chumachen would like an extremely beautiful woman. I didn't expect that she was a stupid young girl. With a meaningful look in his eyes, Hua Ting looks out of the window at Song Yuncheng, who is walking to the hotel, and says, Although she is a young girl, Gu Changge has put all his heart on her. Gu Changge disagrees. My sister said Gu Changge liked her just because the way she looked at people resembled that of Gu Changge. She is lucky. Gu Ting says to the driver in front emotionlessly. Go. The driver sitting in the front immediately starts the car and leaves the Yuncheng hotel slowly. Gu Changge wants to continue watching. She protests with some dissatisfaction. Brother, why do we leave now? I don't see her face clearly. Gu Ting looks ahead. You can go with me when I see her tomorrow. Gu Changge refuses. That's not necessary. It's not convenient for me to see that girl. Gu Ting looks at her. Gu Changge's eyes are wide open with eyeshadow. They are covered with coldness and malice that has nowhere to hide. Brother, I've thought of a good way to punish Song Yunxian. A way to punish Song Yunxian? Gu Ting repeats her words as if it was incomprehensible. Gu Changge nods seriously. On her face that is the same as that of Gu Jiehui, the look is cold. That girl is always in the way. My sister likes Gu Changge so much, and has pursued him for so many years. She has put in much effort. Gu Changge cannot be stolen by this stupid girl when he is considering marriage. Gu Ting stays silent for a moment. He looks at Gu Changge and suddenly says, What are you going to do? As if she has got her brother's support, Gu Changge immediately becomes happy. Brother, a lot of business celebrities will go to Mommy's birthday party in Dihuang building tomorrow night. Although Song Yunxian is from Yuncheng, our two families have cooperated for so long. It's not strange to invite her there, is it? Song Yunxian frowns. Who are those two members? Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin. She repeats these two names in a low voice and suddenly laughs. Are Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin Zhao Yang's nephews? Su Bo is a little surprised. How do you know that? Song Yunxian shakes her head and smiles. Uncle Zhao would be uneasy if someone else is sent here. If someone else is sent over, Zhao Yang will be afraid that they cannot kill her with one strike. Song Yunchuan's smile is mixed with irony. However, a premium Bentley is parked not far from the hotel. In the Bentley, Gu Changge pouts and says to Gu Ting, I thought Gu Changge would like an extremely beautiful woman. I didn't expect that she was a stupid young girl. With a meaningful look in his eyes, Gu Ting looks out of the window at Song Yunxian, who is walking to the hotel and says, Although she is a young girl, Gu Changge has put all his heart on her. Gu Changge disagrees. My sister said Gu Changge liked her just because the way she looked at people resembled that of Gu Changge. She is lucky. Gu Ting says to the driver in front emotionlessly. Go. The driver sitting in the front immediately starts the car and leaves the Yuncheng hotel slowly. Gu Changge wants to continue watching. She protests with some dissatisfaction. Brother, why do we leave now? I don't see her face clearly. Gu Ting looks ahead. You can go with me when I see her tomorrow. Gu Changge refuses. That's not necessary. It's not convenient for me to see that girl. Gu Ting looks at her. Gu Changge's eyes are wide open with eyeshadow. They are covered with coldness and malice that has nowhere to hide. Brother, I've thought of a good way to punish Song Yunxian. A way to punish Song Yunxian? Gu Ting repeats her words as if it was incomprehensible. Gu Changge nods seriously. On her face that is the same as that of Gu Jiehui, the look is cold. That girl is always in the way. My sister likes Gu Changge so much, and has pursued him for so many years. She has put in much effort. Gu Changge cannot be stolen by this stupid girl when he is considering marriage. Gu Ting stays silent for a moment. He looks at Gu Changge and suddenly says, What are you going to do? As if she has got her brother's support, Gu Changge immediately becomes happy. Brother, a lot of business celebrities will go to Mommy's birthday party in Dihuang building tomorrow night. Although Song Yunxian is from Yuncheng, our two families have cooperated for so long. It's not strange to invite her there, is it? The Hua's action is quick. In other words, the night before Mrs. Hua's birthday party, the Hua family managed to send an invitation to Song Yunxian in Harbor Seaview Hotel. Song Yunxian looks at the gold stamping invitation lying on the table after she comes back from her walk, and slightly raises her lips. They didn't invite my eldest brother for Mrs. Hua's birthday party. Beside her, Subo is also looking at the invitation that suddenly arrived. She guesses, maybe the Hua family thinks you will be the real leader of the Song enterprise in the future. Song Yuncheng reaches out, picks up the invitation, opens the luxurious and exquisite invitation and reads it. She says, Mrs. Hua is not the first wife of Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua has never given her a big birthday party. This is the first one and I'm here. Miss Song, are you going or not? Of course I will. Song Yuncheng says decisively with a smile under her long eyelashes. They have sent the invitation. If I don't go there, it indicates that I don't appreciate their good intention, and the contract won't be signed. But Supo is worried. Miss Song, the Hua family has predicted this, and knows that you'll go there anyway because of the contract, so they are delaying signing the contract. You mean that he's manipulating me to go to this party? Subo nods. In a word, you must be careful. Tomorrow night, you will go to this party with Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin. I can't keep you company. Song Yuncheng looks at the beautiful handwritten characters on the gold stamping invitation, and her smile lingers for a long time. It's a pity that you can't go. The place where there are many people is always interesting. The Hua family has a significant role in Harbor City, so many people will go there tomorrow night, right? A little mistake will be magnified infinitely at that time, and maybe it will become a well-known joke among the upper class. She doesn't know what kind of conspiracy the Hua family has prepared for her. Her eyelashes lower slightly, and the smile at the bottom of her eyes turns into scorn. The next day, Subo accompanies her to pick the evening dress for the party. After a close look at her face, she points to a low-cut evening dress of peacock blue and pearl white in the window. This evening dress has no tail. It is simple, elegant, and has a cool, mature beauty. Subo looks at her face and then looks at the blue evening dress in the window. She hesitates. Miss Song, how about the purple and the nude pink evening dresses next to it? Song Yuncheng glances at them and says, those two of pure colors are beautiful, but they cannot attract attention. What about the purple one? Song Yuncheng raises her lips and eyes. Although purple attracts people's attention, most girls will choose this color. It's not distinctive. Subo nods and asks the staff to take out the peacock blue and pearl white low-cut evening dress for Song Yuncheng. After Song Yuncheng puts it on, Subo helps her to tidy up the skirt. Looking up at the light expression on her face, she thinks it a little strange. Don't you like this dress? You don't look very happy. Song Yuncheng raises her eyes to look at herself in the mirror, lowers her eyelashes and says heartily, in fact, Song Yuncheng is really beautiful. It's a pity that she died too early. If Gu Changge hadn't got into her body, such a beautiful body might have become some dry ash. Subo feels a little weird, but then she goes in a daze looking at Song Yuncheng in the mirror. Her taste is very good. It's really hard to look away from her in this evening dress. Moreover, she is not beautiful in a rich and weak way. Her beauty is a kind of awe-inspiring alienation and indifference. The whole person is like an elf coming out of the deep sea, which brightens people's eyes. They daren't go forward to blaspheme her. After finishing her makeup with the help of the dresser arranged by the Hua family, she goes to Di Huang building by the car sent by the Hua family. The first floor of the building is covered with a long red carpet. There are flower baskets and crystal columns on both sides. Beside the end of the red carpet that extends outside, luxury cars are being parked. The women who come out of the cars are all well-dressed ladies, and the men are mostly politicians or rich businessmen. If you look closely, you can see that the Hua family has wide connections. These connections help a lot in the upper class, both in politics and in business. Instead of being accompanied by Subo, Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin, dressed in Western clothes, come to meet her. When she gets out of the car, there are flashes of magnesium light. Some reporters feel strange and talk in the dialect of Harbor City. Which family does she come from? Why does she come here alone without a partner? But she is so beautiful. Look at her evening dress. It's a bold choice of color. No rich lady has ever chosen a blue and white evening dress. Take a picture quickly. Song Yunchuan's lips rise. The smile on her face does not become indifferent and alienated because of the colors of the skirt, and she doesn't pretend to be cool. As soon as she gets out of the car, she attracts much attention from the public. Zhao Kun and Zhang Jin come to meet her in a hurry. "Miss Song, let's get in." Song Yunxian looks at Zhao Kun and Zhang Jin, nods gently, and then steps on the red carpet to enter the first floor of Dihuang Building. As she walks on, people's conversations constantly come from behind. The large LCD screen in the inner hall of Dihuang Building shows the live scene of the guests on the red carpet. The people in the hall are all slightly shocked when they see the beautiful girl on the LCD screen. Huating's movement pauses when his eyes fall on the big screen. Looking at her perfect smiling lips, he narrows his eyes a little and holds the goblet more tightly. Gu Changge is wearing a purple evening dress. On her chest are two scallops joggling like waves, and her waist is surrounded by bright pearls. She has a hot figure and enchanting makeup. Seeing Song Yunxian walking on the red carpet with a smile from the LCD screen, she bites her teeth jealously and curses, "Brother, don't you think this little bitch is very good at flattering men? No wonder my sister is not winning." Huating doesn't speak, but Slight lifts his head to watch Song Yunxian enter the hall step by step. It's undeniable that Song Yunxuan's dress is just the right one, which attracts people's attention but is not gaudy. It's tempting, but men don't dare to be frivolous with her. This party, because of her arrival, will be very interesting. There is a cold smile like a knife on his handsome face, which is a little solemn. Gu Changge, who has been staying with him for decades, is a little scared. "Brother, is there anything wrong?" Huating drinks up the wine and asks her. "What could be wrong?" Gu Changge shakes her head in confusion. Huating doesn't talk to her and leaves. But she feels that Huating's eyes didn't look right when he looked at Song Yunxian. Huating had never shown such expression of surprise and cruelty to any women, however beautiful they were. She frowns and turns to look for her mother. When Song Yunxian enters the hall, she attracts many people's attention. Women look at her from top to bottom, and then they become envious and hate her. Most men's eyes on her contain appreciation and smile. Several rich young men are eager to say hello. Song Yunxian, however, fixes her eyes on Huating and walks towards him. "Mr. Hua." She says hello to Huating. Huating turns around and smiles friendly. "Miss Song." Song Yunxuan's eyelashes blink, and she looks at him with her bright and clean eyes. "It was a surprise to receive your invitation yesterday. Where is Aunt Hua? May I say happy birthday to her?" Huating takes a glass of champagne from a waiter's tray and hands it to her. Then he turns around and makes a gesture of please. "Sure, Miss Song. Please." Song Yunxian nods elegantly, and then goes to greet Huating's stepmother with him. Huating's stepmother is in the center of the hall, surrounded by several well-dressed middle-aged ladies. People come to bless her constantly. In the endless greetings, Huating's beautiful stepmother has blushed over alcohol. As it is said, Huating's stepmother is also a beautiful and intelligent woman. Between the eyes and the eyebrows, it can be seen how smart she is and how good she is at manipulating men. She is in a red fishtail dress, plump but slim. There is a diamond necklace on her neck, and the color diamond worthy of tens of millions yuan is shining on her ring she wears. As Song Yunxian approaches, Gu Changge whispers something to her mother's ear. Then Mrs. Hua turns to Song Yunxian, yet the smile on her lips pauses for a short while. But when she sees Song Yunxian, her smile becomes as big as a blooming flower. "Miss Song." Song Yunxian feels flattered. "Aunt, happy birthday. You are a beautiful girl attracting eyes. Thank you for your blessing." Mrs. Hua is hospitable and elegant. She puts the goblet on a waiter's tray and intends to give Song Yunxian a hug. Song Yunxian wants to put the glass on the waiter's tray, but Huating takes it. She smiles to show her gratitude, and then gives Mrs. Hua a big hug. Some reporters follow in and photograph the scene. Song Yunxuan's smile is cold. After letting her go, Mrs. Hua, seeing Huating beside her, gently tells him, "Miss Song is a daughter of your Uncle Song. You should take good care of her, Ting." "Mommy, don't worry." Mrs. Hua is relieved. Then someone comes to talk to Mrs. Hua. Huating says, Miss Song, let's talk over there. Song Yunxian says goodbye to Huating's stepmother before she leaves with Huating. But when she leaves, she looks back slightly at Huating's stepmother, who is talking and laughing with others. But Hu Jiang standing beside Mrs. Hua has been staring at her. She takes her eyes back and follows Huating. Hu Jiang whispers to her mother's ear, "Mommy, did you do as I said?" Of course, but Ting seems to be interested in her. Hu Jiang sneers coldly. "Ha, elder brother won't devalue himself." Mrs. Hua looks at her daughter's jealousy face and shakes her head. Her daughter is really innocent. Huating leads Song Yunxian to the right side of the hall, where there are self-service fruits and snacks. Huating offers her a small plate of fruit salad. Song Yunxian declines. "Thank you, but I can't eat fruit. I have a stomachache these days." Huating raises his eyebrows slightly. "Do you think that the food in the Hua family is poisoned?" Song Yunxuan's long black hair hangs on her back. With a proper smile on her face, she says, "No. I'm just afraid I may forget what I want to say if I eat too much." Huating puts the fruit salad aside, takes a goblet and takes a sip of champagne. "Today is my mother's birthday. No business. I think it's better to talk about business. It's a good opportunity. If it rains tomorrow, I don't know when I can meet Mr. Hua again." Huating looks at her and raises his thin lips. "You don't forget to talk about business wherever you are. You know that my situation in the Song enterprise is not very optimistic, don't you?" Huating doesn't say anything. He does know that Song Yunxuan's situation in the Song enterprise is not optimistic. Song Yuncheng was the successor favored by the Song enterprise. Song Yunxian suddenly came out and took over the inheritance right of the Song enterprise. Of course, Song Yuncheng will not give up. Besides, Song Yunxuan's eldest sister is also a tough woman. He looks around and thinks there is still some time before his stepmother makes a formal speech, so he says, "Let's go to the room and talk about it." "Okowo." Song Yunxian nods and puts the goblet on a waiter's tray. Huating is ready to lead the way, but Hu Jiang stops him. "Brother, I have something to tell you. Come here." Hu Jiang wants to pull Huating away. Song Yunxian frowns. Huating is also unhappy. "I have something to talk with Miss Song. We may talk later. You can ask Miss Song to wait for you in the room. Come here first. It's urgent." Hu Jiang drags Huating's arm and pulls it. She won't let Huating leave with Song Yunxian. Huating looks at Song Yunxian in embarrassment. "Miss Song, maybe we can talk about it another day?" Hu Jiang suddenly becomes dumbfounded. Song Yunxian looks at Hu Jiang's short dump expression, bends her lips and smiles softly. "Mr. Hua, I can't stay in Harbor City for long. It's better to talk about it earlier. We've delayed it for a long time." It seems that Huating agrees with Song Yunxian. He nods. "I will ask a servant to take you to the room. Please wait a moment. I'll go there right away after the thing is done." Song Yunxian nods. "I'll wait for you, Mr. Hua." He casually instructs a waiter in a vest to take Song Yunxian to the room. Song Yunxian, led by the waiter, exits the hall and goes to Di Huang's suite room. Hu Jiang sees her disappear from her sight in the corridor with the waiter, and smiles. Her eyes twinkle. She is dead this time. Huating puts his hand on his sister's shoulder. "What's your plan?" She gestures to Huating to bend a little, and then she whispers excitedly to Huating's ear, "I have arranged someone to wait for her in the corridor. Tonight her reputation will be ruined." Huating raises his head slightly and repeats what she says. "Her reputation will be ruined?" "Yes," Hu Jiang nods seriously, with much expectation in her eyes. "Tonight Song Yunxian will become famous, and I will see if Chu Machen wants to marry a loose woman." Huating looks at the malice in his sister's eyes. His eyes are wearing a cold and strange smile. His sister is clever on dealing with women, and she is not simple. Nobody knows if Song Yunxian will lose everything tonight. After all, losing Chu Machen will be a heavy blow to her. Song Yunxian follows the waiter to the room. Di Huang Building is the highest building in Harbor City. Standing on the top of this building, you can overlook the prosperous landscape of the whole Harbor City. And some rich people rent a suite for permanent use because of the prosperous and convenient location of Dihuang. Even if they have houses, she thinks Huating must have a very good suite in Dihuang. But she doesn't want to see it now. The waiter in front feels something wrong and turns back to check Song Yunxian. He finds that Song Yunxian is supporting her belly with hands and her expression is not quite right. The waiter comes to help her. "Miss Song, anything wrong? I feel a little uncomfortable. Where is the bathroom, please?" "There's a bathroom in the front suite," the waiter says. Song Yunxian frowns. "I saw a bathroom in the corridor just now. Please wait for me here." She holds her stomach and turns away. The waiter left behind wants to keep up with her, but he doesn't think it is appropriate, so he finally stops. Song Yunxian walks forward. After she turns around the corner, she withdraws the painful expression on her face. She reaches out her hand and touches her waist on the back. Her hand goes up inch by inch. When it gets to the scapula, she finally touches a hard thing that could be easily ignored. She takes it down and puts it in her palm. Looking carefully, she finds that it is as exquisite as a decoration, and it is inlaid with a pearl shell surface. It looks like a delicate brooch. It's hard to notice this kind of thing on her evening dress. She sighs softly, and a strange and soft smile comes up from the corners of her lips. "This tracker is very delicate, but I can't accept it, Mrs. Hua." The waiter waits in the corridor for a long time without seeing Song Yunxian come back. Hu Jiang's angry voice comes from the interphone. "Yang Zai, are you crazy? Look what time it is. Why is it not done? Switch the picture on the screen." The waiter shivers over Hu Jiang shouting, and his face is wrinkled. "Miss, I didn't expect this. Song Yunxian has not come back yet." "Idiot! Can't you look for her? Go find her." The man named Yang Zai has to go find her, but it is very close to 8 p.m. Hu Jiang sees her mother talking to her friends over there in the hall, looking at Jiang thoughtfully to see if she can start the birthday speech. Hu Jiang shakes her head anxiously. Mrs. Hua has no choice but to continue to procrastinate. A lady in gorgeous clothes asks her strangely, "Yufeng, it's almost the time. Is the birthday party speech about to start?" "Just a moment. My younger daughter is preparing a special gift for me. She's not ready." The rich lady laughs. Although Jehui is not here, Jiang is very sensible. Mrs. Hua scolds insincerely with affection. "My little daughter is capricious. I don't know what she wants to do this time. Alas, I'm really worried that she does some improper things." The rich lady laughs. "Yufeng, you're not right. Jiang wants to make you happy no matter what she does. It's enviable that you have such a sensible child." Mrs. Hua smiles happily. She says that she is worried about her younger daughter. In fact, she is not. Learning that the waiter can't find Song Yunxian, she begins to be worried and goes to look for her in person. When Huating sees Hu Jiang, she has already entered the elevator impatiently. He frowns and follows her into the elevator. But when the elevator reaches the 5th floor, he pushes the key to go downstairs with no reasons. Song Yunxian was taken to the 10th floor by the waiter. As soon as Hu Jiang gets off from the elevator on the 10th floor, she looks around as if she is afraid of being found. She calls Yang Zai to her and scolds him. "You are really stupid. Do I have to teach you everything? If you can't find her by yourself, go find someone else to help you. And isn't she wearing a location tracker? Isn't it easy to find her?" The waiter looks embarrassed. But the location tracker is in Leo's hand. Hasn't the damn attrition appeared yet? Hu Jiang grits her teeth angrily. The waiter Yang Zai nods and reminds her. "Miss Leo has the tracker. He will find Song Yunxian according to the location shown, and then take her to the room. What if she runs away now? What if people can't see the pictures if we miss the time? Can you afford the consequences?" Hu Jiang is angry and aggressive. She frowns and couldn't wait even one more minute. "Now go to the monitoring room and cut off the picture of the corridor in the monitor video, and then wait until Leo takes Song Yunxian to the room. When you cut the picture later, be quick. Our conversation in the corridor must be cut off and destroyed." "Yes, Miss Yang Zai nods in a hurry. Hu Jiang is very angry. Now that you have known it, then move. Yang Zai has to leave quickly. Call a bodyguard to search for her. Yes, miss. After Hu Jiang gives the command to Yang Zai, she walks around on the 10th floor. After passing by 2 rooms, she hears sound of water in the bathroom in front of her. She feels strange and walks towards it, but her heart begins to beat excitedly. At the same time, she shows the beating posture of Taekwondo that she has learned for several years. She gets close to the toilet gradually where the sound of running water comes. But she only finds the tap in the bathroom is turned on. She frowns and looks cautiously into the bathroom. Is the bitch hiding in the bathroom? Of course not. Someone answers her with a melodious voice and a smile. Hu Jiang is surprised and wants to turn around to fight. But her mouth and nose are suddenly covered by a white towel. Hu Jiang faints softly after her mouth and nose touch the diethyl ether on the towel. Song Yuncheng squats down, puts down her curled hair, and then covers it on her face. She says with a smile, I didn't know that offending your sister meant offending you. It is just a man. Why do you have to do it in person? You can't blame me now, Mississippi. She pins the tracker on her clothes before chest and looks at Hu Jiang's face. Her tone is mockery. According to what you say, Leo is an attrition. You have a special taste. I hope that strong guy will be gentle. Good luck. Mrs. Hu begins to feel a little uneasy. Hu Qixiong, Hu Ting's father, kisses her cheek with a smile and wishes her a happy birthday. Although Hu Qixiong is 20 years older than his second wife, Zhang Yufang, they love each other so much as a married couple. Zhang Yufang does not despise the man who is 20 years older than her. She gave birth to a son after giving birth to twin daughters. Now their youngest son is studying abroad and has not returned. Hu Qixiong asks her, Shall we start, honey? Dear Ing is not back yet. She's not. Hu Qixiong laughs and gestures to her to look at the woman in a purple dress on the left part of the hall. Isn't that Ing? Mrs. Hu calms down and shows a big smile on her face. Hu Jiang looks very good. She is talking with people around her. It seems that everything is ready. She turns to look at Hu Qixiong. Xiong, let's get started now. Hu Qixiong smiles and turns to look at everyone. Everyone, may I have your attention? Someone brings a microphone and puts it in front of Hu Qixiong. He smiles in the front of the vertical microphone. First of all, thank you very much for coming tonight to attend my wife's birthday dinner. Hu Qixiong has been on top of the business circle in Harbor City for 30 to 40 years, knowing many remarkable people. Song Yunxian looks at the crowd in the distance, and no one notices her. However, she pays attention to all the people present, including Hu Jiehui, who is bathed in the loving eyesight of Mrs. Hu. Mrs. Hu thinks that she is her little daughter. Poor thing. Her little daughter is now getting deeper and deeper in her own trap. Her eldest daughter happens to see her little sister's good show when she rushes to her mother's birthday party. Hu Jiehui looks at Mrs. Hu wearing a smile. Mrs. Hu's husband is delivering a speech on her side and showing love for her. She is surely very happy. Hu Qixiong looks at the people present, and the smile on his face makes him look kind and friendly. Thank you for coming to the birthday party of my wife tonight. Do enjoy yourselves. But before entertaining everyone, my little daughter Hu Jiang has prepared a mysterious birthday present for her mommy. Let's take a few minutes to see how mysterious this gift is. There are rumors in Harbor City that although the 2 daughters are twins, the younger daughter, Hu Jiang, is more favored at the Hu family. Hu Jiang enjoys protection from her brother Hu Ting, and deep love from her mother and father. According to the rumors of Harbor City, this younger daughter is a troublemaker, but her father will solve problems for her. In the early years, Hu Jiang liked a handsome boy who played basketball in middle school, but the boy had a girlfriend. Hu Jiang threw his girlfriend into the street, and then 6 or 7 gangsters raped the girl. The girl couldn't stand the humiliation and killed herself by jumping off a high building. The girl's family tried hard to hold the Hu family responsible, and then the Hu family scared them out of Harbor City. The boy who was adored by Hu Jiang hated Hu Jiang very much. But Hu Jiang wouldn't let go and forced him to play basketball for her. After the boy threw the basketball, Hu Jiang instructed someone to break his legs. This incident caused quite a stir in Harbor City, but because the Hua family was rich and powerful, no one dared to irritate them. Gu Changge's reputation is not good, and everyone knows it, but they will not say it. Gu Changge may have spoiled his younger daughter a little too much. This daughter is selfish and does not think of others. However, the fact that nobody ever punished her for her wrongdoings does not mean nobody will do it in the future. In the old days, Gu Changge would like to give a lesson to naughty people who refused to change better. Moreover, people who had offended Gu Changge would regret coming to this world. Her eyesight is calm and icy. Holding a crystal goblet with her fingers, she takes back her eyes and takes a sip of champagne in the glass. In the next second, the LCD screen on the first floor of Dihuang Building is switched to a video, and the sound of the venue reaches the highest standard of clarity. Everyone present is curiously watching the video on the big screen. Before Gu Changge and Mrs. Hu get the time to turn and see the screen, they hear a foreign man's intoxicated moan. "Oh baby, you are so clever." Everyone present is shocked. Then there comes the girl's low voice. Then the embarrassing sound of strikes is heard. The sounds are released by a first-class stereo in the room and echoes throughout the hall. The shocked Mrs. Hu turns her head to look at the big screen, just to see the crazy face of Gu Changge under the man. Now even Gu Changge is stunned. There is no other voice in the hall. There are only swallowing and gasping. Everyone stares at the big screen in shock. Mrs. Hu looks at the people on the screen. She can't believe what she sees. She turns her stiff body and looks at the shocking face of Gu Changge. You are not Ying?" Gu Changge shakes her head. "Mummy, I am Changge." "God!" Mrs. Hu exclaims, unable to cry. Then her eyes roll and she falls down on the ground. Bodyguards and servants rush to help Mrs. Hu stand up. Gu Changge over there never expected that he'd be humiliated in this way at such an old age. Their daughter will become famous overnight in Harbor City. He feels angry and has to clench his fists. He tries to support his body but begins to faint. Gu Ting rushes over and holds him. "Daddy, are you okay? Go find her. Go getting back to me." Gu Changge is almost crazy, his fingers clenching. His eyes are filled with flames of fury, and the kind look on his face is also torn apart and becomes extremely vicious. The black man, kill him. Kill him. The Hua family has always been arrogant in Harbor City. Close relations with both the Gangdom and the government are a secret statement. What people see is all roads lead to Rome. Now that he is angry, the black man is likely to die after this pleasant night. Song Yuncheng watches Gu Ting and his servants help his father leave the hall, and then he orders people to find Gu Changge. She smiles a little and takes another sip of champagne. Her smile is extremely cold, and almost no one could notice it. After the glass covers the curvature of her lips, it appears that she's sipping champagne to comfort herself after the horror. Mrs. Hu's birthday banquet ends up very embarrassing. But through this banquet, the second daughter of the Hua family successfully becomes famous again in the city. The Hua family's scandal also becomes famous overnight. Some people post photos at great risks. Song Yuncheng has breakfast with Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin in the next morning, and the latter have not recovered from shock. Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin have been carefully observing the expression of Song Yuncheng. Song Yuncheng drinks morning tea and asks Zhao Kuan, "Why, is there anything strange on my face? You've been staring at me." Zhao Kuan shakes his head. "No, Miss Song, no. Miss Song, nothing strange on your face. So why do you stare at me?" Zhao Kuan lowers his head, but Zhang Jin chips in. "In fact, this time you should not have come to Harbor City. The Hua family is in trouble now. Nobody knows when they could sign a contract with us." Song Yuncheng does not care. The Hua family is in trouble, so we have to understand that it'll be hard. Since we must get this contract, I will stay here for a while. Will you stay with me? Or will Subo accompany me? Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin are all sent by Zhao Yang. They don't dare to talk at will or to make decisions. They have to nod and say that they would accompany Miss Song here. In fact, if they want to leave, Song Yuncheng can't stop them. Before they came, they must have been told that she would suffer this time. But unexpectedly, Last night was the Hua family's disaster. Song Yunxian wonders how Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin felt after seeing the good play of Hua Jiang last night. She turns to Zhao Kuan. Call the Hua family, and tell them Ms. Song wants to see Mr. Hua. Zhao Kuan is surprised. The Hua family hasn't solved their problem. If you go to talk about business now, is it a little inappropriate? Just do it. Or do you want to stay here with me for half a year? Zhao Kuan is scorned, but Zhang Jin over there has something to say. Song Yunxian turns to him. I haven't read today's morning newspaper. Please get me one. The words in Zhang Jin's mind are immediately suppressed. After the meal, Song Yunxian goes back to the room to review some documents. When she reads the cooperation records between the Song family and the Hua family, she starts to ponder, with her hands supporting her head. The door is open with a creak. She is surprised and immediately turns her head. The room card is in her hands. No one can come in. But someone is opening her door. She stares at the door with vigilance. The door is opened and a man wearing a black cashmere coat comes in. His black hair is thick and clean, and his face angular and beautiful. Moreover, his long and straight figure makes her feel familiar. She frowns. Chu Machin, why are you here? I arrived last night. Didn't you see me in the banquet hall? Chu Machin turns and closes the door, and then looks at her seriously. She looks at his solemn eyes, her mouth twitching a little uneasy. Why didn't you contact me last night? The Hua family was in chaos last night and I didn't have the time. He comes over as oppressive as a god. Song Yunxian sits in the chair, with her fingers placed on the documents on the table. Chu Machin does not pull a chair or sit down, but walks up to her. He raises her jaw with his fingers and looks at her commandingly. You've been here for a couple of days and you're making trouble? His tone sounds reproachable and rebuking. In short, he is very upset. Song Yunxian is pinched by chin and forced to look at his face helplessly. You've known everything? Chu Machin has become more and more aware of her capabilities. He should have figured out immediately that the Hua family's chaos was caused by her counterplot. You went too far. Song Yunxian pushes away his hand and says with a bit of chill, I didn't go too far. You're being too soft-hearted. Do you know the status of the Hua family in this city? It's one of the top 3 commercial giants, and has close relations with both the Gangdom and the government. Then why did you offend them? Song Yunxian raises her head with a cold smile in her eyes. The words spoken are light but sharp. I offended them because I could afford offending them. When Chu Machin hears Song Yunxuan's words, his eyes suddenly become sharp. I didn't think you'd make trouble in Harbor City. Song Yunxian sneers. They were plotting against me and you think I made trouble? Chu Machin's lips are in a straight line. I will always protect you. Song Yunxian nods without rebuttal, but her tone is cool. I believe that you will help me and protect me, but if I hadn't reacted fast enough last night, today I'd be the joke that shocked the whole Harbor City. Chu Machin's eyes are dark. You must go back to Yuncheng with me right now. Under her beautiful eyebrows is a pair of eyes as sharp as knives. Why should I leave at this time? Even if the Hua family wants to deal with me, we'll see if they can get what they want. Harbor City is not as simple as you think. You should go back to Yuncheng as soon as possible. Hua Jiang is not brainy. If she tells everything to Hua Qixing, you may not be able to return to Yuncheng. Song Yunxian looks at the seascape outside the window, without showing any expression of fear on her face. If you do, you should not come to me at this time. Hua Jiang deals with me right because I'm grabbing a man from her sister. Sorry. I don't need your apology. You shouldn't come to me. Please stay with Hua Jiehui, or I will be more vulnerable. Chu Machin has already thought of this. The closer he and Song Yunxian become, the madder the Hua family will be. The madder the Hua family is, the more eager they will be to kill Song Yunxian. However, this does not mean that Chu Machin will give up the person he wants to take back because of the anger of the Hua family. Chu Machin grabs her wrist. I have already booked the tickets, and you will return to Yuncheng with me now. I will not. We can't afford offending the Hua family in Harbor City. But in Yuncheng, the Hua family doesn't matter. You must go back with me. The Hua family is dominating in Harbor City, but in another place its power will be doubtable. Song Yunxian looks at Chu Machen's fingers holding her wrist. She says, I am very clear about the current situation. You don't have to worry about me. If I can make trouble on other people's place, I can keep myself safe. I don't believe it. He doesn't want her to take this risk. Sometimes as long as you take one risk, nothing will be left. He doesn't want to let her stay here. Chu Machen, you have to believe me. Her hand is placed on the back of his, her eyes fixed on him, looking seriously. But Chu Machen is upset. Things are not as optimistic as you think. The Hua family ranks third in Harbor City, but the Lu family on the second place has been low-key for many years, and the Xiao family ranking first is busy with internal strife. If the first two families in Harbor City don't intervene, you can't beat the Hua family. Song Yunxian grabs his hand, and there is shallow brilliance in her eyes. Her voice is light. Machen, what if the Hua family has internal strife? Chu Machen's forced to pull her suddenly pauses. The whole room is silent. Yes, what if the Hua family has internal strife? If a group breaks down from the inside, its external enemies may not necessarily die so soon. The Hua family's big house is noisy. After Hu Jiang is pushed down on the ground by her mother, she climbs from the ground, grabs her mother's hand and bursts into tears. Mummy, you must help me to kill Leo. Hu Qixiong on the side looks cold. How dare the stupid thing mess on my place? The diamond ring on Mrs. Hua's finger is shining. Hu Jiang cries even louder when she sees it. Mummy, they all know it now. What should I do? Mrs. Hua feels disappointed and shakes her off. It is your fault. Why did you interfere in your sister's business? Now you're ruined by your wisdom. You're a joke in Harbor City now. Who would marry you? Hu Qixiong's eyebrows wrinkle tightly, his temples are cricking, and his brain faints. His fingers are placed on the arm of the sofa. He's so angry at his daughter's experience that his fingers are bent. Hu Qixiong has lived proudly for 30 or 40 years in the city, but has never been a joke. This time someone caused such a scandal at his wife's birthday party. All his dignity is gone. Hu Jiang is still crying hard. Of course, she knows that her future will not be good. The rich girl's private life in Harbor City is disreputable, but none of them ever put it before the public. In most cases, rumors are rumors and that's all. Now excellent. Hu Jiang becomes notorious overnight, and her reputation is completely ruined. It would be better if the man had been a son of an honorable family, but he was an Akrakan. Her eyes are flaming and she can't stop gnashing. Mummy, it was Song Yunxian. She hurt me. If it wasn't for her. Daddy. Hu Jiang's words are suddenly interrupted. Hu Ting comes in from the door and sees his sister on the ground and his pale-faced father beside her. He walks to his father and whispers, the Leo has already been solved. He will never appear in Harbor City in the future. Hu Qixiong nods and turns sideways, and his eyes fall on Hu Jiang's face. What were you just saying? Hu Jiang has tears in her eyes, and her hair is a little scattered. Dad, you have to give a lesson to Song Yunxian for me. I can't let her leave Harbor City alive. The reason why I become like this is all the fault of Song Yunxian. It's the bitch who ruined me. Hu Qixiong's eyelids crick and he looks coldly at Hu Ting. Song Yunxian is. She is Uncle Song's youngest daughter, Song Yunxian. Hu Qixiong thinks about it for a while. Seems a little hard. Hu Ting immediately reminds his father. Daddy, it's the girl who wore a blue and white dress at my mother's birthday party. Her. Hu Qixiong is slightly surprised. Hu Ting nods. It is her. Hu Qixiong sneers. The daughter born by the star that Song Yan played with? If I think about it carefully, she does look like her short-lived mother. Mrs. Hua hears Hu Qixiong's reference to Song Yan's mother. Xiong, you mean? Hu Qixiong is impatient. The woman you let me drive out of Harbor City that year, have you forgotten her? Mrs. Hua raises her hand. but her fingers are too thin to cover the red lips in shock. You mean Song Yunxian is Fan Fan's biological daughter? She is the daughter of Fan Kai-dai. Hu Qixing frowns at her. It has been so many years. I thought you knew it. You've forgotten it. Mrs. Hu is shocked and shouts. Xiong, the stinky girl must come to take revenge. Fan Kai-dai must have asked her to come to Harbor City to find revenge before death. Hu Qixing sees she's scared and screaming and shouts, "Shut up!" Mrs. Hu zips her mouth in fear, but her face is pale.
Hu Ting frowns.
Hu Jiang is shocked with her mouth open. After a long while, she asks Mrs. Hu, "Mummy, you killed Song Yunchuan's biological mother?" Mrs. Hu's lower lip trembles slightly. When she hears Hu Jiang's question, she clenches her lips with her fingers, and her face shows she can't believe it. Hu Qixing does not feel uneasy. He just asks Hu Ting, "Why did she come to Harbor City?" Hu Ting whispers to his father, "Song Yan is dead. He had an accident before death. He gave 99% of his family's inheritance to this little daughter. Now the heir of the Song Enterprise is his little daughter. Our contract with the Song Enterprise should be signed by Song Yunxian." "You signed it?" Hu Qixing frowns. Hu Ting shakes his head. "Not yet." Hu Qixing pulls a long face. "Delay it. We can't let her go back to Yuncheng." Hu Ting nods. "I will." After Hu Qixing orders everything, he feels that his headache is terrible. He stands up and takes a look at Hu Jiang. "Stay at home and reflect on it. You are not allowed to go out in half a year. If you can't live in this city, you will go to the US and never come back. You've discredited my family. Daddy, this is Song." Jiang, calm down. Hu Ting grabs her arm when she rushes to stop Hu Qixing. Hu Jiang reaches out to stop her father and continue to tell her grievance. Yet her father leaves in front of her because of her brother's inference. She frowns at her brother. "Brother, you must let Daddy revenge for me. We can't let Song Yunxian leave here alive." Hu Ting nods. "I will help you go back to the room to rest first." Hu Jiang is helped go out of the door by Hu Ting. Before leaving, Hu Ting looks back at his stepmother Zhang Yufang behind him. Zhang Yufang's face is pale, as if she has met some ghosts, but there is a vicious sense growing, which lets a person scare. Hu Ting takes back his eyesight and leaves the room. The thickly carpeted hall is silent. The servants do not dare to breathe out loud for fear of alarming their old masters and young masters. Hu Jiang has been crying all day and night, and she has no strength to walk. Hu Ting sends her back to the room. Hu Jiang grabs Hu Ting's clothes and asks him in tears, "Brother, what should I do now? What am I going to do?" She is of course completely ruined after what happened. But Hu Ting will not talk to her like this. If you don't feel well, I will send you to America for a period of time." "No." Hu Jiang ruthlessly catches Hu Ting's wrist with her eyes flashing cold and bitter. "I want Song Yunxian to die in Harbor City. I want her to die here." Hu Ting watches his sister who hates Song Yunxian so much. His voice fades a little. You should not let the whole Harbor City know that you hurt yourself instead when you plotted against others. Then everyone will think you are a fool." Hu Jiang is stunned, and suddenly raises her head. Hu Ting looks at her coldly. "Especially don't tell Daddy. Even if Daddy loves you so much, he doesn't want you to become a fool." And he pauses and asks Hu Jiang, "You don't want to become a fool in Daddy's heart, do you?" Hu Jiang keeps silent for a moment, with her head raised and looking at Hu Ting with two big, red eyes. Hu Ting pats on her shoulder and appeases her. "You haven't slept all day and night. Now take a rest." Hu Jiang seems to be stunned by the words of her brother. As the older brother speaks, she slowly lies down. Even if Hu Jiang can be lawless in the Hu family, her father Hu Qixing's patience will finally be exhausted. And her father hates a woman who is a fool. She can't turn into an idiot. Hu Ting puts a quilt on her, and seeing tears in her eyes, sighs softly before he gets up. Hu Jiang's door is closed. When Hu Ting's eyes are lifted again, the light in his eyes suddenly cools a few degrees, and even the seemingly gentle expression on his face disappears without a trace. Gu Changge took a beating in dealing with Song Yunxian. The woman in Chu Machen's heart is indeed tough. Only, no one knows if Song Yunxian can leave Harbor City alive. But once Song Yunxian leaves Harbor City safely, no one of the whole Song family can rival her. The Song family sent her over here with ulterior intentions. After Song Yunxian goes back, she absolutely won't forgive those who put her to the edge of danger. Oh. When the Song family receives news about the scandal in Harbor City, a small misunderstanding occurs. The Song family's person who sends the information to Song Yuncheng only says that it is a video of a sexual scandal between a young girl and an African played on birthday party of Mrs. Hua. Song Yuncheng trembles, and then he stands up from his seat with a shocked look. Is anything wrong with Yunxian? The messenger holding the fax from Harbor City in his hand says, Mr. Song, this is the fax from Zhao Kun and Zhang Jin in Harbor City. Zhao Kun and Zhang Jin are both relatives of Zhao Yang. After Song Yunxian went to Harbor City, Zhao Yang still felt uneasy, so he sent his 2 cronies to follow her. Unexpectedly, it turns out to be useful. He pretends to be worried about his little sister, but his heart uplifts. As long as it is a scandal of Song Yunxian, he has reason to drive her out of the Song enterprise. He opens the fax with excitement. After carefully reading the reports and photos on the fax, he is shocked. How could it be the daughter of the Hua family? The person who sends the fax nods. It is the second daughter of the Hua family. Go out. He unpleasantly sends the person who sends the fax out and calls Zhao Kun. At that time, Zhao Kun is in Harbor City, having morning tea with Song Yunxian in the next morning after the incident. When the phone rings, Zhao Kun looks at the phone in embarrassment. He doesn't know whether he should answer the phone at this time or not. Song Yunxian raises her eyelids. My mobile phone has run out of power. My older brother must be worried about me. He's calling you instead.
Zhao Kun notes bitterly.
Song laughs. Then answer it. Why don't you answer it? Are you shy in my presence? Zhao Kun denies. Of course not. Answer it. Song Yunxian says this coldly, and she looks back at the magazine in her hand. Zhao Kun answers the phone over there. Song Yunxian asks Zhang Jin occasionally, I asked you to call the Hua family for a meeting with Mr. Hua. Did you call them? Miss Song. He sees Song Yunxian raise her eyes and immediately changes his tone. Miss Song, I have called Mr. Hua as you instructed. If you've done it, let me know the time and place of your appointment. I'll prepare for it in advance. Zhang Jin's 2 eyebrows curl up. Miss Song, Mr. Hua said he'd be busy these days. Make another call, and tell him that if he doesn't have time to see me, I will go back. Zhang Jin nods and leaves to make a call. Right then, after Zhao Kun and Song Yuncheng spoke a few words, Song Yunxian stretches out her hand in front of Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun is not stupid. He immediately places his mobile phone in the hand of Song Yunxian. Miss Yunxian wants to say a few words with you. Song Yunxian takes a look at him and puts the phone on her ear. Song Yuncheng on the other end hears Zhao Kun's words and adjusts his expression. When Song Yunxian takes the call, he couldn't wait to ask her, Yunxian, are you fine in Harbor City? Song Yunxian nods. I'm fine, brother. Hearing this, Song Yuncheng over there should be very disappointed. Song Yuncheng must have known that Hu Jiahui lived in the home of Chu Machen. When Song Yuncheng sent her to Harbor City to talk about business with the Hua family, he was simply embarrassing her. And if the Hua family really wanted Hu Jiahui to marry Chu Machen, they definitely would give Song Yunxian a fatal blow in the days when she was in Harbor City. Song Yuncheng should have guessed all the possibilities together with Zhao Yang and Zhou Jian, so he delegated the mission to Harbor City to Song Yunxian. However, this time he was not quite right. Song Yunxian escaped. Song Yuncheng is very upset to hear that she is fine, and his face is long. Song Yunxian sounds a bit sorry and annoyed. Brother, it seems that our contract with the Hua family couldn't be signed in a short period. Am I going back first? Song Yuncheng frowns and soon begins to ponder. At this time, Zhao Yang comes in from the door in a hurry and sees Song Yuncheng answering the phone. He asks him in lip language whether he is talking to Song Yunxian. Song Yuncheng nods. Zhao Yang tells him in lip language, "Don't let her come back or we'll be in trouble." Song Yuncheng is shocked. He feels things may be out of control. He immediately says, "Well, Yunxian, you'll have nothing to do if you come back recently. It's better to stay in Harbor City for a while, because our contract is very important. You can come back after signing it." "But, brother." "Okay, Yunxian, try your best. I believe you." "Brother, I have to attend a meeting. I will call you later." After saying that, he hangs up immediately. Zhao Kuan looks at Song Yunchuan's frowning. He feels scared in mind. Song Yunxian hides the feeling of bitterness, then hangs up and gives it to Zhao Kuan. Zhao Kuan asks her, "Miss Yunxian, shall we return to Yuncheng?" Song Yunxian drinks some tea. "No, we won't. At such a critical time, she can't go back even if she wants to. She will go back, but not now." After hanging up the phone, Song Yuncheng turns to ask Zhao Yang immediately, "What happened, Uncle Zhao?" Zhao Yang says with cold sweat, "It's a big trouble. Yunxian may die in Harbor City." Song Yuncheng is stunned, then frowns and asks, "Uncle Zhao, what on earth happened?" Zhao Yang and Song Yuncheng sit down on the sofa, and Song Yuncheng makes gongfu tea for Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang came in a hurry. After drinking a cup of tea, he wipes the cold sweat on his head with a handkerchief and says, "Gu Changge had a sex scandal at Mrs. Hua's birthday party. In fact, I heard from Zhang Jin that the second daughter of the Hua family was trying to find someone to deal with our Yunxian." "Deal with Yunxian?" Song Yuncheng grins. Zhao Yang nods as if his weak heart couldn't bear it and continues, "This matter has been blocked in Harbor City. Zhang Jin spent a lot of money to find out the specific reason from a person who worked for Hua family." Song Yuncheng's eyebrows tighten. How did the second daughter of the Hua family trap herself? That person dared not say anything without evidence. But Zhang Jin was told that Gu Changge asserted that Song Yunxian hurt her. Yunxian hurt her? Song Yuncheng raises his eyes to look at Zhao Yang, with fingers on the dark red enameled pottery. Will the Hua family doubt that the Song family ordered it? Zhao Yang sighs to express his fear. Now I am afraid that the Hua family may misunderstand it. The Hua family's second daughter is Hua Qisheng's pearl of the eye. If it is real that Yunxian hurt her, Hua Qisheng will blame our Song family. At that time we won't be able to explain it. Yunxian is an excellent troublemaker. Song Yuncheng throws the teapot on the table mercilessly, his chest rising and falling. Seems he's very angry. Zhao Yang does not stop talking. Instead, he is exaggerating it. The Hua family is powerful in Harbor City. Except the Xiao family and the Lu family, nobody can stop the Hua family for taking revenge. Yunxian this time is really in trouble. Uncle Zhao, what do you think we should do now? Do we need to go to Harbor City? Song Yuncheng asks Zhao Yang for advice, wanting to seek a solution from Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang raises his head and complains to him. Yuncheng, have you lost your mind? The trouble Yunxian caused in Harbor City is beyond our capability. We can't fix it even if we go there. Uncle Zhao, what do you mean?
Song Yunqiang asks Zhao Yang.
Zhao Yang narrows his eyes and raises his head to look at Song Yuncheng. Yuncheng, although your father asked us to take care of Yunxian, the trouble is too big. We can't help her even if we want to. For the sake of the Song family, Yuncheng, we'd better not go to Harbor City. Yunxian is in Harbor City alone. If she dies there, our Song family will be a laughingstock. Song Yuncheng looks at Zhao Yang as if he was at a loss. In fact, he hopes that Song Yunxian could die in Harbor City. But if they let Song Yunxian die without doing anything, the Chu family will not just accept it. If the Chu family comes to denounce them, the Song family can hardly explain it. Chu Machen knows about the internal strife of the Song family. Thinking of this, he comes to his sense. Uncle Zhao, how about telling Chu Machen about it? We can let him go to Harbor City to check on her. After all, Yunxian is his fiancée. He would not let her die. Zhao Yang nods. This method can work. After saying this, Song Yuncheng goes to call Chu Machen. After the phone is connected, Song Yuncheng immediately says, Chu Machen. The voice of Chu Machen is light. Brother, what's up? Song Yuncheng considers for a moment before opening his mouth. Yunxian has a little trouble in Harbor City. Maybe. I'm in Harbor City. Song Yuncheng's mouth corner twitches. He didn't expect Chu Machin would act so fast. Then Yunxian? Asks Song Yuncheng tentatively. Chu Machin's voice is steady. Don't worry, I will take her back safe and sound. Song Yuncheng is shocked. He feels that Chu Machin is willing to fight the Hua family in Harbor City. For the sake of a mere woman, Chu Machin is ready to offend the snake in its haunts. When Song Yuncheng puts down the phone, there is still a shocked expression on his face. Zhao Yang sees his uncomfortable facial expression and asks him suspiciously, "What did Chu Machin say?" Song Yuncheng shakes his head gently. He is in Harbor City. Takes Zhao Yang a little while to understand it. Then he sneers. The Chu family and the Hua family are quite close. Chu Machin must have gone to Mrs. Hua's birthday party. So Yunxian. I think the Hua family will consider the friendship between the Chu family and the Hua family. The Huas must find some evidence before taking actions. So Yunxian will be safe temporarily. Hearing this, Song Yuncheng finds it hard to figure out the situation. He wants Song Yunxian to die in Harbor City and never come back. But it can't be done above board. He found it difficult before the call, because he could not leave it alone, and he dared not take care of it. The Hua family owned great power in Harbor City. No forces from the outside could fight it. But if he made it clear that he wouldn't do anything, he'd offend Chu Machin. Although Song Yunxian was annoying, she was the fiancée of Chu Machin. Even if it was not announced to the public, the Song family knew it clearly. If he didn't show any concern, he would be laughed at for being a brother who just let his sister die. If Song Yunxian died in Harbor City, Chu Machin would definitely make it hard for the Song family. Now that he has made the call, he feels that the difficult situation has been eased a little. Zhao Yang also wipes sweat beside him. If Child Chu said so, our attitude doesn't need to be too clear. The Chu family will manage it. If Yunxian can't come back, Chu Machin can't blame us. Song Yuncheng nods. That is true. He volunteered to take it over, but... He pauses. Zhao Yang raises his eyes and looks at him. But what? Song Yuncheng smiles. Uncle Zhao. Even a mighty dragon will not attack a snake in its own haunts. The eye expression of Zhao Yang changes delicately, and he slowly smiles like an old fox. Harbor City is a leading city like Yuncheng, and it boasts prosperous trade. The number of foreigners in Harbor City ranks first in the country. The city's richest businesspersons are among the top 100 richest people in the world. What's more, it's a place full of extravagance and corruption. All kinds of forces intertwine there. If someone dies here, he or she may be known as missing and may never appear anywhere in the world. Some excessively powerful people may hide in the dark like vipers, and destroy those who offend them. How could Song Yunxian, an ignorant little girl, survive Harbor City by simply relying on Chu Machin? That place is not Yuncheng. It is not within the capability of Chu Machin. Zhao Yang has marked this young heir of the Song family with the big red times in his mind. Next, he needs to assist Song Yuncheng in becoming the merited heir of the Song family. And Song Yuning, who knows Song Yunchuan's style, immediately asserts that the unlucky Miss Hua is suffering from her own wicked deed. But, she frowns, watching Harbor City TV's report of the Hua family thing and sighs, Yunxian seems to have dug a grave for herself. Yeah, the Hua family in Harbor City is not easy to mess with. Xue Tao wears a tie behind Song Yuning. He gives a glance at the screen of the LED TV, and then comes over to hold Song Yuning's shoulders, murmuring in Schadenfreude. I think your little sister will die very, very miserably. Song Yuning does not refute. She lowly lifts her fingers and touches her lower abdomen. What a pity. She has just started cooperating with Song Yunxian, and now Song Yunxian has caused such a trouble. It seems she's seeing the end of her life. Xue Tao intends to leave after saying this with hands on her shoulders. Song Yuning is stunned, immediately turns around and says to him, Where are you going? Xue Tao straightens his tie and puts on his coat. I have an important meeting over dinner. But it's too late for dinner. Tao becomes impatient at Song Yuning's sharp question, and he scolds her roughly. Bitch! It's none of your business. After saying that, Tao doesn't continue the talk with Song Yuning but leaves there. Song Yuning is scolded for no reason. She's so angry that her fingers are forced to clutch to the sofa armrest. Tao, you bastard! She curses with a blush, teeth clenching. She'd like to bite the word Tao into pieces. Needless to say, Tao goes out again with other women. Although she is pregnant now, Tao still does not attend to his duty. After she returned to China, he also came back, seeing that she remained safe. And after returning to the Xue family, Tao restored his original arrogance and extravagance. After all the previous difficulties, he does not want to move forward at all. Song Yuning's teeth gurgle. Oh! Song Yunxian stays in Harbor City, and the repeated calls by Zhang Jin to the Hua family have been refused by Huating's secretary. 1 week after the incident, Song Yunxian waits for Huating in front of his company. Although she's wearing a mask, Huating recognizes her at first sight when he goes outside. Right after Huating's glance, Song Yunxian leaves like a ghost. When Huating tries to look at Song Yunxian again, Song Yunxian has left. After getting on the car, he asks the female secretary beside him, "Did the Song family continue making an appointment with me recently?" The secretary shakes her head. 3 days ago, I received the last phone call from the Song family. Huating nods and speaks to the driver in front. "Put me in front of the hotel garage. I need to go out." The driver follows his order and places him in front of the parking garage of Dihuang building. Huating drives away 10 minutes later, and the silver-gray Lamborghini stops by briefly as it passes Harbor Sea View Hotel. A woman in a blue coat and a white scarf gets into the car. No one sees the face of the woman who wears her hair down. But after she gets on the car, Huating's eyes are attracted to her. "Even if you are Miss Song, you don't look like a beauty." Song Yunxian rubs her long hair to the head and raises her eyes. "A beauty is a source of trouble, so I do not want to be a beauty." Huating looks at her face with his eyes slightly freezing. The corners of his lips show a thin smile. "But even if you do not want to cause trouble, you did it." Song Yunxian lifts her eyelashes and looks calmly and indifferently at the road ahead with her beautiful eyes. "I have ordered them to try again and again to make an appointment with you, but you did not want to meet me. Did you mean to avoid trouble?" Huating shakes his head gently and slows down the car when he sees the red light. "I was afraid that, if I met you at that time, you would die earlier. If you died, I would be made the suspect." Song Yunchuan's eyes curve. "So that's to say, you are the reason that I'm safe and sound now?" "That's not what I meant. You should thank Chu Machen. The Chu family and the Hua family are old friends, and you are Chu Machen's wife-to-be. Besides, you did a bad thing without leaving a clue. Even if the Hua family wants to find fault, they have to consider Chu Machen first." Song Yunchuan's lips form a hook, and she seems to have suddenly understood this truth. She turns her head to Huating. "I thought that if a sister was hurt, her brother would want to kill the murderer." "Of course." Huating raises his eyebrows. Song Yunxian, however, shows some malice. "At that time in the elevator, if you hadn't pressed the down key, your younger sister would not have made herself famous in Harbor City. As her elder brother, don't you regret your behavior?" Huating looks indifferent. Song Yunchuan's eyes sweep his face and she says, "Oh right, although you're a biological brother of the second daughter of the Hua family, you two didn't come out of the same belly. How can you treat her as a real sister?" Huating still does not speak, but the car turns into a seldom visited road which Huating will never take in the usual days. Song Yunxian glances out of the car and kindly reminds him, "This road is very remote. If you go further, your car may break down and no passerby will come to rescue you." Huating's black long eyebrows at this time stretch. "Harbor City is a place of indifference, so you should not expect anyone to help you." Song Yunxian nods to show agreement. "Mr. Hua, you are right. But I remember your biological died on this road because of difficult labor when your sister was born." Huating suddenly frowns with cruelty shown on her eyebrows. Song Yunxian sighs with sympathy. "What a pity. At that time the car broke down. It was a car that would be checked for malfunction before departure, but failed when the young mistress of the Hua family rode in it to hospital for delivery. What a coincidence! At the last word, the harsh sound of brake is suddenly heard on this remote road, with sharp noise lingering over the sky. The smile of Song Yunxian gradually disappears. Hu Ting, with hands on the steering wheel, begins to breathe heavily, as if the brake cost a huge amount of energy. He is quivering and his eyes red. Song Yunxian raises her head slightly, not hitting the windshield in front thanks to the tight seat belt. Outside the window, the winter wind whistles. Although Harbor City is a warm place in winter, it is cold and wet and excruciating. Song Yunxian combs up her long hair on forehead and turns to look at Hu Ting coldly. Hu Ting, if you remember your mother was killed on this road, you should not do the same thing on this road. Song Yunxian reaches out over Hu Ting's curved back to press the door unlock button. The button clicks. Song Yunxuan's expression becomes indifferent and cold. Her eyesight toward Hu Ting is freezing. And I don't like pre-death recording. After saying that, she picks up Hu Ting's mobile phone, unlocks it, and deletes the sound recording. Hearing the sound when Song Yunxian deletes the recording, Hu Ting moves his cold and bloodthirsty eyesight toward her face. Her face does not show any fear or hesitation. She calmly looks at Hu Ting. Although it is a good idea to kill me and frame your stepmother, you should understand that your father is behind your stepmother. Hu Ting looks at her viciously. Song Yunxian keeps speaking. She puts the mobile phone back to its original place and then looks at him. Your stepmother already has two 20-something daughters, but now she is only 46 years old. She can have another child, right? Hu Ting's fingers clench the steering wheel, and his eyes look cold. Song Yunxian looks back at him and nods. Well, got it. Your stepmother is pregnant. Hu Ting's fingers move away inch by inch, and he simply wants to strangle Song Yunxian. Song Yunxian suddenly opens her mouth. Since you are already in danger, then why not make a deal with me? Her eyes are bright.
Hu Ting frowns.
His fingers that are leaving the steering wheel stop moving. Song Yunxian reaches out and presses his fingers back to the steering wheel. Although the force is light, it has some irresistible directive power. Mr. Hua, I'll help you remove the obstacles, but as a reward, you have make your efforts to prevent the Hua family and the Chu family from fighting each other. Hu Ting puts his fingers back to the steering wheel, and the back of his hand can feel the temperature of Song Yunxuan's fingers. His vicious look unknowingly shrinks a little. You'll help me remove the obstacles? He asks her with a sneer, as if he despised her indiscretion. Song Yunxian with a slight smile looks at him. You think I can't do that? Hu Ting looks at the confident smile of Song Yunxian and sees a swaying and deep cold light. It's like a sheathed cold sword that is unnoticeable, but unbelievably powerful at explosion. You're nothing compared with my father. Song Yunxian nods. Hu Qixiong is indeed a famous magnate in Harbor City, but don't you think old people should retire and focus on chess and tea? Hu Ting looks at Song Yunxian, and the coldness in his eyes gradually disappears. Song Yunxian turns to look out of the window. The difference between courting death and waiting for death is how fast death comes. But in the end, everyone will die. If you court death, perhaps you can be happy before death. Her words are light-hearted and don't sound like a game of human life at all. But Hu Ting is well aware that Song Yunxian is betting with life in the game with such a relaxed tone. If we fail, both you and I will die.
Hu Ting reminds her.
Song Yunxian smiles. Zhang Yufeng is pregnant with the third child, so you can't escape unscathed. This woman's ambition has lasted for more than 20 years and does not dissipate. She wants the whole Hua family, and you are not her biological son, so she doesn't believe you. What she said to him can't be denied, because Zhang Yufeng is indeed such a person. Zhang Yufeng married into the Hua family at a young age. It indicates that she is really not simple, and that she won't accept it that she has just 2 daughters. She always wants a son, and after the son is born, she will thoroughly get rid of Hu Ting, who has not yet mastered all the power of the Hua family. Song Yunxian feels that she has said enough. She takes her phone from her pocket to check the time, and then turns to Hu Ting. It's late. We should go back, otherwise Gu Changge will find us. As soon as she finishes the sentence, the Lamborghini's door at the driver's side is pulled open. Before Ting can react, he is pulled out of the driver's seat. Hey! Wait a minute. She makes a noise to stop it. Behind the man who pulls Ting, there is a man's unpleasant voice. Let go of Mr. Hua. As expected, the man who pulls Ting stops his movement. Yes, Mr. Chu. Song Yuncheng can't help shaking her head. She opens the door by the front seat and walks out, with a complaining look to the oppressing Gu Changge. I just had a few words with Mr. Hua. Why did you chase us so quickly? Gu Changge is wearing a black suit. However, the three-piece suit frequently seen in Harbor City, on him appears gloomy, solemn, and reminds of a dark king. Song Yuncheng walks toward Gu Changge and reaches out her hands to grab his. Well, don't be mad. I will not sneak out again. She rarely admits her wrongdoings in this way, but now it's the best solution to the problem. Gu Changge looks cold and angry. Song Yuncheng turns to look at Ting. I'm sorry. I don't think I can take your car back. See you later, Mr. Hua. If Gu Changge learns that Ting took her out to kill her and frame Mrs. Hua, things would be very difficult. Moreover, Gu Changge may ruin her plan at this crucial point, and then she'll have to go back to Yuncheng without any achievement. She doesn't want to ruin her efforts. The Miss Hua thing is just a small ripple. The real big waves are just beginning to flow. Mr. Chu, don't worry. I won't hurt Miss Song. See you later, said Mr. Hua, looking unhappily. After saying this, he gets on the car neatly and leaves. Song Yuncheng doesn't feel relieved until the car has made a turn. But Gu Changge is still angry. He pulls her over by her shoulder and looks her sharply like an eagle. What tricks did you play to him? Song Yuncheng feels his fingers pinching her shoulder. She frowns and acts like a little woman. Machen, you hurt me. Gu Changge's fingers become stiff. The gentle reaction makes her a stranger in his eyes. Song Yuncheng looks at him. Don't you let go of me?
No.
He opens his lips coldly. The next second, Song Yuncheng is pulled by wrist and thrown into the back seats of the luxury car. Go back to the hotel. Yes, Mr. Chu. The driver in the front of the car drives obediently. He is trying to restraining his breath, and dares not squint to check what's happening from the back mirror. Song Yuncheng is forced to sit on his laps. When she feels the locking strength of Gu Changge's hands, she takes a deep breath. What are you going to do? Did I say you could get out of the hotel? I was bored and came out for a walk. A walk to Childhood's car? Song Yuncheng frowns and rages. What do you mean? What do you think? His lips chase around her fair earlobes, breathing out burning air, but his words are freezing. Stop thinking about dirty things. Dirty? I or you? Gu Changge asks her, but his big hand moves a few inches up her waist. Song Yuncheng's face becomes pale and reaches out her hand to stop his. She gives a cold glance at the driver in front, and lower her eyelids. She is speaking in a much gentler voice like a weak kitten. We'll talk about it later. His hand moves again. She holds his hand tightly. You don't want to be hated by me, do you? Her voice is light and sounds powerless, but hits the weakest point of Gu Changge. Gu Changge moves his hand back to her waist. Well, I'll let you go now. Gu Changge is a man who keeps his words and possessive. Song Yuncheng is pulled into the room by him. Right after entering the door, he presses her against the wall. Her body is held up by him, and she can't find any support, so she has to hold his neck with her hands. His lips touch her earlobes and move downward, carefully ironing her neck and then reach her shoulders. Her collar is torn open and her pure fair shoulders are exposed to the light. The color of Gu Changge's eye pupils becomes a little deeper. There is a little bit of spark spreading through the whole body. She frowns and bites her lower lip. Gu Changge's chest is pressed against her body, and the heat of his kisses makes her feel burned all over. Here or the bed? She spits out two words in pain. Bed, bed. You're really conservative and boring. He holds her. But when they are a few steps away from the luxury bed, she is pressed on the wall and stripped of her clothes. Her clothes slip and her hair is scattered. Her red lips, slightly swelled due to his bite, are moist as autumn-ripe cherries. The temperature in the room begins to climb, and the colors outside the window begin to fade. The world that Song Yuncheng sees is shaky, and finally starts spinning. The whole world is bumpy, as if it was experiencing a great storm. She is like a boat that is too weak to control itself, and can only follow the rhythm of the wind and waves like crazy. Gradually, the world begins to be darkened. Her fingers lose strength, unable to grasp anything, and slip off from his back. But she doesn't understand why this storm is not gentle at all. It's like she's back to the first one. No, it's harder to adapt to it than to that one. It's like he's punishing her. She feels a lot of pain, and her fingertips are slightly cool because of the pain. But somebody holds her cool fingertips with his palm, carefully warming her with his temperature. I'm sorry, just now. It was a little out of control. She curls up her body and wants to lean on the warm place. He reaches for her to hold her in his arms. His lips gently print on her earlobes. But if you slip out of my protective circle like that, it'll be really dangerous. Harbor City is not a place like Yuncheng. If I can't find you, probably I won't ever find you again. That kind of risk makes him feel scared every time he thinks about it. He doesn't want to be so scared. Yuncheng, listen to me, go back to Yuncheng. His kiss falls on her cheek. She buries her face deeper in his arms to show refusal. He raises his lip corners. He can do nothing but reach out to pinch her chin. Then he moves her face and presses his lips on hers. Song Yunchuan's body trembles for a moment. He feels the temperature of her body, and his voice becomes hoarse again. Even if you don't like me kissing your lips, learn to adapt to it, because I want to kiss you. Chu Machen's energy is out of Song Yunchuan's imagination. A kiss ignites a series of physical exertion. Song Yunxian doesn't fall asleep until 2 in the morning. She is almost exhausted. When she wakes up the next morning, she first wraps herself up in the quilt, opens her eyes and looks around. As soon as she opens her eyes, a man's enlarged face appears in front of her, and he is naked. She is not as startled as the young girls. She pulls the quilt up a little and lowers her eyes to remind him, "Put on your clothes. What are you afraid of?" It's not the first time. He leans over. His tight chest muscles send out the toughness and sexiness of a mature man. Song Yunxian turns her face slightly, while the kiss inevitably falls on her thin, soft and cherry-like lips. He puts his fingers on her hair, tucks her hair behind her ears, and then moves his burning kiss down her neck. Song Yunxian takes a breath and calms herself down. It's morning. Men are more impulsive in the morning. You should know it. But I think you should have something else to do. Not that urgent. His fingers reach into the quilt, moving up along her back to her shoulders. Her body turns a little. She is a little shy and abashed, and her cheeks go blush. I will be in the hotel all day, and I will not go anywhere. I'm still worried. Chu Machen pulls down her quilt. She clings onto the quilt tightly and says, "I won't lie to you." Chu Machen's movements of his hands stop. The corners of his lips are raised, and his eyes are attractive. Did the punishment last night work? Song Yunxian lowers her eyes shyly and bites her teeth. She is ashamed of his behaviors. Dirty. It's the only way to punish you without hurting you. I don't want to hurt you. Song Yunxian stares at him. If you sneak out again, I will keep you from getting out of bed for a few days. Ok. Song Yunxian grinds her back teeth, throws the quilt on his face, turns over and hugs the other corner of the quilt. No. Chu Machen hugs her from behind tenaciously. He puts his chin under her neck. His voice is gentle but evil. Although you don't think it's good, I think it is. So, I'll let you stay in bed today first. Hey, you. Before she can finish, he already presses his lips on hers. The white quilt is pulled away, and her arms gradually wrap around Chu Machen's neck with the enchantment of the kiss. Her eyes close slowly, and she sighs at the bottom of her heart. Everything is under control. In order to make up for Chu Machen, just let him enjoy a brief intimacy this morning. Huting's face turns blue when he comes back to Hua's house. Gu Changge hasn't been well for several days, and Zhang Yufang always looks distant. Huting often sees Zhang Yufang sit on the sofa in the living room and stare into the air. Gu Changge, however, begins to calm down before going abroad as her father ordered, and tries to show a more positive side. Seeing her behaviors, Zhang Yufang sighs reproachfully. Can't you be quiet after such a thing happened? Although Gu Changge is sad in her heart, she tries to smile thinking of what Huting has said to her. Mom, it has happened. If I always think about that, I won't get out of the shadow, and I will only commit suicide. Zhang Yufang scolds her in low voice. What kind of silly talk is that? Gu Changge puts her hand on the back of her mother's hand and comforts her. Mom, don't worry too much. I'll go to America for a while. Who dares to speak ill of me when Song Yuncheng disappears from the world? Zhang Yufang's eyes darken a little, and she looks at her daughter's hands lost in thoughts. That's right. If Song Yuncheng disappears from the world, no one will always remember Gu Changge's scandal. People who speak ill of her will not have a good ending, so they won't risk their necks to do it. Gu Changge sees her mother's expression change and says gently, Mom, there's something I've been trying to figure out. What is it? Zhang Yufang looks at his daughter, who is half kneeling on the red carpet, with a loving expression. Gu Changge asks her, What's the relationship between you and Song Yunchuan's mother? Zhang Yufang's face stiffens. Gu Changge, however, is not good at observing others' face. She just looks down and keeps going. Do you know Song Yunchuan's mother? What's more, did she kill Song Yunchuan's mother? Otherwise, why was she so frightened after hearing about Song Yunchuan's mother, and said that Song Yuncheng was back for revenge? Gu Changge thinks of this and begins to say disgustedly, Song Yuncheng is a little bitch, and Song Yunchuan's mother must have been a bitch too. Has she done anything to hurt you? Zhang Yufang says nothing. Gu Changge comforts her mother. Mom, such a little bitch like Song Yuncheng will surely be punished sooner or later. Her mom must have died so early because of some bitchy things she did. Zhang Yufang's face is pale. Stop talking, Ing. Gu Changge frowns and looks at her mother. Mom, did her mother hurt you? Zhang Yufang raises her hand and covers her forehead, unable to speak. Gu Changge looks at her mother and remains silent for a long time either. Just when Gu Changge feels that her mother would not say anything, Zhang Yufang suddenly grabs her hand and sits her down beside her on the sofa. I wasn't going to tell you this even when I'm dead, but since Fanfan's daughter has arrived in Harbor City and you have been hurt by her, I can't hide it from you and your sister any longer. Gu Changge feels that it's a serious matter. She stares at her mother, and her eyes glow with hatred. If she knows what bad things Song Yunchuan's mother did, then she will know how to deal with Song Yuncheng. However, Zhang Yufang looks at her daughter's expectant eyes, lowers her eyes and sighs. Song Yunchuan's mother was my stepping stone. A stepping stone? Gu Changge suddenly speechless, unable to understand it. In other words, I could enter the Hua family because of the help of Song Yunchuan's mother. It's true that Fan Kai-dai, Song Yunchuan's mother, was indeed the stepping stone of Zhang Yufang, even if neither did Fan Kai-dai have a famous style, nor a good family background. But she was as lucky as Song Yuncheng. Besides, she had an unshakable backer patron. Fan Kai-dai could have relied on this patron to stand out in Harbor City and become the best actress in the show business. However, it was impossible because of Zhang Yufang's strong communication skills and evil scheming. Zhang Yufang opens her lips slowly with a complex expression. Song Yunchuan's biological mother is Fan Kai-dai. At that time, she was 16 years old and took part in the beauty contest in Harbor City. She rose to the throne of champion and her glamour surprised people. Was she beautiful? Gu Changge asks her mother. Zhang Yufang nods. Fan Kai-dai was very beautiful and she was not a local. She was of mixed blood, so when she first made her debut, everyone used to call her a hybrid. Gu Changge feels disdainful. Of course, her blood was not pure. If her mixed blood was from the foreign royalty, it would be better. Zhang Yufang continues. Although Fan was very beautiful, she was still young at that time. At the age of 17, she was chased by many rich men in Harbor City. Some people asked her for company at a high price after they inquired about her life background. To be frank, they wanted her to be a mistress. It's rare that Gu Changge doesn't interrupt. Zhang Yufeng slowly says. But Fan Katie's family was poor. She was raised by a single mother. But she was so stubborn. No matter how hard those people tried to please her, she would not give up on her dignity. However, her mother and aunt somehow got into gambling, and after a few rounds of winning they began to keep losing. Gambling is addictive. The more they lost, the more they wanted to win their money back, but it only made them lose more. Fan Katie's mother and aunt wanted to escape from the city because of their huge gambling debts, but they were caught when they left. Fan Katie's aunt cheated Fan Kai-dai to a rich businessman who coveted her. The rich businessman paid a small part of the gambling debts for Fan Katie's aunt, claiming that as long as Fan Kai-dai was obedient, he would help her mother and aunt pay off all the gambling debts. And then, Gu Changge asks curiously. Zhang Yufeng slowly takes a look at her daughter. Fan Kai-dai was helpless, and she could only listen to him. And the rich businessman really paid the gambling debts off for her mother and aunt, and also made her famous. Gu Changge spits. She really was a bitch. The rich merchant divorced when her career got successful. The public thought that Fan Kai-dai would marry the rich merchant. Did she? Zhang Yufeng sneers with a scary expression. Then the rich businessman married someone else. Fan Kai-dai, the bitch who colluded with the Xiao family, was sent to Yuncheng. Then she was pregnant with the bastard of either the Xiao family or the Song family, and went to the countryside to nourish the unborn baby. Gu Changge is surprised. Song Yunchuan's mother was a social butterfly. But it was your father who has made her like that. Zhang Yufeng's voice is clear and cold. Gu Changge suddenly stops and widens her eyes incredulously. The rich businessman is dad? At the door, a young man in a dark suit stops. Zhang Yufeng smiles and nods coldly with a voice of regret. Your father was really interested in Fan Fan. In order to get her, he asked someone to tempt her mother and aunt to get the bad habit of gambling, and they owed billions of gambling debts. Moreover, Fan Fan wasn't obedient at all the first night. She was beaten badly that night. Your father threatened her to make films if she insisted to refuse him. That kind of films, got it? Gu Changge feels chill all over. She never thought that her father would do such a thing. At that time she was pregnant with his child. It was a boy. After it took shape, I asked someone to make her abort it and made her admit that it was her idea. Your father wanted to kill her. However, people from Zhao's family got her back and sent her away. I thought that she would die because she was hurt so badly. Unexpectedly, she gave birth to Song's child in Yuncheng. But Mom, maybe Song Yunxian is Zhao's daughter. What Gu Changge said makes the look on Zhang Yufeng's face extremely horrible. Zhang Yufeng looks at her coldly, just like a poisonous snake. If the Xiao family heard about it, they would definitely get involved. But Mom, you see, the Xiao family has only one son, who is still a teenager. Everyone in the family is busy fighting to cut off his inheritance right. If it is really proved that Song Yunxian is the child left by Zhao's family at that time, they will get rid of Song Yunxian after dealing with the brat. Gu Changge is absolutely right. In Zhao's family, the internal fighting is fierce. Several uncles of the boy are trying to win over him or murder him. If a sophisticated granddaughter appeared when they just got rid of the boy, the master of the Xiao family would certainly not separate the power. Instead, he would give the power to his granddaughter. With this in mind, the people who want the power will help Hu family to kill Song Yunxian first. Hearing her daughter's analysis, Zhang Yufeng's look becomes relaxed and eccentric. The room is quiet. Gu Changge can clearly see the cold and sinister glowing in her mother's eyes. She feels a little happy in her heart. If Song Yunxian gets her mother angry, she will be as unlucky as her damned mother. Outside the door, Gu Ting's long straight eyelashes droop and he turns away silently. It seems that Song Yunxian is likely to turn over the situation, if she is really the Zhao's descendant. Song Yunxian, as promised, spends the whole day in the Seaview Hotel in Harbor City. As long as the windows of the Seaview room are opened, there will be a humid sea wind blowing in, but it is not suitable in this season. As it closes to the end of the year, the streets of Harbor City are immersed in the atmosphere of Spring Festival. Although Harbor City is not as traditional as Yuncheng, no matter how diversified the city is, the joy brought by the festival, which has lasted for thousands of years, still cannot be changed. She leans against the window at night, and a beautiful firework explodes in the sky. It's colorful and shining, falling down like a meteor. She bends the corner of her lips. Her eyes reflect the glamour of the fireworks, but her eyes are still ice cold. Gu Changge lived for 32 years, gorgeous and busy. She had some free time, but very occasionally. When she was 25 years old, she had some free time at the end of the year. Gui was only 8 months old. She held her child by the window and looked at the fireworks outside. Xiaotianzi accompanied her by the window. After seeing the second one, he suddenly turned around and looked at her from the side. She sensed his vision and turned to smile blankly. "What's the matter? Do you like fireworks very much?" "Kind of." She supported the child up and then bent her eyes. "I remember that when we were studying in school, a boy put fireworks on the stadium in order to express his love to Changge, and then he was caught by the teacher. Now it's interesting to think about it, isn't it, Tianzi?" Xiaotianzi wore a pair of delicately framed glasses. He was so gentle, and his smile was like a spring breeze, making her feel warm. Gu Changge liked him because such a man was not aggressive. She didn't like people who overpowered her, so she chose to marry Xiaotianzi. Xiaotianzi also knew exactly what she wanted, so he covered up all his sharpness under his appearance. He held her in his arms, rubbed her cheek with his lips, and watched the fireworks through the window with her. "I should have proposed to you romantically." "Never mind. We're all married now. I'm sorry to make you pregnant, so you had to marry me." "That's ridiculous. I would marry you even if I was not pregnant. Shall I set off fireworks for you in the yard tomorrow?" "No, I'm going to London tomorrow." His body stiffened for a moment, and then he pressed his lips on her earlobe. The kiss was as gentle as ever, but it was a little cold and his grip was a little tighter. Her thought drifts away with the fireworks outside the window. Suddenly someone gets close behind her with the hot lips biting her earlobe. "What are you thinking?" It's Gu Changge's voice. She takes back her wandering mind, lowers her eyes and puts her hands on his fingers holding his waist. "The fireworks are beautiful. It's a pity that we can't go back to Yuncheng. In Yuncheng, I will set off fireworks for you for half a night at the villa on the hill." She can't help laughing. "Are you kidding me? It's just fireworks. There's no need to lie to you. If you are not lying to me, then set off for me outside of the hotel at night tomorrow." Gu Changge tightens fingers around her waist and hugs her in his arms. "I think you are being naughty. I've been good in my room all day. You know that fireworks aren't allowed to be set off in the 6th ring road of Harbor City. But I just want to see it." "You're getting naughtier." Song Yunxian doesn't give in. "It's so boring here. Shouldn't you do something for me to make me happy?" Gu Changge holds her up, whispering to her ears with bewitching voice. "Tonight, I will make you completely happy." Her face blushes. She does not resist with the dark night and the rising and falling fireworks outside the window. The next day when she wakes up, Gu Changge is sitting up next to her on the bed. There is a laptop on his knees. His fingers are jumping on the keyboard with a pair of half-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. She opens her eyes and looks at him in a trance. Xiaotianzi once appeared on her side like this. Like now. Seeing she wake up, he smiles. "You woke up." She mumbles to turn over. Gu Changge puts the laptop on the nightstand beside him, holds her shoulders to turn her back, and wants to kiss her face. She puts out her hand to cover his lips. "I'm not used to good morning kiss." "It's a pity. Then I have to do something else." Although his words are full of regret, but there is not regret in his tone at all. He puts his fingers on the quilt that covers her body. Song Yunxian sighs and grabs his neck to kiss his lips before he goes on. The kiss is like a dragonfly skimming the water, properly containing Gu Changge's eager desire. "Well, you go on. I want to sleep more." Gu Changge feels sorry that it could not continue. But there's nothing he can do seeing Song Yunxian turn around and wrap herself tightly in the quilt. Song Yunxian doesn't sleep long. She is awake but she doesn't move. Chu Machin stays with her for about an hour, and then he gets up and goes to the bathroom for a shower. She turns over and looks at Chu Machin's laptop on the nightstand. The sound of the water in the bathroom comes out slightly. Her soft white hands reaches out, takes the laptop, opens it, decrypts it, and enters the system. Her eyes reflect the information in the computer documents, and there is no expression on her face. A few minutes later, when Chu Machin comes out again, Song Yunxian has put his laptop back in place and continues to sleep. Chu Machin takes a glance at the laptop on the nightstand. He kneels on the bed with one knee. There are still water drops on his hair just after bathing. He leans over to look at her, and the water drips down his hair. She twists her eyebrows, opens her eyes slowly, and pulls the quilt on her face with her fingers. He grabs her fingers and presses his lips on her neck. I may come back late tonight. Wait for me here. Song Yunxian lowers her long eyelashes to cover her eyes and responds with a low voice. I don't like it when you lie. Don't sneak out like last time when you went to see Huating. Okay? Song Yunxian replies. I promise. That's my good girl. He kisses her with love before he gets up to change clothes and leaves. Song Yunxian lies alone on the bed for half an hour, then turns over to lie on her back, staring at the ceiling. Her white arm is placed on her forehead, and the long hair spreads on the sheets. Everything in this room is so quiet and beautiful. If only it could go on like this forever. If only she could really wait here for Chu Machin to come back as she promised to him. She lowers eyes with self-mockery, bends her lips and smiles reluctantly. She gets up and gets dressed, then has breakfast. Song Yunxian doesn't read the Morning Post today as she usually does. Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin beside her are puzzled. When Song Yunxian is going to leave the hotel after breakfast, they stop her suddenly. Miss Song, do you want to go out? Song Yunxian raises her eyes a little and says, I have something to deal with. Zhao Kuan is hesitating in front of Song Yunxian, but before Child Chu leaves, he asks us not to let you leave the Seaview Hotel. Song Yunchuan's eyes are a little cold. Then you should do something else now. But, Mississippi Song. Leave, just pretend that you didn't see me leave the room today. Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin look at each other, but Song Yunxian walks past them and towards the gate of the Seaview Hotel. When she passes, Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin turn over to see her back. Would it be okay to let her leave like this? Even if it's not okay, we can't stop her. Do you think she's someone we can stop? What's more, when we came here, how did the Song Enterprise say to us? You forget all about it? Zhang Jin sighs. Then let's just turn a blind eye to it. Song Yunxian leaves the Seaview Hotel smoothly. She gets in a black Mercedes bulletproof car right after she steps out of the gate. She sits in the passenger seat and rubs her forehead.
Huating asks here, headache?
A little bit. Huating laughs. If Child Chu knew you were out, he would be furious. It's not as serious as you think. I'm just going out to relax. By the way, I'll give you something. She takes out a small USB from her pocket. Huating's look slightly changes and he frowns a bit too. What is it? Take it. I got it from Chu Machin. It might be useful to you. Huating is slightly surprised. Did you steal Chu Machin's business data? Song Yunxian doesn't look frightened or restless. She just smiles lightly. You have to make good use of it or my effort will go waste. Huating takes a breath and reminds her. You are betraying Chu Machin. Song Yunxian nods and says, I know. Song Yunchuan's indifferent tone makes Huating shocked. He has never seen a woman stay as calm as her after betraying a man. Do you know what Chu Machin hates the most? Song Yunxian leans on the leather seat and replies, cheating and betrayal. You cannot let him find out what you did.
Huating warns here.
Song Yunxian nods. Then drop me off here. I'll go back by taxi. Huating is still worried. If I leave you on the road, you will get in danger with such a special identity. She shakes her head. Don't worry. It's okay. She answers firmly and determinedly. Ting has to leave her on the side of a road with few people. When she gets out of the car, she pulls the scarf over her face, covering her mouth and nose. Most passers-by only mind their own business. No one is looking around. Harbor City is indeed a cold place. There is less unnecessary contact between people because of the prosperous development and fast-paced style. She walks slowly on the sidewalk paved by carved bricks. In the alley there is a boy sitting on the ground. The boy, in his baseball suit and cap, is struggling to support himself, but it seems that he cannot do it. His body is out of control and he falls on the ground. She frowns and takes a look at the alley, and then at the passers-by, only to find that she is the only one who notices the boy. She hesitates for a moment, walks over, squats down and holds the young man's shoulders. "Hi, are you okay?" The young man's face is pale and his eyelids droop. It seems that he is nearly out of consciousness. She thinks for a moment, raises her hand to support his face and lifts it up. "Are you all right? Shall I take you to the hospital?" The boy looks up at her face in a daze, but there is no response. She takes out her mobile phone to dial the emergency call of Harbor City. But the boy suddenly vomits. The vomit gets on her shoes. After sighing helplessly, she takes out a tissue from her bag and squeezes it into the young man's arms. "I think you have hypoglycemia after exercise. Wait for a moment and I will buy you something to eat." The young man leans against the wall powerlessly. She goes to the nearest supermarket and buys vitamin, chocolates and a few bags of candy. Then she holds him by the shoulder and let him drink. After taking only 2 sips, he is going to vomit again. Yuncheng presses him on the wall, peels a chocolate and puts it into his mouth. "I can't stay here with you until you recover completely. When you get a little better, you can call your family or the hospital." The young man opens his eyes and looks at her as if he has heard her. But he doesn't understand her completely. Yuncheng has no other choice but to dial someone. "I will take you to the hospital directly, and then let the doctor contact your family." It's inconvenient for her to get involved with strangers in Yuncheng. If the Hua family is misled, the innocent people will suffer. Hearing this, the young man grabs her clothes with full strength. No need." Yuncheng looks at him strangely, only to find that the young man's face has the feature of mixed blood of Chinese and European. She has no intention to speculate about the origin of the young man, but she thinks from the bottom of her heart that the young man's family should not be very happy, otherwise, he would have informed his family at this time. The teenager's energy gradually recovers. Yuncheng stays with him for half an hour after she gave up calling the hospital. When he has the strength to stand up against the wall, she says, "Since you are fine now, I'll have to leave." The young man gives her a glance and looks a bit ungrateful. He murmurs in a low voice, "It's strange that you are saving people but appears indifferent." Although his voice is very low, Yuncheng still hears him. "Since you can say such a long sentence, you are fine," she feels assured. Then quickly checks the time with her mobile phone and walks out of the lane. "Go home early and have a rest. Bye." The young man is a little embarrassed and upset when his murmurs is heard. After she walks for a few steps, he calls her. "Come back and take the things you bought with you. You keep it. I don't like those kids' snacks." The young man is angry. When his eyes fall on her shoes, he is a little guilty. "I've soiled your shoes. Come back, I'll pay you." Yuncheng just walks forward. "No, I'll clean it back home. Save your money." But the young man feels insulted and cries out angrily behind her. "I said I will pay you. I'm very rich." Yuncheng can't help laughing and helplessly shakes her head. Although the boy is no longer a child, what he word sounds childish. She doesn't care much. She takes a taxi from the street and goes back to the Seaview Hotel. The little episode on the road feels unreal to her. She doesn't have too much deep memory about it and forgets it after lunch. She stays in the room all afternoon, and at about 3 o'clock the door is knocked. She gets nervous all of a sudden. After a while, she goes to the door and opens it. At the door of the room stands Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun whispers to Yuncheng. "Something happens to the Hua family. Shall we go back to Yuncheng now?" Song Yunxian doesn't think Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin are so kind to help her go back to Yuncheng. She looks at Zhao Kuan coldly and says softly, I don't think it's the good time to go back. Zhao Kuan tries harder to convince her. Miss Song, as you know, the Hua family is eager to start trouble with you now. The contract signing has been delayed for a long time. We don't know what they are trying to do. If they want to keep you here and hurt you, you will suffer a loss. Now the Hua family has an accident and has no energy to watch you. We should book air tickets and go back to Yuncheng now. Zhao Kuan has planned it very well. As soon as she arrives at the airport, she would be captured. No matter the people who stop her are the police of Harbor City or from the Hua family. In a word, people would think that she's probably related to the Hua family's accident. She would be considered running away with guilt if she left now. She thinks about it and says to Zhao Kuan, since something happens to the Hua family, we can't go. I can't go, neither can you too. Zhao Kuan is stunned. Song Yunxian suddenly thinks of another person and asks Zhao Kuan, where is Su Bo? Zhao Kuan frowns. Su Bo was asked to go back by young master Yuncheng yesterday. He said something happened to the company, and he needs an experienced lawyer to take care of it. Song Yunxian sneers at the bottom of her heart. He needs Su Bo to take care of it? In fact, Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin told Song Yuncheng that Su Bo helped her. So Song Yuncheng asked Su Bo to go back. Her brother is so cruel. He is not satisfied with driving her to Harbor City. What's more, he takes away all the trusted helpers around her. It seems that he really wants her to die in the Harbor City and never wants to see her again. She says coldly, fine. Anyway, you are better assistants. Stay in Harbor City with me and sign the contract with me. But Miss Song, the situation is not good for us. There is something else Zhao Kuan wants to dissuade. Song Yunxian interrupts what he wants to say and laughs. There is always accident in business trips. Just get through it. Her word makes Zhao Kuan speechless. When Song Yunxian closes the door, Zhao Kuan calls his uncle Zhao Yang embarrassedly. Uncle, Miss Song would not go back to Yuncheng. Zhao Yang's voice is somber. Haven't you analyzed the situation to her? She has to come back today if she wants to stay alive. Zhao Kuan lowers his voice and whispers as he walks. Song Yunxian thinks it would threaten her life if she leaves now. She refuses to leave Harbor City. This girl is not stupid at all. Zhao Yang has the information confirmed. After hanging up, he turns to see Zhou Jian sitting next to him drinking afternoon tea. Song Yunxian is not stupid. She knows that she can't come back at this time. Zhou Jian sighs and says with ease, now I don't think that Song Yan made the decision impulsively that he gave the Song enterprise to his little daughter. Zhao Yang disagrees. But the trouble she causes is not small. No matter whether it's Yuncheng, Yunjiao or Yunying, they won't dare to make such a big trouble in others' place. Zhou Jian laughs. You see, although she has caused such a trouble, she still lives well, doesn't she? Zhao Yang's eyes sink slightly. He pulls back his chair and sits opposite Zhou Jian. You are such an old fox. You are going to trim the sails, aren't you? Zhou Jian smiles bitterly and shakes his hand. Don't overcompliment me. I am old now. I can't trim the sails if there is an opportunity. I just hope the Song enterprise will support me until I die. Zhao Yang sneers. If you don't come up with a plan quickly, Song Yunxian will come back from Harbor City, and maybe she will make you die right away. Zhou Jian knows that Zhao Yang is serious and hurriedly pacifies him. Zhao Yang, you are too anxious. Don't get panicked so soon. Zhao Yang's expression is cold and taut. So soon? If the Hua enterprise changes its head at this time, nobody will remember Song Yunchuan's conflict with the Hua family. Who do you think is in charge of the vessel in which the drugs were found by the customs anti-smuggling team? The second wife of the Hua family. Zhou Jian answers causally. Zhao Yang's old face is gloomy and fierce. Although Mrs. Hua is a woman, and she came from the show business and married Hua, she has started to control the Hua family's trade step by step for so many years. Now the cargo ship she is in charge of has been seized by the anti-smuggling group. It is obvious that someone deliberately put her in trouble. But it's their family business. The one who did it is probably her eldest son. It's not our business. Zhao Yang stares at him coldly. I think you are old and confused. Huating hasn't been able to overthrow his stepmother for so many years, and hasn't been able to get goods on his stepmother. How could he make it at this time? What if it's just his stepmother's careless fault? Zhang Yang can't stand Zhou Jian's muddle-headed look. Keep pretending. Pretend that you don't know someone helped Huating. Zhou Jian smiles slyly. Then who do you think that someone is? You Jian asks Hao Yang. Zhao Yang thinks about it and looks back at Zhou Jian. Although this is what I'm thinking, I'm afraid that I think too much. Zhou Jian waves his hand. Zhao Yang, we've known each other for so many years. What you think is what I am thinking, and you're probably right. Zhao Yang frowns and adjusts his glasses. But if it was Song Yunxian who helped Huating secretly, how did she know the news? Only the people inside the Hua enterprise know about the cargo ship transportation. Zhou Jian puts his hands on the table and closes them slowly. He doesn't speak for a long time. Zhao Yang frowns and thinks carefully. Zhou Jian sighs a few times before he raises his head. I think the news may have been stolen. From whom? Zhao Yang asks him in surprise. Zhou Jian doesn't bother to think about it this time but grins. No matter from whom the news is stolen, he might have a feeling of being cheated. Not everyone knows about the smuggling of Hua's cargo ships. But whoever knows about it must go way back with the Hua enterprise. And it'll take some serious thinking to figure out who the person is. If this person has a very deep relationship with the Hua family, and he even knows what is in the Hua family's cargo ship, he should be either a close friend or a bitter enemy. Hua family has too many enemies and friends. It's not certain who has the information, so no one can be sure where the news came from. The onlookers cannot be sure, nor can the Hua family. So it's impossible to find out what happened exactly. And now the Hua family is in a chaos. Hua Qixiong's furious voice almost lifts the roof of the building. A loud bang is heard. The decorative porcelain vase of Song Dynasty is swept on the floor by him from the rosewood flower stand. The broken pieces of porcelain almost cut Mrs. Hua's heart to bleed. And Hua Jiang, who is scared to speak, is also pale. The porcelain vase of Song Dynasty that Hua Qixiong breaks is very expensive. Hua Jiang's mother managed to get it back with great effort from Christie's auction house. Yet his father broke it, the most precious porcelain vase of her mother. Apparently Hua Qixiong is furious. Hua Qixiong has put some weight in his 50s. Although he was strong when he was young, he is old now and loses his strength. He feels breathless after he scolds and breaks. Huating comes to help him. Dad, don't be mad. There is still hope. Is there any hope? Hua Qixiong is offended by Huating's second line, pointing to Zhang Yufang who's sitting on the sofa. I told her not to do such a bold and dangerous thing, but she just didn't listen to me. Look, what should we do now? Zhang Yufang looks up at Hua Qixiong's angry appearance. She wants to say something but she is a little timid. She is afraid to say something wrong and make Hua Qixiong unhappy again. Hua Jiang sees that her elder brother comforts her father and also cuts in. Dad, what Mom has done is also for Hua's sake. After all, it was profitable before and had no accident. Hua Qixiong becomes more furious after he hears her words. Do you know what you are talking about? You are siding with your mom? How would you deal with all the disgraceful things you've done? Hua Jiang lowers her eyes and doesn't know what to say. Huating presses his father on the sofa and puts the tea in his hand. Dad, I'll talk with the anti-smuggling customs. Don't be angry, otherwise you will hurt yourself. Zhang Yufang secretly glares at Huating and says hurriedly, since I am in charge of it, I will solve it by myself. Huating raises his eyebrows slightly and doesn't speak at once. Hua Qixiong just wants to drink tea. When he hears this, he puts his cup on the table and points at Zhang Yufang angrily. Do you think you are better than Ting or have a higher status than Ting? If you were not my wife, the custom would not even look at you. How shameless you are to talk about going to the customs. Seeing her sulky face, Huating calmly persuades Zhang Yufang. Mom, I'll solve it. You and Dad don't be angry. If I can't handle this, I'll have to bother you to go there in person. What he says is very tricky. It not only elevates Zhang Yufang's identity, but also successfully pushes Zhang Yufang out. Zhang Yufang's chance of making up for her mistakes is taken away by Hu Ting. Hu Jiaying can't hear what's wrong with his words. She raises her hand, holds her mother's hand and comforts her mother. Mom, just leave this to brother. He will solve it. Zhang Yufang is so angry that she couldn't continue to say anything, so she could only agree. Hu Qixing talks to Zhang Yufang when she gradually calms down. You've worked hard in managing the cargo ship these years. Let Hu Ting manage it for you for a while. He's not a child anymore. Zhang Yufang is shocked. It is obvious that Hu Qixing wants to cut her power. Naturally, she wouldn't agree. She immediately pulls out a smile on her face. It's not as hard as you think. I've been used to managing it for so many years. Ting may not be familiar with it at first. Why don't you let me take care of this now and I'll teach him how to manage later? Hu Qixing directly refuses. No, Ting has familiarized himself with it by working with me these years. It will not be difficult for him to manage cargo ships. Zhang Yufang doesn't want Hu Ting to take over her business, but she can't think of any other excuse for the time being. Hu Qixing doesn't want to listen to her again. He gets up and walks out of the living room without drinking any tea. Hu Ting goes out with Hu Qixing. When he goes out, he looks back. Zhang Yufang is looking at him angrily with her red lips pressing tightly. He is at a loss, but when he turns his head back, his eyes change and he smiles coldly. Zhang Yufang's ambition in the Hua family has expanded too much. It's time for her to understand what a woman should do in the Hua family. He follows Hu Qixing out. After Hu Qixing talks to him a few words, he meets the director of the General Administration of Customs that night. The dinner lasts from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, Hu Ting accompanies the director to a party. The party isn't over until after midnight. Hu Ting drinks a lot of wine, but he is still sober. When he comes out of the hotel, he sees Chu Machen coming into the hotel with his assistant.
Hu Ting stops.
Chu Machen looks up and sees him. He stops 3 steps away from him too. The assistant follows behind Chu Machen, shuts up and stops talking. Come home so late? Chu Machen looks at his eyes and frowns. Shouldn't your dinner tonight be very successful? It isn't so easy. He raises his hand and loosens his tie. He feels hot and a little stuffy because he drinks too much wine. You see, there's trouble in my family. If I drink too little, it can't be solved.
Chu Machen smile.
There is distrust toward Hu Ting in his obsidian-like eyes. He passes him. I think you drink so much tonight because you are too happy. Hu Ting raises his head. Although he gets a little drunk, he doesn't reveal any secret. However, there is a smile with some ferocity and pleasure in the corner of his lips. Yes, he is very happy. This is the first time he catches the mistakes of the old fox Zhang Yufang and gives her a lesson. He really thanks Song Yunxian for giving him the trading information. The assistant sees Chu Machen go forward and is hurried to keep up. When he passes by Hu Ting, he is a little confused. Hu Ting's smile gives the assistant chill.
Jilet Chu.
What? The assistant looks back at Hu Ting, who is standing in the same place, and says to Chu Machen in a low voice, there must be someone else involved in the Hua family's accident this time. Chu Machen's eyes are dark and deep, and his thin lips spit out 2 words coldly. I know. Of course he knows someone helped Hu Ting. Besides, he knows that it was Song Yunxian. When the assistant sees he enter the room of the hotel, he asks him, don't you go to Miss Song's hotel tonight? Chu Machen presses his lips and doesn't respond. His expression turns ice cold. The assistant knows that he asks what he shouldn't have asked, so he shuts his mouth and leaves. Chu Machen goes to shower first after returning to his room, and then goes to bed to open his laptop. The password of his laptop was cracked in only a few minutes, and it was browsed without trace. He doesn't know how much information Song Yunxian has read in his computer. He doesn't want to see Song Yunxian now. The woman says she'd be good, and she'd make a pledge to the things he asks for. But as soon as she's behind his back, she would forget all she has promised. He is disgusted by her dishonest. He turns off the computer and turns off the light to sleep. The mobile phone suddenly rings and he reaches for it. Song Yunchuan's name is on the flashing screen. He doesn't want to answer it after it rings for a long time. Song Yunxian hangs up first. Half an hour later, Song Yunxian calls again. He presses the answer key, and her voice immediately comes over. Very busy? I can't go back for the time being. Song Yunxian smiles and her voice becomes tender. Then I'll wait for you. It is very brief words, and then after a short silence he gives response. She hangs up and ends the call. He sits up and doesn't feel sleepy at all. She said she would wait for him, but he doesn't go back right away. At 4 o'clock in the morning, it begins to rain outside. The wind whistles, and the weather station even forecasts there will be thunders. This winter begins to end gradually in the arrival of typhoon. Chu Machen drives to the Seaview Hotel where Song Yunxian is. He takes the elevator up. The doorbell rings and the door is opened. Song Yunxian is wearing a beige pajama and a loose knit shirt of the same color outside. Seeing him, she bends her lips and says, "You said you would come back late. I didn't expect it'd be this late. I want to take a bath." Song Yunxian turns around and says, "I'll run the bath for you." She is abnormally gentle, which makes Chu Machen feel depressed in his heart. His eyes also become a lot roomier. Song Yunxian goes to the bathroom to run the bath water for him, puts the bathrobe and towel into the bathroom, and then comes out to call him. "You can take a bath now." Chu Machen looks at her and slightly raises his eyes, which are emotionless. Song Yunxian comes over and half kneels on the carpet beside him. She takes the glass out of his hand. "Don't you want to take a bath? Why are you drinking?" Chu Machen bends up the corner of his lips, smiles with no reason and looks at her. "If I don't drink, I don't know how to ask you." Song Yunchuan's expression changes a little. She's a smart woman, and any of her expression change indicates something different. Chu Machen knows her the best. Therefore, he would not be so foolish to believe that Song Yunxian becomes so attentive all of a sudden because she decides to be a good woman now. "What do you want to ask me?" Chu Machen's fingers are placed on her cheek and moved to her jaw gradually. He holds her fine white chin and strokes her soft lip with his thumb. "Is there anything you'd like to tell me?" Song Yunxian looks at him, not as sharp and cold as before, and still keeps gentle in front of him. "There are always things that can be said and cannot be said. If the things you want to know are something I can say, I will tell you. What about the things that you deem cannot be said? Then I really can't tell you." Chu Machen pulls her on his thighs, puts his arms around her waist, and presses his lips on her neck. When lips are in contact with skin, they should have made weak-willed women excited with slight shiver. But what Chu Machen feels is only Song Yunchuan's stone-cold reaction. There is no sign of excitement in her. Her attitude is as calm as her heart, even though he is so close to her. He feels like a fool holding her in his arms since all his effort is in vain. "You approached to me just to take advantage of me? Why do you ask?" Gus Freighter was caught by the anti-smuggling team, which has never happened before. Few people know that Gus Freighter has violated the law. Song Yunxian remains calm still. Chu Machen pinches on her waist. "Do you have anything to tell me?" Song Yunxian is silent. Chu Machen is not urging her for an answer, but kisses her in the neck. His breath smells like alcohol. "I will believe everything you say. I think it is impossible for you." Song Yunxian blinks. At last, she lowers her eyes and suddenly interrupts him. "It's me. Huh. I opened your laptop, read your files and found out their trading information. And I told it to the anti-smuggling team." Chu Machen does not have too much reaction, just moves up the hand along her waist a little. "The password of my notebook is not so easy to be cracked. Just Gu Changge's birthday date." The words are said softly, but as if the time were frozen. Chu Machen suddenly stops all the hand motions. Song Yunxian feels that her heart is beating extremely hard, but her body becomes fragile, and she wants to rely on Chu Machen. But at this time, Chu Machen suddenly takes his hand back and pushes her off of his thighs. "Get out." It is as clear as cold rain pouring on the ground. Song Yunxian is pushed down. She has no time to catch anything and falls on the floor. There is a thick plush carpet on the floor so it doesn't hurt her except for a little knee soreness. She turns to look at Gu Changge's face, and finds that his handsome face has been covered with a layer of cold frost. His eyes narrow slightly and looks at her full of disgust. Self-righteous women like you really disgust me. Song Yuncheng gets up from the floor and reaches out to the glass on the table he just used. Then she holds it against her lips, lifts her head and drinks all the spirit with just a few gulps. Even if she is scolded, Song Yuncheng doesn't show any sadness or weakness. It seems that everything is within her expectation. She puts the empty glass on the table quietly and gets up to change clothes in the bedroom. 10 minutes later, she comes out with a red coat on and a beige scarf wrapped on her neck, then changes her shoes at the porch and leaves with a small suitcase. The door is shut with a click. The whole room falls into a dead silence. The wind whistles outside of the window, and faint unseasonable thunders can be heard. Gu Changge suddenly sweeps the glass on the floor. The glass doesn't fall on the carpet, but rolls down to the wood floor and is smashed to pieces with a crash. Song Yuncheng has never heard such harsh words from Gu Changge. At the moment when she heard it, even though she had prepared for it, she still felt a little heartache in a ridiculous way. She drags the suitcase to the street to get a taxi and leaves the Harbor Seaview Hotel in the rain. She watches the rain outside. The driver in front of her asks where she is going. Song Yuncheng thinks about it and smiles. Please take me to the nearest hotel. The taxi driver puts her at the door of Red Maple Hotel. She drags her suitcase to get out of the car, pays for the fare and dials someone. The phone rings 3 times, and there comes a confused voice. Hello. Song Yuncheng bends her lips. I'm Song Yuncheng. Just in 2 seconds the confused voice suddenly becomes clear with a slight mocking tone. Yuncheng, you changed your number. I want you to do me a favor. I heard that you are in Harbor City now. I'm going to Harbor City tomorrow. Do you want to have dinner with me? It seems that you've got yourself in a big trouble recently. Song Yuncheng does not refuse. I would like to if you don't mind me bringing you any trouble. The man on the other side shakes his head and says, Am I that annoying in your eyes? I don't mind any trouble since it's you. Song Yuncheng shakes head helplessly. His sweet talk doesn't work on her at all. Su Yoyu, I stay at the Red Maple Hotel in Harbor City now. The man there wants to talk more with Song Yuncheng, but she says goodbye and hangs up the phone mercilessly. There is a beautiful woman in his bed. It's Yao Mimi who met Song Yuncheng a few days ago. Yao Mimi crawls over to Su Yoyu like a snake and puts her arms around his waist after Su Yoyu hangs up the phone. Along the neckline of his pajamas, her fingers stroke all over his chest. She says softly, It seems that Child Su has a good relationship with Miss Yuncheng. Not as good as you think. Su Yoyu does not refuse her touch. Yao Mimi raises her head and smiles at him with her big eyes. So are you into her? Su Yoyu still holds the cell phone. When Yao Mimi asks him, he raises his lips and looks at her. Although it's unrequited love, if she is on my side, it will be much better. Yao Mimi doesn't understand what he means. Su Yoyu has predicted the dramatic changes that'll take place in the business field of Yuncheng. Now that Song Yuncheng is the successor of the Song Enterprise, all she wants is the real power of the Song Enterprise. Her eldest brother Song Yuncheng will never easily give the real power to Song Yuncheng, so there will be a fight for it for a while in the Song family. And he has seen Song Yuncheng's strategies and means. She is a competent helper and will definitely win. So whether as a friend or as a lover, he doesn't want to be her enemy for the present peace and the future mutual benefits. He's willing to risk anything to help her any time. She is as unique as Gu Changge. He has an inexplicable expectation for her. He also wants to see how much she will grow in the business field. Song Yuncheng stays in the Red Maple Hotel in Harbor City. The next morning, she calls Seaview Hotel to check out. Zhang Jin and Zhao Kuan are depressed because they couldn't find her. When they see her in Red Maple Hotel, they finally feel relieved. Miss Song, why did you change the hotel so suddenly? We were worried sick about you. Zhao Kuan says with concern. But Zhang Jin can't help complaining a little. If Child Chu knew that we lost you, he would punish us. Song Yunxian is dumbfounded. Don't you know? He kicked me out last night. Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin look at each other and are shocked. They are speechless for a while. Song Yunxian is a little sad. I don't know what has happened to Ma Chen recently. He has been picking on me, even kicked me out last night. As she says, she lowers her tearful eyes in sorrow. Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin don't know what they should do looking at her sad look. Zhang Jin's response is a little faster. Miss Yunxian, did you break up with Chu Xiao? Song Yunxian covers her mouth and says almost in tears, I don't want to see him again. Zhao Kuan's mouth twitches, and he doesn't know what to do next. Song Yunxian then heads to the elevator. Zhao Kuan and Zhang Jin look at each other, then watch Song Yunxian walking to the elevator without following her. Everyone knows that Song Yunxian is safe in Harbor City because she is well protected by Chu Machen. Now Chu Machen abandons her. She must be in big trouble in the future. Zhang Jin's eyes are uneasy. She stays in this hotel now. Shall we check out from Seaview Hotel and move to here too? Zhao Kuan turns around and walks out. As he walks, he lowers his voice and scolds. Don't be silly. She can die any time in this hotel. She'll only bring us bad luck if we stay here with her. They go out and decide to leave Song Yunxian as far as possible. But someone sits on the leather sofa in the lobby, removes and folds the paper that blocks his face, puts it on the tea table, then gets up and goes to the floor where Song Yunxian stays. After Song Yunxian gets off the elevator, she swipes the room card and opens the door. Just when she is about to enter the door, suddenly someone behind calls her, Please wait a moment. Song Yunxian turns around and sees Su Yoyu in light casual clothes. Looking at Su Yoyu's face, she smiles, and the sadness that just appeared on her face down the lobby is gone. You are so quick. Su Yoyu comes to her and says, I took an early flight because I missed you so much. When Song Yunxian hears the sweet words, her look slightly changes out of surprise. Then, a soft and sweet smile appears on her face. She puts her arms around Su Yoyu's neck and kisses him on the cheek.